아니다. 내 생각할까 you want. 함께 했던 시간이 지나가도 I'm still here. 널 기다리는 날 넌 모를 거야. Alone in the dark 이곳에 Alone in the dark 나만 흐릿해져만 가는 네 흔적 속에 묻힌 채로 나는 Alone in the dark.
Burn it up, hot 뜨거우리 turn it up, 볼륨 키워. Burn it up, hot 뜨거우리 turn it up, 볼륨 키워. Burn it up, hot 뜨거우리 turn it up, 볼륨 키워. Burn it up, hot 뜨거우리 turn it up, 볼륨 키워. 이제 넌 뻗고 저기 친구들은 땀을 얻고 있어 샤. 만약 입고 있다면 fat 버는 걸 추천해 섹시해지졌다. 빠르게 knockdown 이유는 탈진. 재미없는 들은 또 그 발진. 우린 tell same thing 앞질러가지 또 그 처음 보지 물건놀이 이건 너무 usual. up 말해 못하겠어 맡겨놔 어차피 no 갈 수 있는 건 멀리서 watch 거기에서 내도 돼 나 친한 척 여기 너무 또 내 몸은 텁텁 카리형 가져와서 소스를 뽀뽀. Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워. Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워. Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워. Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워. 우린 hot 뜨거 like the summer. 우리 앞에서 너 까불다가 burn 야. 구린 것도 내고 모른다고 너만 일상 빈공내도 안 해 절대 자만. 갈 길 멀어 아직 기름을 더 뿜어. Then we burn it up 어서처럼 let it burn. We making classics Air Force One. 쟤는 한참 지났어도 Hold up 이제서야 왔어 우리 season. 봐버렸어 아예 새로운 이 길을. 거절해서 갑이 아닌 우린 딜은
겁이었나봐야 한데도 피
적셔 옷을 마치 킬빌 아닌 데드풀. 우린 직진하지 why they making false move. 막 춤춰도 우린 바다 길이 박수. 1300 이제 돼버려 나 가수. Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워. Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워. Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워. Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워. Burn it up 뜨겁게 불태워버려 배로 벌어 배가 부를 때까지 turn it up. 안 들리니 볼륨 키워. 시끄러워로 참아고 막 찢어져도 죄송지고 난 나의 범인은 내 삶 no doubt 뒤따라와 지금 제일 핫한 팀 이상 no doubt 부정 못하지 넌. Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워. Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워. Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워. Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워. Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워. Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워.
오늘 봤었다 잊어버려. 또 오늘 밤에 늦게 손 위로 오늘 밤 싹다 지워버려. 나 싹 다 지워버려. 오늘 밤에 I'm gonna drop it all. Say 오늘이 힘들으면 눈을 감고 춤을 춰. 뻔뻔하게 즐겨 말을 못해 just living it up here. 나쁜 순간도 잔을 부딪혀. 잠깐 숨 좀 돌리고 즐겨. Let's party tonight. Every day every day 날 멈출 수 없었어. Every day it's my day. Drop it low every day. 볼륨을 높이고 every day 모두 함께 미치고 every day. 흔들어 내 가슴이 더 떠지도록 모두 흔들어 빰빰빰빰 오늘이 힘들면 눈을 감고 춤을 춰 뻔뻔하게 즐겨 말을 못해 Just living it up here 나쁜 순간도 잔을 부딪혀 잠깐 숨 좀 돌리고 즐겨 Let's party tonight Every day Every day 난 멈출 수 없었어 Every day It's my day Drop it low Drop it low Every day 볼륨 높이고 Every day 모두 함께 미치고 Every day It's my day 나 전부 다 챙겨 Drop it low
Let me get out of here Sick of dumplings, Dion driving, yeah 너무 쉬어 여기 나가면 모두 가라 엎어쳐 일상 공공망치 들어 Looking for nails to disappear Boys, 우리 목소리 키워줘 Waited long enough 최근 시간 15년 빛이 보여 Fill the mind with life up the bus 우리가 전부 관심자들이 이제 모두 세척하던 놈들 이제 고개 숙여 다음에 스케치 오면 정은 right 맑으면 대답도 못해 영어로 완전 척하다 걸리면 혼난다 그래 지금 당장 We don't play game, we just 날아가지 game Rivals 그것 혼자 해, we be the reds, you be wrecked Quit acting like you came up from the slums 네가 작은 목걸이 looking hella dumb 1300 수직 상승 모니터에 on your TV 넌 랩 못해 넌 못 비벼 지가 못하는 줄 아나 봐 집 가서 적시나 닦아라 어차피 하지도 못할 거 왜 자꾸 들이대 고천이 버릇 이 새끼들 여기서 뛰놀다 맴매 너가 백날쯤 튀기며 뱉어도 절대로 못되니까 쌩쌩 어서가 벤치나 대워 넌 우리랑 안 맞아 레벨이여 경험치 미달의 코디가 필요해 패션이 테러범여 이제는 이해가 돼 어쩌면 넌 얼른 불러야 돼 Ambulance 달려와 빠르게 봐봐 그 사이렌 색깔은 whole team with me 이게 나 떠났대 혼자라도 못 비비디 너 뒤져 뒤졌던 벽 너는 무슨 대표 그냥 맞는 대포 그냥 늘려놔 너 팀 그게 딱 너한테 어울려 쉬운 애니까 좀 빌리자 rapping 나 곁에 두지 않아 너 같은 바보 일삼 제대로 너 차일러 혼나고 나서 네 형한테 일러 니건 오래 타자 내가 AK 니건 fresh 타자 두루 AK 무대 위 discharge 무슨 테이저 건마 주주 무대 위 매너 그냥 내려가 주실래요? 조금만 기다려 완전히 뒤에서 따라오게 만들어줄게 씨앗 사랑은 씨앗 에이스는 너 사랑해요
없어 너 그리울까 대체 뭐를 했어 네가 말해줘 부담 쑤신 거고 말해도 장난 걸지 말아줘
없어 너는 그리울까 대체 뭐를 했어 네가 말해줘 무엇보다 쑤신 거고 너네 둘 전화 걸지 말아줘
Middle of
그래 멀어 빨빼 감히 누가 눈독 들여 우리
돈 우리 문이 소풍 누가 주식까지 bounce back 머리 숙인 후에 누가 move
move get out the way 다음 생을 노리 늦게 감리적인 듯해 견제로선 여길 냅다 씹어먹고 부패 내장까지 깔끔하게 마치 순대
씹어 먹어야지 팩맨 작다 몰라 스펙대
올해는 나는 아냐 스루 랩맨
내 말은 또 듣게 안 들어 맵매 버리던 냄새 세스코 불러야겠네 너희 따는 것이 오마시면 나 캣맨 Hop in the booth 여긴 없어 네 자리 She make it clap look at my body
내 말이 듣다 지려도 몰라 니 가랑이 腳바닥에 붙어 뜨뜻 끄덕이 전에 사람이 built-in chopper best-selling motherfucker 하고 다리가 나랑 비비려 해감
쌓인 고용 주기가 차라리
오케이 선배가 선방 칠게 우리 CB는 힘 비켜 비렉스 시간라도 바로 가는 여유롭게 whistle
Whistle it, 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 whistle it.
Whistling, 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 yeah.
Gotta check my squad 일동대기 시간 없을서 I'm ready 통신의 애들 사이에서 난 예리 였다 붙여대 Rocking my studio 한 지춘에 지린 the funnies Shows gotta beat melly 고트대 샤프는 뱀빛 태그 나쁜 습관이지 돈에 쓰는 거또한 푼도 너한테 난 쓸 일이 여선의 성씨가 달라도 우리 같은 DNA 평정심을 유지사이고 느낌이 혓바닥이 뜨뜨뜨뜨게 잘해 사람 나니 겁은 나한테 말을 가득하지 맷라는 like 난 벌써 싸가리 stupid ass right what 정신 차려 너야 더 라산다 계속
나 바라보지 마치 지붕 위에 chicken 단지 깊게 생각할수록 느껴지는 distance 두번 세 번 더해져 몇 번 나도 level So check my EP cycle with no peace 근데 뜨겁지 날아올라 no P fly hard take off 나와 아직 적지 놈들 다 번지 시켜줄 줄 없이 봐봐 헤이로 밑에 탭탭 붙은 다음 소리 카프로 따라 하다 캣캣 목공강을 버림 수두로 백백하지 마치 폐업제고 떨이 그래 너지 누구 두리번 거리기는 병 부정적 비백과 비대 세우니 10대 초순력 초순과 대주치 기체 한 끼를 돌파 중 easy easy에 버려놔
Whistle it, 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 whistle it.
Whistling, 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 yeah.
You don't want no problem. You can get it, I'm a problem. You don't want no problem. You can get it, I'm a problem. They got me started, now I'ma finish it. Leave you the party. They shouldn't have got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Yeah, they shouldn't have got me started. I go the hardest. They got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Game over, don't start with me. Envy me with your jealousy. Be me, you will never be. My strategy is a winning streak. Game bread, I'm deep in it. I see the vision and go get it. You want it, I come with it. I'm so relentless. Extreme focus, no limits. Nothing nice, no gimmicks. Don't start nothing, won't be nothing. I'm a sharpshooter, head hunting. Anybody, anywhere, anytime I double dare. In rare form I came. No pain, no gain, nah. You can't win if you don't sacrifice. Through the blood, sweat, and years, it's a way of life. Yeah, it's the way of life. Above it all, you gotta sacrifice. Yeah, they got me started, now I'ma finish it. Leave you the party. Yeah, they shouldn't have got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Yeah, they shouldn't have got me started. I go the hardest. They got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Bottom line, I'm on top. Got the game on lock. My point is, I won't stop. You can't take my spot. Can't play with a legend. Everything's predestined. start with me if you wanna lose. I'll finish you and make another move. It's nothing, just another day. You violate, get caved in. Broke down, you can't win. I can't lose my attitude. Best man on the planet, dynamic, do damage. Go hard with a passion. Greatness is my status. You don't want no problems. You can get it, I'm a problem. You don't want no problems. You can get it, I'm a problem. You never win if you don't sacrifice. Pay the cost, it's a way of life. You can't win if you don't sacrifice. Through the blood, sweat, and tears, it's the way of life.
I'm your type. 누르게 되지 like. 다른 애들은 swipe. Double tap this site.
사랑하지 내게 아트를 준 모든 애들 my friend 얘네기들 상응해줘야 돼 움직여 바삐 double tap 우리 사진 간지 공연 보러 온 누나들은 손가락을 만진다 빼반지 story 올려 대결선 건강 남자애들 껴 만들어 mosh pit 한국에 있는 애들 DM 아직 come to Korea 가자마자 벌려 기대한 것이 발을 뒤져 비껴나간 예상어리 피처처럼 smooth sailing 시대 흐름 우리 신경을 안 써 연어 응원하는 애들 숨죽이지 이제 시간은 금이고 우린 blank ice 다섯 배로 벌려 우리 몸값 21세기 boys 우리 못 가는 데가 없어 목소리를 뻗쳐가지고 worldwide Room is my planet I can go everywhere worldwide internet international crew is the way worldwide double tap worldwide 야 이제 우리는 virtual 가고 싶은 대로 내
tight 누르게 되지 like 다른 애들은 swipe double tap this site
이제 달라붙어 우리한테 double team 레이블에서 연락 마치 hurricane 무시하던 새끼들은 어디에 얼른 숨어 미리 사나 1플러 이제 우리 노래 어디 가든 들려 몇 년 전에 비웃었지 그래 바로 너 생각보다 우리들의 덩치 너무 커 이제 와서 빨아봤자 아홉 기억 어서 움직여 넌 어서 뭐 백날 재미없는 노래 뱉어봤자 wow 사자 새끼 어디서 네 명함 내밀어 너를 택시하지 우리들은 let's go on a new level keep it on the low 너가 전화할 때 나는 수신 거부 flow 안 멈추지 마치 Rolex non-stop racks on racks 못 벌면 난 죽어 bounce we got the juice no time 낭비할 수 없으니까 나는 항상 work baby working hard 맨날 twerk bounce we got the juice no time 낭비할 수 없으니까 나는 항상 work baby working hard 맨날 twerk
tight 누르게 되지 like 다른 애들은 swipe double tap this site
No mercy for the weak. It's blood in the street. They slaughtering the sheep. Jumping out the window cause I'm born to fly. Sliding up on you, caught you by surprise. If it's do or die, I will survive. By any means necessary, stay alive. I built it from the bottom, now I'm sky high. Weapon in my hand, I'm a bad man. I've been around the world, I had a plan to conquer the mountains in the Badlands. If you talking fear, I don't understand. I feel like a god, here I am. Stronger than a titan back against the walls. If you come against me, I kill them all. No mercy for the weak. It's blood in the street. It's a war in the jungle. It's blood on the leaves. No mercy for the weak. It's blood in the street. It's a war outside. It's blood on the lead. Yeah. Super villain in the flesh, that'll never change. A hero in the city, yeah, they know my name. Go against the law, ain't nobody safe. Gotta fight through the night just to save the day. This is what it is, this is what it takes. I'm on the right time, I ain't never late. I have no fear, cause I know my fate. I got a bullet for the devil right in his face. If you riding with me, this the freeway. Crush the head of a snake, the king way. They slaughtering the sheep. The blind lead the blind down the dead in the street. Nah, no mercy for a weak killer. It's blood in the street. It's a war going on. And they slaughtering the sheep. No mercy for the weak. It's blood in the street. It's dark outside. Yeah, it's dark outside. No light for the sheep. Ain't no light. No mercy for the weak. No mercy. It's blood on the limb. Yeah, it's blood in the war. It's a war in the jungle. And they slaughtering the sheep. And they slaughtering the sheep. Where the blind lead the blind. Right down the dead street.
Time left to pack it up. On the brink of a brand new age, better buckle up. Hey, oh, let's go, have you had enough? It's coming like the fire and rain. When it's over, they will know my name. I'm alive. Then I let it go. Light it up loud, come and get the smoke. It's system overload. Flying way too high like an overdose. Time to lock and load. It's all systems go. Pressure breaking down the nearest one for little flow. I'm alive. Come to life in the lights tonight. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. I'm alive. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. I'm alive. Come to life in the lights tonight. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line.
okay. Okay. Alright. Okay. Here we go. We got it all. Still we go hard, reach for the stars. Move like a boss. We need a charge, take it too far. You might do it large, but you missing parts, and we got it all. Yeah, we got it all. Yeah, we got it all. Foot stuck to the gas and we ain't breaking. Had to switch it up so we gon' shake it. Practice always lead to perfect paint this. Whole team on my back, now that's a statement. Say what you want, but when I'm on directions, we never get caught in the maze. Climb to the top of the mountain and lift up my wing, that's just cover for shade. I've been on duty for days. Play slip and slide through the rain. Success always edge out the pain. You better follow the train. You better follow the. We got it all. Still we go hard, reach for the stars. Move like a boss. We need a charge, take it too far. You might do it large, but you missing parts, and we got it all. Yeah, we got it all. Yeah, we got it all. Got that ditto, got that too okay. Claim it's love, but I can see what's written on your face. Walking to the stage, I might wear a cape. I'm like here to stay. Boy, caliente, like I'm on fire, don't try to tempt me. Wanna learn the ropes, I can be a sensei. And we all about dollars, we ain't talking sensei. Make sense, eh? Break that gay. Cut checks, eh? They upset, eh? Them boys mad. Break it. Break it.
All the sins they're killing my ghost. Will I ever go find it? Get away that nobody told. Tell me why you went around with me to set me free. Do I need to wait a little more for the right time? Do I need to kill somebody for my life? Now climb with me, ecstasy. Tango and dance for me, make love with me, ecstasy. Stay with me, not to run.
Want it, come get some. I will not come out as the victim. Hella options when we press, you can pick one. A, that's a fist to your face, get your bell rung. B, you can run, but you cannot hide. C, we gon' put you where they will not find. D means you done when you come outside. Hold up, let me give you time to decide. I'm like Nemo, have you down in an enemies? Gotta murder my enemies if they planning on ending me. I won't give them that victory, they be lacking the empathy. Put my shrooms like a symphony, now you going for infinity. So please, carry on, carry on. This ain't what you want, want. One phone call, have your bones for my dog. So problems what you want, be my guest, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. Can't get it back when it's gone. Better come with it, we bring in the drama. We bring the smoke like you up in the sauna. No kuna matata, just stitches and doctors. Sick in the head, I blame that on my father. Just a few dollars will solve all my problems. Making sure you fresh and death in your coffin. Gave you the option, but you kept on talking. 4th of July, had to get this shit popping. I am the target, I will not miss. Sir, straight for the head like some clippers. No target practice, got no time for practice. I'm just like AI off the 6. Sir, losing your balance, now you start to panic. Looks like this damage is too much to manage. If you still alive, then we leaving you stranded. Not leaving the bandage, no water, a sandwich. That's ruthless. Hard to talk shit when you toothless. Should've been down with the movement. Now you on the ground, not moving. If he still had a brain, he would use it. Gave you a chance and you blew it. Stupid. Hold on, Cairo, let me get back to the music. Back with this shit with these accurate hits. Flip on your head like gymnastics and statistics. Far from a slave, but we mastered the hits. Check out the scale, this is real as it gets. It don't get realer than this. So come and try me and shit. Now your face feeling the fist. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. You can't get it back when it's gone. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on.
Don't get your hopes up.
Sweet like sugar, I bet you like that. I'll cut you off. Playtime's over, take a step back. Think you've had enough? If you push me to my limit, there's no telling what I might do. Yeah, you're gonna regret it. You don't wanna see my bad side. She don't know how to play nice. You can run, but
말고 놀자 미치자 Just follow my lead We going loco 춤출까 볼륨을 높이고 I'll take it to red 돌리고보다 더 뜨거운 곳으로 하루의 스트레스는 뒤로 하고 내일 걱정은 잠시 접어둬 yeah. Oh baby it don't matter 오늘은 걱정 마 Oh baby 나를 따라 밤새도록 Shake it out 흔들어봐 걱정하지 마 All night Shake it out 흔들어봐 모든 날 따라해 I'm gonna left right 이 리듬을 타고 Shake it up 밤새 즐겨봐 Left right 이 노래를 따라 Baby one more time 밤새
can't see your face. How am I supposed to not miss you with all of this space? 'Cause you say you'll meet me there someday, but how am I supposed to be close to you now? It's cold tonight, darling, are you cold tonight? I just wanna hold you tight if you're really mine. 'Cause I can keep shouting across the galaxies, but would you do that to me
Welcome everyone to the World's 2023 quarterfinals live from the Sajik Indoor Gymnasium in Busan, South Korea. Yesterday, the LPL took first blood over the LCK, and today, tournament favorites JDG are aiming to make it 2 for 2 against the underdogs of KT Rolster. Here we see the men on the road to the Golden Road. I said road twice, but you know what I mean. Ready for the job at hand.
And they're looking incredibly good thus far. Heavy favorites coming into today. The expectations are high, but that didn't work out for Gen G yesterday.
So maybe? KT?
Are you trying to get me to say anything positive?
No.
This is actually,
you're gonna have to.
So I'll say this. This is going to be a really interesting experience because this is the first time I've ever been on a live broadcast desk where I've been a fan of a team, right? Like, I became a KT Rolster fan in 2013. It's actually like why I am standing here today.
Are you saying you're not cheering for the LCS teams at Worlds, Emily?
What's going on?
No, it's just a different vibe.
Well, they're not here anymore. Same goes for Lore. She can't support the European teams anymore.
I mean, that's the thing. I already lost 5 teams. I'm ready to lose a 6-1. I'm ready for anything today.
Here we go. Talk about being ready for anything. Was Gen G yesterday? Kinda, but it wasn't enough. BLG versus Gen G, with Gen G as the favorites going in, but we saw a repeat of MSI, albeit 5 games instead of 3.
And that was interesting because we came into yesterday thinking that Gen G, they're a different team now. They had such an amazing summer that all the players are going to come online. Chovy felt confident. The first game were really awful for the team, and I was like, all hope is lost. We're going to see the same history, but then they woke up, different approach of the draft and of the gameplay itself, but they could not just bring it to the end.
I think the most heartbreaking part about this is, as a competitor, you know, for Gen G, you come in and you know you played horrible in those first 2 games. You know you didn't draft the way you wanted to play. You didn't prepare you wanted. And then you come back and you show how you can play in the last 3 games, but you don't get the first 2 back. You want to restart, you want to try it again, but you just can't, and it's so heartbreaking.
And then for the BLG side, this was a really monumental game for them as well, I think, because as you see Tabe celebrating, I know he said like this was so difficult for us. The fact that you saw stuff like the Bin Rumble, you saw stuff like, it seems a lot of the LPL teams have really decided like, okay, either R5 counterpick support or we're just going back to these 2v2 super lane dominant looks. And that's been a really interesting meta shift that we've kind of seen all of the LPL teams go for. So I'm curious to see if it continues today with the JDG as we see Tabe. I know people are doing the Giga Tabe graphic there.
That's actually what we see at Worlds usually. Like, there's 2 times in the meta, and usually the LPL teams are going to be the ones adapting the first on this one. And LCK can be a bit slow on that end, which is what I think Gen G was suffering from yesterday. So hopefully maybe KT today can shift this one.
And Lore, we're going to get one of BLG or Weibo in the final of Worlds 2023.
It's going to be an insane matchup. We have 2 LPL teams already. When I talked to Bin last week, I was asking him, is this the strongest the LPL has been ever at an international tournament? We're going to see at the end of today if it continues like this. But so far, LPL absolutely dominant.
Yes, and we brought up a graphic, I think, on the first day of the quarterfinals in terms of the history between the LPL and the LCK, and the fact that if one region gets rolling in a bracket stage of Worlds, it usually is very unilaterally that region that then becomes the world champion, and it's either LPL beats all of the LCK or either all of the LCK beats LPL. So does that mean it's very bad news for the LCK, Emily?
No, I don't think so, but I think this is a really interesting look at how, because we were talking about how important this is with no region team kills in these quarterfinals, the way that the draw finally went, so that we'd have all of these LCK versus LPL matchups on the final 3 days of quarterfinals. I think ultimately, and I said this yesterday when we brought this graphic up as well, it's become so close between these regions, it really is meta dependent. It's who adjusts to the world's meta the best. We even saw that with DRX last year, the most unexpected team to win Worlds, I think, in history. So it's really going to depend on which of these teams adapts to the meta well.
I will say, though, LCK fans, I think, are rightfully getting really nervous because yesterday was supposed to be the freebie. That was supposed to be the only way, like, well, for sure, Gen G is going to get through. Maybe the others are closer matchups, but now we could have 4 LPL in semis.
And that's why everyone here was so shell-shocked after that match concluded, and we have one last true favorite left at the World Championship. It's JDG. And why are they such big favorites. They are just the most impressive team, and they have been all year.
I mean, they have been absolutely incredible. It started with the roster changes. You bring in Knight, you bring in Ruler, two of the best players in the entire world, not just for their role, but point blank, period. These guys are incredible. It reshaped how the team could play. 369 took that more defensive role, and this team really focused on 5v5, really focused on enabling Ruler, and has allowed him to shine in such an incredible way. And with the meta staying stable and staying towards 5v5 through spring, through summer, through MSI, and now into Worlds, they're looking really good.
And I know we're going to mention Ruler because obviously we've highlighted he is, if not like the best AD carry, the best player here. I do want to talk about Knight and how good he was at MSI and how great it was to see all of these people have been doubting him at international events. To get that MSI title was so important to him, and he is, in my opinion, still the best LPL mid laner right now.
And that's the thing, it meant so much for him to grab this MSI title, to prove himself internationally, but it's so hard to stay consistent in the league as so competitive as the LPL is. And now Shox, they're like closer than ever to finally get the Golden World, which would be the first team to do so.
Closer than ever, but actually at the same point that many teams have been before, but it is such a difficult thing to do. Why do we have more faith in JDG than we did in the others?
I mean, I think one of the reasons is because the meta has stayed more stable than it has in the previous years. You know, that's one of the things, but I will say it's so hard to accomplish it because when you're that #1 team, everyone is creating their plan to take you down. Everyone knows JDG is going to be a massive threat at Worlds and have been spending weeks and months preparing for the moment where they might play them.
I mean, that's the thing. It's easier to study the best team than it is to trying to not let other catch up on you. And when I talk to players, usually the first thing that they tell me is that you dominate your league, but you also have internal issues that you are struggling against. And I feel like fighting against these minimal issues over the year is usually something they take aside. But when it comes to the World Championship, and it's like the year has been long, it's been exhausted, you've been winning everything, teams are really tired, then this is usually when this issue resurfaces. But you can't take care of them now because you're supposed to win everything.
And it's all about, can you live up to those expectations and can you withstand the pressure? They look pretty relaxed to me, but when it doesn't go your way anymore, how do you react? Now, someone who's overcome a lot is Ruler, and I want to shout out Ashley Kang from Horizon. She tweeted, I think a couple of hours ago, about how it was actually day on day 6 years ago where Ruler won the World Championship in 2017 in Beijing with Samsung. And yeah, he's been chasing it ever since, and this feels like his year, Emily.
Yeah, and I mean, I think there's a reason why people are saying Ruler is not just the best AD carry in the world, but potentially the best player here at the World Championship. He's been so consistently good throughout his career. Like, I remember watching him in his rookie year with Samsung. I actually remember before that when he was named Bung in the SK Challengers. So it's amazing to see not only how well he's performed, but how well JDG play around him, right? This is a 5v5 team fighting team, and he has so many good pieces around him that he just looks like even better than the high expectations we've set for him his entire career.
And I just think it's absurd that a player that we were talking about winning Worlds 6 years ago, we're talking about today as the best player in the world. There's no one really who's able to stay at the top, you know, that long and still be considered the absolute best in the world. And I think that is what makes his career so unparalleled.
And should be a crowning achievement would it happen here again at Worlds, but also a crowning achievement for the Golden Road of JDG. They have their fundamentals down to a T, and one of their greatest strengths is their Baron setups. And Vedius is here to run you through why they are so impressive.
When watching JDG, you'll often find yourself thinking this game was even until it's not, because of how ruthless JDG are at converting small mistakes into game-ending plays. Let's look at how they do it. Against BDS in round 1 of the Swiss stage, JDG were down in gold at the 20-minute mark. With this slight lead, it's BDS that pressures the Baron to create a pincer onto JDG, but it doesn't quite go to plan.
There's the silencing killer instincts to get himself out of the way, and he will survive!
After BDS back off, JDG see this as an opportunity to start the Baron themselves. They make a deliberate effort to clear out every speck of vision that BDS might have, even zoning Labrov away from Baron to prevent any wards from being dropped. After plunging BDS into darkness, they lay their trap. Sheo needs to gain access to the Baron, so takes a route he believes to be safer by going over the wall. Unfortunately for him, JDG spotted him isolated and pounced, securing the kill, the Baron, and the subsequent teamfight.
Stopping this Baron is going to be a heck of a tall order. 369 taking a bit of damage, but he's just buying space. Adam's spinning, but I don't think he's winning, as now Ruler's on the board with a kill on Crowning. Labrov goes down as well, and Adam's just going to have to get out of there. Petrifying Gaze, not named quite well enough this point in time as now Ruler's looking for a little bit more. Noxious Blast not connecting. The knock-up is there. And Nuke goes down as well. JDG, they just kill all of them.
A single decision to start the Baron by BDS was flipped on them by a well-controlled JDG, and with this Baron they wasted no time. Pushing both mid and bot and knowing they are stronger, they force their way into BDS's base. Their incredible team fighting secures them the victory and an advancement in the Swiss.
Silence is down onto Kanavi, but he just turns it immediately. The Jarvan going to be the first one to go down. Sheo trying to get himself out of there. Labrov is going to be the sacrifice, and Nuke's going to go down as well. And now Ruler kind of taking matters into his own hands alongside Knight, who collects a triple kill, tidying up the fight. JDG's team fighting though, man. I think you're going to need a lot more gold ahead in order to be in a good spot there.
Against LNG, in their third game, they did something similar. At 20 minutes, the game is practically dead even. The teams traded kills and objectives throughout the early game. Ironically, at a similar time frame, 23 minutes in, JDG saw an opportunity. With Dragon on the horizon and both teams trading for control over the mid-wave, Kanavi makes his way back out onto the map and looks for an opportunity. Knowing there's vision in the brush above him, he pops his sweeper to navigate through the darkness to find something for his team. After realizing that LNG has no information, the pressure from the rest of JDG funnels Scout into this unsuspecting trap.
Can you actually get out of this one? The answer's no!
A single pick is all it takes. Kanavi zones Tarzan out of the mid lane while the rest begin their siege. Knowing they have the numbers advantage, they put Lambs to the slaughter and find 3 kills.
As the quickness comes in and they are just torn apart, Cole is taken out. The turret was still up and it doesn't matter because Ruler is there to take it down, and JDG, they should get a Baron, and this game was so close until it wasn't.
With Baron, they do what they did with BDS. They put pressure on 2 lanes, with bot and mid being their focus. LNG, being the resilient team they are, find a pick onto the isolated Kanavi, but it isn't enough to stop the team-fighting prowess of JDG.
Find this one, Kanavi's going to go golden, keeps himself alive, buys the time, is hung. He's going to be the target here from JDG. They managed to get the 1-for-1 trade, but it's a little bit better here, you should say, for LNG, taking down the jungler, and now Scout looks for the opportunity. Another quickness is incredible as Ruler dives on top of Tarzan, but he doesn't exactly find the value he's looking for. The third Q does come in, they get rid of the buy, but Ruler is also dead, and now Kola taken down. 369 is a monster, and he's gonna take the triple kill, and JDG, I think they've done it again.
This team will show no restraint once they have the lead. Whether it be finding opportunities or carving one out for themselves, this team will always find a way to get that Baron and win the game.
Thank you for that, Vedius. And Atlas is also casting this JDG match, by the way, if you're looking forward to more of those screeches. I know I am. But maybe it will be for the side of KT, because we've been talking so much about, honestly, the big favorites in this matchup. But they are up versus LCK's KT roster. Now, there is a lot of storytelling around KT. And maybe for people that have only joined following this scene a little later, can you two break it down?
So, KT are cursed.
Yeah. Okay. It all started.
It was a rainy day in Jomsil in 2013. So I became a KT fan in 2013. It actually starts with this reverse sweep that SK Telecom.
What did you just say?
A reverse sweep.
It
starts with a reverse sweep.
It starts with? You just,
it was Emily. She did it.
I'm just saying.
She's responsible.
KT's already cursed.
Go ahead.
But yeah, so SK Telecom then went on to win that World Championship. That's where a lot of the memes come from, like the Ryu Faker Zed 1v1. There's a meme in the Korean community that Ryu is still dying to this day because of how many people have watched that play over and over. And for KT, I think their MO, the reason why I'm like, oh, are you a masochist to be a KT fan, is because they always look like they're going to do it, and then they break your heart in the most painful way possible.
That's the thing. Being ahead, 1 game away from qualifying to the World Championship, 1 game away from qualifying to semifinals, to finals, and it's been going on for years, and I think we have a lot of examples as to, I don't know why we're still fans, Emily, but still, like, they keep us hooked. They keep us hooked somehow.
Yeah, bear with me. Is it like, it's a dish, and you're really excited about the dish because it looks really good. It's like an insane milkshake. Maybe it has a splash of liquor. It has a donut on top. It has icing. It has everything. But then you start to drink it, eat it, and it just falls apart. It's crumbling. It's all over your mouth. It actually doesn't taste that good because it's too sweet. Like, the idea of it is better than the actual dish.
That's the thing. But once in a blue moon, when it's actually well made, it tastes amazing. But you have to wait for this one.
Well, and Emily has been telling us nonstop about how to be a KT fan, you have to be a masochist. So I thought, being the nice guy that I am, I'll serve you guys up a little bit of pain. We've designed a special tier list here. So this is going to be a tier list, and we're going to rank things from most heartbreaking to least heartbreaking.
Okay.
And we're going to be starting out with some of the oldest plays and working our way up towards modern era. So we can roll the first clip. This one back to 2013. This is the Ryu versus Faker most famous play in league history. Game 5, they lose to SKT1 with the Zed versus Zed. And then they go on to lose in the regional qualifier as well.
Yeah, this hurts so much for me as like a new fan of KT, right? Also because then Najin's Black Sword, who had made it from their spring like championship points, this is why they changed championship points, by the way, actually did the best against SK Telecom at that tournament. So as a KT fan, you're just watching and you're like, oh, if only KT had been able to make it here, like maybe they would have been able to be world champions.
Where do you put it?
How heartbreaking.
Where do you put it?
It's the origin story.
Yeah,
and
it's
like,
the
if you're a
original
bit
heartbreak.
superstitious, which you have to be with KT, for me, it all comes down to this, and it all comes down to this one. So for me, I would put it a bit high on the tier list.
Yeah,
What do you think?
is it like heartbreaking?
Can you still not sleep over it, or just heartbreaking?
I think heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Heartbreaking because of Ryu's face. Like,
that meme, it's
Ryu
it's
face, no
still
space.
alive.
Yeah.
All right, Azael, what
All
next?
right, on to the next.
Oh my God.
2014, KT Arrows take down SKT, Samsung White, and Samsung Blue to get first in summer. But only the top 2 teams, because of circuit points, qualified straight through. They didn't have enough circuit points, so they had to go into the regional qualifiers along with KT Bullet. So both the teams there, both of them lose 3-0 to Najin White Shield, and neither make Worlds.
we had a couple of these as well.
Yeah.
Losing into the qualifier.
So this one of the qualifiers is the least.
Yeah.
Like I would put this as not too bad actually, because that KT Arrows team, they were so, like their ceiling was so high, but then they would also make a lot of mistakes. So when they won that summer, I was like, whoa.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like they exceeded expectation, and I feel like you have a couple more of these to show us.
Yeah, some regional qualifiers that were worse.
So in hindsight, this one was not too bad.
Not so
actually.
bad. This one I think should really
Oh
twist
my
the knife.
God.
This is 2016 summer playoffs. Rocks versus KT in the finals. Peanut gets caught and killed. They go to the Baron, but an early smite from Score brings the Baron. I think it was 2 HP.
Why are you making me watch
2
this
HP.
again?
The GP takes it, and they end up losing and missing Worlds.
See, that one I still can't sleep over.
Yeah,
Like,
this one is so...
This one hurts.
Oh god, that's
the SMEB
worst.
ult into
Yeah.
all of us getting killed afterwards, into like losing qualification. Yeah, no, this one is high
No
on the list.
jungler
for sure.
alive. You still
Oh my
lose it to
God.
the GPLC.
The thing is, we kept the same. I say we, like they kept the same team after the year after, won the championship, but still, this one I would say, still can't sleep over. for
Azael, you
sure.
were enjoying
I
this
see
too
that
much.
play in my brain.
You brought me here to suffer, man.
This is what you're supposed to like. You're a KT fan.
All right, let's give you a...
All right, 2017, KT finished second in the regular season, then lose a painful 5-game series against T1 in playoffs before getting 3-0'd in the regional finals by Samsung Galaxy. Again, one of those seasons where you thought, this is going to be the one. They're going to make it to Worlds for sure this year.
I don't know if I have history bias here, but I know that 2018 was such a good year after that I don't know. I don't have 2018.
Was it?
This one?
Ish.
Yeah, so
We
like,
made it to Worlds. So
this one
at least they were
was like, I remember watching this,
Yeah.
and I was like shocked more than anything else.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Average KT fan experience.
Yeah, I'd say.
All right, we're gonna fast forward then. We're now going ahead to 2023. There was about 1,000 of these moments, so we had to pare it down a little bit. 2023, first moment here. KT goes 17-1 in summer. They get 5 players in first team All-Pro, and then here's your reward. You can choose who you're gonna play in playoffs, and lo and behold, they choose T1 as their opponent. Not only does T1 swiftly beat them, but they then go through the lower bracket, get T1 again, and lose to T1 again.
They brought this upon themselves, honestly, for this one. But
This, I feel like this is also an average KT, because when this happened, I'm just like, yeah, of course.
it makes sense. At least they made it to Worlds this year.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Average KT experience.
Them making it to Worlds makes this a little less painful.
Okay,
For
so
now.
the last one here. So we're at Worlds now. KT made it here. You're happy. You're a KT fan. But then they get the most cursed possible draws the whole way through. They get BLG, then D plus Kia, then Weibo, then LNG, then D plus Kia again. And now you have to play JDG today.
Please don't remind me.
Yeah, please don't remind me.
Please don't remind me.
I'm happy that we got Swiss stage, but we did not all get the same draw. Look at this. But honestly, thinking about everything, I can't help but think about JRX last year. If they make it today, would be the best year they ever had. And they got the training for it, at least.
Yeah. I'm surprised the 2018 Worlds situation isn't in there.
So yeah, that was the one I was expecting.
There was too many to choose from. I'm sorry. Maybe I chose ones that weren't heartbreaking.
Where would it be? The KT
I remember,
IG.
yeah, being in the crowd for that, like with the KT fans in Busan. It was such an amazing experience because we were like all depressed together, and then I had to like dry my tears and go interview Ning.
This one would be top one.
It would be top one for sure. Hey,
Yeah.
there's too many, and I think that's the key takeaway. The KT fans have been put through the ringer, but maybe they can turn it all around today, and maybe it will be in the bot lane. Let's see where Aiming's performance today will rank in the tier list, as he's facing none other than the superstar bot laner Ruler in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Today, Ruler will pass 100 international games in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. The legendary LCK AD carry is determined to crown this milestone by beating an old rival from the LCK and reinforcing who the best Korean AD carry of all time is. It will not be easy against Aiming, who along with his team has been stepping up this entire tournament. Is clearly hungry to step out of the long shadow that Ruler has been casting for years. JDG are on their way towards a historic golden road, but we have seen enough upsets already this competition to know that no team is secure. And this battle between LCK and LPL could easily flip the status quo sideways.
Well, we've talked a lot about Ruler already, so it's only fair. We also talk about the other side, and that's to someone who has been incredibly important to KT's success this year, Emily, in Aiming.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing for Aiming is that for KT to be successful, he really needs to be on a mobile AD carry. As we look at some of his stronger moments on specifically Kai'Sa, as you see his most played and his win rates on them, I think Kai'Sa and Zeri have been so important for him to KT's success.
And that's what we saw during the this series, actually, where they played the Jinx during the first game. We saw that it backfired hard with Gala taking the agency in the team fights especially, and then they reverted to putting him on AD carries such as Kai'Sa. He had so much success on this champion throughout summer, Zeri as well. But for me, it may be coming to the bot lane, but not specifically to the ADC matchup per se, maybe on the side of Lehens rather.
Yeah, I think that's the other interesting thing, right? Because when I think of Lehens, not only do I think of wacky picks, but I do think of him as a primarily engaged, like support focus, and that has also worked well with Aiming. Again, having his own mobility and ability to move around by himself. Whereas with LPL, they have started this meta in a 2v2 bot lane where they're heavily prioritizing either, if they're on red side, R5ing support counterpick for something like Melio. They've had a super strong Renata focus, which we heard Chen-Chi talk about yesterday.
Didn't expect it.
So like the switch up in supports, I am very curious to see what KT and specifically Lehens and Aiming end up doing with that.
I mean, KT has to be prepared for this. We've seen it in back-to-back series now. The LPL is prioritizing incredibly highly. We saw it yesterday from BLG, but also Weibo in 9 straight games now has either picked or had Renata banned against them. Clearly, the priority on Enchanters is really, really high, and KT's got to be ready for it.
They do.
That's what I'm wondering, actually, because when you look at KT throughout summer, even when Melio was really meta, they were not defaulting to this kind of champion, sticking to the Nautilus, the engaged support rather. So are they going to be able to fight JDG on that soil, or are they going to adapt today? To me, is what I'm going to be looking at least, because...
You're not giving me confidence, Laura.
No, I don't have any, I'm sorry.
It's okay. But it's going to be so important because we've seen it like with Emilio and then in terms of the team fights specifically. And I think this is what we started to set up earlier. The team fights from JDG, they are more than just Ruler. They are that machine that is working in tandem with each other perfectly.
Yeah, obviously Ruler is, again, the best AD carry in the world, if not the best player in the world right now. But the team around him and the fact that so many people are like, oh, he is amazing. I think it has so much to do with the talent that's surrounding him. You have Kanavi, you have Knight, who is the best LPL mid laner in my opinion. I'm sorry, Scout. Like, I think Knight is phenomenal. He's having a great year. You have 369 in the top lane, who's absolutely absolutely willing to default to these matchups where he just kind of sits there, soaks pressure, doesn't get much attention, and that also allows for them to really facilitate Ruler in these team fights.
And I just think it is terrifying when you watch JDG team fight, because it is like one mind controlling 5 players, right? How they're actually working in tandem to create space for Ruler, how they're holding cooldowns for the perfect moments, how they're making these opportunities and then capitalizing on them is just endlessly impressive to me.
I heard Dylan Falco say before Worlds, and I know, don't laugh because it's about scrims as well, but he said when they were scrimming them, they are the only team that they scrimmed that they felt it was so difficult to win the game. It was a struggle at every hurdle because of their ability to just turn little percentages into huge advantages, even when they are from behind. And that is so impressive. You said it already. It is not just Ruler. It is in every lane and not in the least in the top lane. And JDG was the first team to lock their spot in the quarterfinals. And we talked to 369 how he feels about their chances going forward.
第一个进入8强的话，可能意味着我们状态比较好，实力比较强，就会有更大的优势。因为我们就是3比0嘛，也是非常开心的。
Scout looks for the opportunity. Another quickness is incredible as Ruler dives on top of Tarzan, but he doesn't exactly find the value he's looking for. The third Q does come in. They get rid of the buy, but Ruler is also dead, and now Kola taken down. 369 is a monster.
我觉得大家首先都是各个位置上的顶级选手吧，然后我们化学反应好，也是因为我们的风格打法从建队的时候就已经确定了。被大家都觉得是最强的一支队伍的话，我们都是非常兴奋的，因为这样会让我们更有动力。大家都想着只要一起努力就会有好的结果。我觉得我们就是最强的队伍，就没有人可以打败我们。
And 369 is a top laner I've been watching since his debut in the Demacia Cup, and he's someone who caught my eye since then. The big thing with him is he's evolved from this carry top lane player to someone who can do anything. And the reason why I value 369 so highly is not only because of his laning, but his target selection in team fights, especially on Ornn, can be like absolutely impeccable. Like you can see him control an entire team fight with Ornn. He can be such a phenomenal player, and like Azale was talking about, this is what allows Ruler to have the spacing he does. It allows him to just absolutely take over team fights.
I'm absolutely in agreement with you. I think he is the best top laner in the world, and I think one of the biggest reasons that JDG works is because of 369. If you put Bin or another hard carry style top laner on this, I think it would be too many people wanting too many resources. The fact that he takes that back seat allows Knight and Ruler to have those resources to shine.
It does. 369 has been playing lights out as well, and we'll see how he steps up today. We all agree that it's going to be hard for KT, but where would we be if we had no belief in KT at all? We saw the impossible happen just yesterday, so I want to hear from you. Lore, KT has looked very, very good throughout points in this year. When they look their best, what does JDG have to look out for?
I think they have to look out for bot lane especially. I think it's going to be, on the side of KT, difficult when you think of the support matchup and maybe top lane, but we saw Keen being innovative, especially in this hard top lane matchup such as Rumble, for instance, bringing in the Rise. I want to see JDG maybe activate in the early game, which is something LPL teams have been doing so far, and on the side of KT, being able to hold on that pressure in the early game that JDG is going to throw at them.
Don't let them run away with it. Don't give them even an inch. It's going to be difficult. Let's see what our fans voted, who they predicted to win in our MasterCard fan predictions. Each day, you can head over to @MasterCardGG on X to participate, and it's quite lopsided in favor of JDG, but that is to be expected.
This is way closer than yesterday was, though. BLG got like 5%, so KT 5 times more likely. There you have it. It's math.
That was the pick'ems, actually, wasn't it? But same thing.
Oh, true.
Yeah,
You're right.
Same thing. But we have to believe in a miracle because it happens very, very often here. But yeah, now it comes down for JDG to be that team that holds on, Emily, to kind of what they've laid out their whole year. And therein lies, I think, exactly the challenge.
Yeah, I mean, I am predicting JDG 3-1 in this matchup. I do think KT have the ability to take a game. I actually think if you told me KT actually won this, it's not going to be the biggest upset in the world. However, JDG are just looking like such a stronger team. When they are able to get, like Vedi pointed out, the Baron, they're able to close out the game so quickly, and I don't think KT will be able to deal with that.
I think it would be a huge upset, personally. Quickly, what are your predictions, if you want to say? You don't have to.
I mean, my prediction was on the Korean desk earlier. I said 3-2 KT. I'm coping really hard here, but someone has to cheer for them.
I want 3-0 JDG. I think they're the best team in the world. I'm sorry.
Fair enough, Azale, with the level-headedness, but we've got some different flavors on the desk in terms of the predictions. We'll have to see, but it has been LPL domination so far here at Worlds 2023, and tonight, anything other than a JDG victory would be a massive upset. Will KT Rolster pounce from their underdog role, or will it be smooth sailing for the favorites? Let's kick off this quarterfinal.
We were told Busan was the church of Chobi. What's a god to 5 non-believers? It will be an all-LPL semi-final. LG will face Weibo in semis.
준결승을 향한 마지막 2자리만 남았습니다.
스위스 스테이지 동안 이겨도 약간 이긴 기분이 안 들었었는데 8강에 올라오니까 드디어 좀 이겼다라는 생각이 좀 드는 것 같습니다.
험난한 여정이었습니다. 이렇게 더더욱 단단해졌습니다.
이제 사실 그때 데뷔하고 나서 1년 정도 지나고 난 뒤에 이제 월즈에 참가했었기 때문에 지금 떨어져도 다음에 다시 더 잘해서 오면 되지 약간 이런 마인드가 있었는데 지금에는 월즈에 워낙 오래 못 왔다 보니까 지금이 훨씬 간절하고 열심히 하게 되는 것 같습니다.
룰러라는 이제 거대한 벽을 뛰어넘기 위해서는 제가 더 노력해야 된다고 생각합니다.
늘 경기를 하려고 무대 위에 올라설 때는 되게 긴장을 많이 하는데 헤드셋을 쓰면은 좀 긴장이 사라지게 됩니다.
2年前的我太佛系了，加入京东的话，成长了很多。
被大家都觉得是最强的一支队伍的话，我们都是非常兴奋的。
如果我面对京东这支队伍的话，我也会非常惧怕。
저를 과소평가하지 마세요. 저희가 어떤 대진을 꺾고 올라왔는지 잊지 마세요.
이번 롤드컵에 있어서는 골든로드를 끊어내기보다 저희 KT 롤스터의 새로운 길을 만들어내는 게 목표입니다.
离冠军更进一步了.
운명은 막지 못합니다.
진동 대 KT 둘 중 한 팀의 여정은 오늘 끝나게 됩니다.
전 세계 팬 여러분 환영합니다. 현재까지 두 팀이 4강 진출을 확정한 가운데 오늘 드디어 세 번째 4강 진출팀이 탄생합니다. 큰 박수로 맞아주십시오.
Hello everyone, both here in Korea and around the world. 2 semi-finalists have been decided, and today we'll meet the next team to join them in the top 4. Please welcome from the LPL MSI champions looking to complete the Golden Road, JDG!
이에 맞서는 상대는 바로 5년 만에 부산에서 월드 8강 무대를 받는 LCK의
And I'm not going to be able to do Carcinogen justice there. Their opponents from the LCK, they're back at quarters and back in Busan after 5 years. It is KT Rolster.
과연 진동이 골든 로드를 달성할지 아니면 KT가 막강한 진동을 걷고 4강에 오를 수 있을지 진동과 KT와 진동의 대결 지금부터 시작하겠습니다.
Can JDG get one step closer to greatness, or will KT stop the Goliath? Let's let the quarterfinals continue. And welcome to the caster desk. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Chronicler, a very new partnership for me, and Dagda as well. The last time the three of us were on a desk, it was in a moment very similar to this one. However, this time around, we're not guaranteed an LCK team through, Dagda.
I know, it's going to be a very different story. I mean, I've got goosebumps after that introduction from Caster Jun.
Isn't he just the best?
It's insane.
It's been Sunke the last couple of days, and he's a little bit more reserved. But coming in after Caster Jun is something I want to request to never have to do again. I'm not going to lie.
You can't.
No.
There's no way you can live up to him.
Nope.
He's a legend.
I've been trying for a while, and I've just realized giving up's the way, I think. That's just how it's going to have to go. And what needs to not happen is any giving up. I'm allowed to, right? Because comparing to Caster Jun, I'm just going to go for a different skill set. However, KT needs to kill 3 Nexuses today to keep the hopes of the LCK alive. Otherwise, it is all down to T1. And LNG are no slouches. I hear that scout guy is pretty good.
Yeah, actually, I think it's very straightforward. Just never make any mistake and play your team fights perfectly and play out your early game impeccably. And
ban
then
all the right champions.
Yes.
Speaking of which, we are into the draft here for the first game of this best of 5.
The reality is, I think KT has had, even considering the ending, an incredible year. But JDG is better than any team that they've had to go out for this far, up until this year, up until this point. And we'll see what they have here on red side in game number 1.
Yeah, and it seems like KT thinks the ruler is better than anything on JDG right now. Xayah gone, Kalista gone. They really want to make sure that they're putting the hurt on this bottom side of the map. They leave things like the Maokai still up and available though, if they want to try and let that through. Orianna, and also another big one for Knight in that mid lane. Although he has only played it once here at the World Championship, Knight is such a strong mid laner. I'm curious to see if they will let that one through.
Well, they're not going to let the Jarvan through. That is the first bit of homework that they have done. Very happy to see J4 removed, especially after yesterday, but we won't dwell on that for too much longer. First pick available. I think the Metal Ballerina sounds like a good idea. Orianna going to be locked in. And now KT to answer back. You know, Jace Maokai is something that is available.
I do really appreciate the Nico ban. I think that one of the big things that consistently teams have been able to do is punish Orianna in lane, right? And we saw yesterday, Yagao was a really good example of even if you get set behind the lane, it doesn't always end up mattering. What is really interesting is that KT is continuing the prioritization of the Aphelios. Now, I do think that playing without Rumble and Jarvan being there, it's already a lot better, but it is still something that we saw backfire yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, this is also one of the things that JDG have been willing to go for, which is Zeri Lulu. I could be missing just going back towards that. It's something that was a big pick at MSI, but now starting to at least rear its head with JDG at the World Championship. I'm curious if they will just take the Maokai though and go, hey, look, we want that strong jungler here for Maokai, or for Kanavi, or are they more willing to let the Maokai slip through, go back towards something like the Wukong, which is something that has been a big pick for Kanavi, one of the few junglers that's actually still playing it, or even just go for the Vi as well.
Well, it is going to be the Rakan locked away here for the Rakan. Zeri, something that we've seen many, many times. Of course, Zeri pretty happy to hyper carry in a late game. Command Protect going to be there. And of course, the peel that you have available as the Rakan. Certainly fitting into a JDG-style team composition. Now, KT gonna round this one out. They can look for some sort of pseudo counterpick into the Orianna if they would like to, or get a strong top laner. And Jack Sejuani, that's a gauntlet to be thrown.
And it is a really strong top side. I think something that has to be mentioned is that Keen this tournament has not been able to hit his regular season form, right? And I do think that with the Jax, especially when you have something like the Sejuani that really enables you to play very aggressively in the early game, we'll have to see what they're going to end up playing, because we don't know what the topside 2v2 is going to be, because those two picks still not taken for JDG.
And that's the thing, you can still go for someone like the K'Sante. I mean, yes, you do get beaten by the Jax in the late stage, but you're happy to have that tank. We've even seen teams trying to contest in the early stages, go for something like the Renekton Aatrox and play for first Rift Herald and try and beat Jax to the punch when it comes to his scaling, but we'll have to see what the answer is at the moment, KT trying to focus down that jungle. I imagine it'll be a Maokai ban to follow here.
And something that KT, I think, have looked the best at out of any team in the LCK is the way that they play around side lanes. 1-3-1 or 1-4 is something that they were really good at domestically. And
they were the only team that could do it, basically, in the LCK successfully.
And it relies on two things. One, what is BDD going to play here? Because if it's something like a Taliyah, or even though we haven't seen it, things like his Twisted Fate, something that allows him to have big ability to access the rest of the map. But I don't think those champions are necessarily that strong right now. We did see that that was what LNG tried to do as well, and that's why I love this Taliyah ban, because that's exactly what I was looking towards.
Yeah, the Taliyah is going to be banned away. They're looking at a LeBlanc. I was expecting Lehens to actually grab a champion here and then look for the counter pick for BDD. That is what the consideration is looking like right now, although, you know, these are just flashing some Lehens champions because the Sylas angle is amazing.
I was about to say, I'd much rather see them go for something for BDD here and like try and find something then that you can kind of look at what the rest of the composition from JDG is going to be before you lock into support. But I think at the moment, Lulu is a great answer. Scales well with the Aphelios, has the opportunity to polymorph the Rakan every time he goes in. You got the push there in that lane. And as we saw from their quarterfinals thus far, bot lane priority has become a bigger and bigger factor as we've gone deeper into the tournament. And this Aphelios Lulu gives you the opportunity to play for that.
And there's basically two choices here for 369, right? It's Renekton or K'Sante. K'Sante would allow you to have a more reliable front line, but Renekton, especially depending on what will be picked up here for Kanavi, is going to have a much bigger impact and allows you to actually push back towards that top side 2v2. We'll see what Kanavi obviously has a complete champion ocean, so a million things that he can go for. We'll see what he actually ends up locking in, but I do think that trying to contest KT towards that top side is a good idea, and this is something that Rel-Rakan combination going to allow JDG to play the style that they love.
I think as well, you didn't really have a huge amount of options there for Kanavi. Like, if you go towards the Lee Sin, not the best lane setup. Yes, Renekton, but it's against the Jax who has the counter-strike. You're going to be losing out in the 2v2 bot lane, so you don't really have things to look for the invade with, like the likes of a Bel'Veth. So I do like the idea of, hey, I'm going to take a step back and try and play the engage, but that's a pick and a half.
It is. That's going to be BDD on the Akali. Not necessarily one of our more notable Akali players, but we've got an infinite amount in the LCK that just really love this champion. BDD, more of those control mages just in general. But when they do manage to find these 1-3-1s, BDD is a player that can play around these champions exceptionally well. I thought that the Sylas angle was looking good. I feel like that helped block away the potential Maokai pickup. And then going for this now, to have all of that permafrost synergy, actually a really cool idea here from KT Rolston.
And it is actually KT going for a more 1-3-1 style, which I do think is the right approach. Trying to just match JDG head-on in a team fighting is something that literally no team in the world has been able to win against them with. And in this way, you're going to try and play more through the silent pressure, try and get Keen and BDD ahead with that Sejuani.
But that's the thing, I mean, trying to play for a skirmish on the top side against Renekton, against the Rel or Orianna is going to be incredibly difficult. So I am curious to see how they're going to try and play this out, especially because, like, the bread and butter of JDG has been playing through a strong mid-jungle. When you've got the opportunity to get the push with the Orianna and then lean into potential invades, that could be an issue that you're going to struggle with here, and I want to see what KT are going to do to make sure Cuz has an okay jungle clear.
Yeah, it feels like, in theory, this could work against the JDG style of play. We've seen this attempted, even at this tournament, and it has not been enough to actually get over the line when push comes to shove. They're just too good at it, and I think, like you were illustrating, it's mid-jungle, it's even top jungle as well, which is going to be very important in this game, given the early game reputation of a Renekton. But here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for Game 1 of our third quarterfinal here at Worlds 2023. We're in Busan. The weather was a little bit rainy this morning. However, see what is actually going to come to pass here on this map. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, you can connect your League of Legends account with Prime Gaming. to grab the exclusive Braum W emote, the best emote created. Almost in the history of League of Legends.
It does feel like getting to cast this series with you lads is also a big W, though. Because for JDG, it's a case of, right, we're going to see another block on the road towards that golden road, which has been, I think, what a lot of people are expecting from JDG, especially after yesterday losing their biggest answer, our biggest rival in that, which is Gen G. But on the opposite side, if not, like, KT taking down the behemoth that is JDG, getting into, well, quarterfinals, the first quarterfinals since 2018, potentially pushing even further than that for the first time in the organization's history. This is such a sick series with so much riding for both sides.
And what would a golden road be without it being paved with his former mid laner in BDD and his former bottom lane teammate in Lehens? I mean, for Ruler, I think that this is a very important one. The rest of JDG, it's just another matchup. And then there's a couple more to go before they finally can potentially claim that title. See how it does go, is Keen already using some counter-strikes, getting some shots down here on this top side. Of course, the Jax matchup level 1, pretty good into Renekton.
Yeah, you're really looking to try and abuse the fact that the first like 3-4 levels you actually do have a lead into the Renekton. Try and get control of the wave early, shove them in, get an early recall, because you're going to need every advantage that you can get. Because as soon as you get to like the later stages, you know, level 5, 6, it's a lot harder as Ruler.
They're going in. They've already got the flash from aiming here, and JDG say that is going to be enough, and you can understand it completely.
Yeah, but look at where Kanavi is at the moment. He's completely cleared out his bot side and wants to go for invade onto this bottom half of the map, so may not be a dive that they're completely looking for, although Knight is hovering towards bot side to try and support that. It may just be a split map that we're working with, which for aiming is an absolute disaster.
It certainly is. It is something that aiming is very used to, though. Here on KT, doesn't get a lot of help as Keen going very aggressive onto 369. Definitely, you can hear here in Busan, the fans starting to raise their voices a little bit, but a lot of KT fans here, so still very reserved.
We'll see. I don't think there is a window here because Cuz instead is, they seem to be aware that Kanavi's probably taking their bot side, so Cuz wants to just ensure that he can actually keep up and farm, clear the jungle, and as long as aiming and Lehens don't take too much damage in trading, they should be all right, even with the flash being down. Especially because Lehens still has his heal available.
I will say, though, something that we saw a lot was like these potential dives coming through from the likes of MSI, but I think when you've got the Lulu there, it's like, hey, you've got a Rakan who, the second he goes in, gets polymorphs, regrets his life choices, and then one of them on JDG is probably going to die. So I think at the moment, you're just happy to have the split map and let Missing and Ruler actually crash this wave successfully, rather than it being stalled out for aiming and Lehens, as you look at Cuz going for this reset towards the bot end of the map.
And you do actually see Keen able to get the early pressure. Both of them also going for double Dorans, so really putting a lot of importance on maintaining early combat power and priority here. And right from the get-go, looks like a lot of pressure is being put here as Missing. As long as you keep hitting those feathers, you're going to be feeling amazing as the JDG bot lane.
Slane not going super well here for BDD, who's been under his turret and very low health for a very long time. Once again, trying to win out on these trades, but now that 369 is level 4, that's when the Renekton starts to feel a whole lot better. Because finally, moving down towards this bottom side, we'll see whether he can help out aiming in the heads.
Yeah, it looks like he wants to try and get in here, but Kanavi is already in the area. Cuz wasn't quite spotted there, so we'll be just ships passing the night, but it gives the opportunity for Cuz to get in behind this bot lane, who thinks they're safe because their own jungler is in that region.
I think Ruler is thinking about trying to get an extendo beam onto aiming here. KT not going to bite off more than they can chew. Happy just to scale things up by the looks. As Kanavi moves down towards his bottom side. BDD in trouble, though, as he goes into the Shroud. I think it might be time to go home.
I think, look, BDD will be fine. He'll reset. He'll get back. It'll be grand. Knight almost out of mana. Not going to get too much. I think the big explosion that we're going to see is going to be at this Rift Herald in about 3 minutes. When you look at like the top side of the map here for JDG, you want to try and play with this Renekton towards that Rift Herald. Try and beat the Jax at when he's got that power in the Renekton for 369. But honestly, Keen's been doing a great job of trading effectively. So I think at this stage, as long as JDG are able to play for that objective, get that, start to snowball, like bot lane, mid lane, that's how they want to try and open up this game.
We're also seeing that thus far, I think both junglers have been pretty well tracked. Seems like both teams are very aware, although this one might be a really good opportunity here. Keen not going to be ready for this. They're trying to set up the dive angle as well. 369, I don't know how close he is to 6. Dominus would be huge. Kanavi going to get spotted soon because he's on the other end of the wall.
He is on the gromp right now. Looks like Kanavi's not really looking for it. 369 trying to bait him in, and it's going to work. The Dominus comes out. There's the crash down. And Cuz is going to turn on. He flashes forward. Can they get it? No, they can't. First blood picked up by JDG. Immediately answered, though, by KT. And now the junglers are battling it out. But I think two tanks probably just going to have to walk away.
The kill going across the 369 is massive, though. Getting that early lead for the Croc is going to help out. Gets the orange spike. Whip will be able to come back into lane. And at this stage, Kanavi just wants to try and freeze this wave for when 369 gets back, but you can see Cuz is not going to let him get there.
Getting the crash is big, means that Keen at least will be able to maintain the CS lead, but thanks to the kill going over to 369, it means that at the very least, that gold is going to get equalized. And really good timing there from Kanavi. He is just a second later, or Cuz is a second earlier. That could have been a disaster, right? You saw the moment that Cuz shows up, the ability to stack the permafrost very quickly can be quite big. And hence, a lot of aggression here.
Yeah,
you invested as well.
Actually quite like this from KT. You could see that they were getting a little bit bullied by the positioning of Ruler earlier on. We're going to have a look at this one once again as the cavalry arrives from both sides.
And you can see here 369 was playing for that level 6. The second he hits it, Kanavi's in lane, but doesn't actually have access to Q right until that moment to get it back up to get the heal. Cuz able to flash forward to finish it off. Really well executed by JDG. And KT, they thought they were safe because Cuz got into the jungle and didn't spot Kanavi there.
There's also something we haven't touched on yet, is the fact that 369 still has his flash available, will allow JDG to set up possible aggressive plays toward a Herald. And particularly, I think, against things like the Akali, having that available can be quite big. Do see KT going for the Dragon Air. We do know post-6, this lane becomes a whole less fun for the Orianna.
Certainly does. Let's see. Kanavi's just walking in. He'll steal that away because Shattering Strike is pretty broken in that moment, and KT could do nothing.
Yeah, can't outplay. Yeah, you need to make sure that he doesn't get there. The moment that Rel actually shows up, there's nothing you can do. Really well done by Kanavi, and KT just stand there and watch him do it.
And I was about to praise KT for, they invest the heal on that like last trade, so Lehens gets the early reset, they get back, they get into a position where they have to wave push, they can go for Dragon. And then it all comes to naught. Kanavi with the steal right in front of their noses. And now as well, we're just highlighting, hey, look, well, Kanavi hasn't invested anything, so he's going to get to clear up towards his top side. And now you've still got control up there for 369. Push is going to happen in mid, and you'll be able to look for Rift Herald. Cuz needs to find some way to disrupt JDG right now.
Aiming getting a bit frisky here towards his bottom side. You can see our observers were ready for him to go a little bit further forward. Decides to hold back just a little, and we like it. As LCK fans, when aiming holds back just a little. Let's not elaborate on that one too much. And here on the top side, Keen continuing to have a slight gold advantage, but like you were talking about, Chronicler, 369 stacking this wave right now, it could start meaning that turret plates could start going over. Things like this is Missing's going aggressive. Ruler dives in, but he will get slowed down by the Glitterlance, buying some space here by Lehens. Really nicely disengaged by KT. We'll back away.
And if that knockup from Missing hits, 100% is going to be a big problem. You have a fight for the Herald, though.
Yeah, I have a feeling I know who's favored as far as the smite, but let's see whether the fight does actually happen. BDD over the wall. Backflip landing as now Keen will turn up. Knight in a bit of trouble as there's the ult forward from BDD. He's into the Shroud now. Can they actually get this one to work? Kanavi gets himself out. Perfect execution, shuts him down. And the Dominus is still going to be there. Keen is very low, and Knight is there to support the Crocodile. The flash forward. 369's gigantic. And BDD just has to get over that wall.
The big thing here as well, Missing joining the rest of the team. It's going to be a favorable kill trade for JDG. We'll see if KT can find a counterpunch on the other end. And it's that flash from 369 that ends up being a difference maker.
Yeah, and you called it out earlier, Chronicler. Having that there was going to be such a big move coming in towards that. I mean, we're still going to get another repeat, I feel like, at this Rift out in a couple of moments, but you could see how well KT were able to separate JDG as they went towards this one.
It's also do note, BDD picking up a kill was huge. On the Akali in particular, able to really make use of how slippery the champion is. But the fact that Kanavi extends the blade I think is really big. It forces BDD to go over the wall, meaning they don't have the damage to actually deal with 369. You got Sunzapa Keen, he doesn't have the cooldowns, and these levels, right, like if you're somewhere between level 6 and 9, Renekton He just wants to fight. He just wants to scrap because it's so hard to deal with.
It can now become an issue, though, for JDG on the opposite side. Like, KT, all their summoner spells, the flashes in particular, are back up now on your top side of the map. Because of the push you had on bot side, well, that opens up Lahens to move across. He is the heal. So, and that's where maybe 369's in trouble.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't have a flash. That is going to be the Winter's Wrath coming down. Permafrost doing some work there as Kanavi shows up. They realize they're not going to be able to win this 2v2. Crashes over the wall. KT not going to be able to grab the kill, but they send a message.
A lot of restraint being shown there by KT, not wanting to overinvest. Missing is here, but so is Lahens, and with 369 being sent back and not completing his back yet, looks like the Herald is in fact gonna go over to KT. Round 1, unsuccessful. Round 2, they'll be able to pick it up.
Great read from KT on just saying, hey, yes, you have some of these champions that might be more you better utilized at these early Rift Herald fights, but you burnt everything. Now Kanavi trying to match for Cousin this top side.
Yeah, Keen going aggressive once again. There's the Dominus, and Kanavi's going to turn up. Let's see how this fight is going to work. Great ult comes through from Cuz, and now Keen's trying to survive. It's not going to work out. Whoa! It doesn't work. We've seen this before in the last gank play, and once again, the tanks just walk away.
It's exactly the same play. 369 gets the kill, Keen goes down, and it's a 1-for-1.
I mean, it's a bit heartbreaking for Keen. The fact he's 0-3 off of what have been KT trying to execute some of these plays in the top side. And once again, we'll see the same again. Cuz at least will crash the wave, so then it won't happen. But Knight taking some damage from BDD.
Very nice. Does manage to land the backflip. Did have to invest the ult, though, because Knight had just teleported back. So BDD now able to get that health bar back up and running once again. Ruler going a little bit aggressive on his former teammate here. But he's just happily farming up these minions. Bit of a CS check. Culls have been completed. Aiming has sold his. We're going to also check out our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. It is, in fact, this bottom lane Aiming versus Ruler. Stats in favor of Aiming this tournament. We know what Ruler is capable of. And we just haven't got to games late enough for Ruler to really shine, I don't think. Dagda, that's kind of my opinion.
They also win in like one fight.
Yeah.
So like, how are you going to pump the numbers?
But that's the thing, right? Like, we've even seen it in this game where it's like JDG are focusing on their top side of the map. This is the way JDG play. It's played through 369, played through Knight, and on this one again, 369 just barely getting the heals that he needs. Kanavi just getting the interrupts in time to keep 369 up. And now you've got this Croc that is very far ahead of this Jax and going to be able to continue putting that pressure down. And you can look to leverage that now as JDG.
And that's even with Cuz like going for the double permafrost proc, right? Like really looking to get maximum damage there. And also with Keen flashing from Kanavi's crashdown. So really JDG able to play around this. Renekton might have a fight here towards the bottom half of the map. Aiming!
Yeah, there's the knock-up onto Aiming. He's trying to get out, does use everything, but does manage to escape. Lands there to help out as Cuz getting down here as well. Moonlight Vigil, decent amount of damage, but he can't really get in there. Decent Arctic Assault, but now the knock-up comes through, and this Sejuani's in a bit of trouble. Teleport to come forward, though. The Glacial Prison connects, and now it's BDD's going on a rampage. Aiming grabs a kill onto Kanavi. Ruler's still up, though, still doing a fair bit of damage. And Knight has made his way down as well, but that's a one fight for KT unless Cuz gets out. He's fine.
I mean, great turnaround from KT. The immediate teleport from BDD. Phenomenal answer. He picks up a kill for himself, and now Knight looking for more.
Oh, BDD, there's the flash over from Lahens. BDD doing a lot of damage. Perfect execution comes through. Ruler is there, and Knight, he's got Command Protect. That will keep the Zeri alive, and that was a lot invested.
That is going to be Lahens trading his flash for Knights. I think that's a trade you'll take any time of the day, particularly with that Akali in a side lane. A lot of pressure coming out. KT, they want to pull out ahead.
It's also just a case of accelerating this Akali to a position where she can threaten these backlines. I mean, great ult coming through, but the follow-up from Lahens, making sure they keep Aiming topped up. The Moonlight Vigil with the heal to make sure that Aiming can then follow up. And Cuz getting on towards Ruler, and even though Kanavi tries to set up the follow-up engage, with that TP coming behind, and Kanavi moving with his metal pants, he's waddling his way as quickly as he can, but it's just not enough. And Knight doing a bit of window shopping by the time he gets down as well, and only ends up burning his flash later on to try and follow up on the play.
Do see that JDG was able to get first towards this Drake, and KT, they're not going to contest it. Decide the better of it. This is the second Drake, not setting up any soul point as Keen TPs to our top side.
Yeah, sort of playing into that 1-3-1 style like you guys were illustrating earlier on. That being said, having control of Drakes is one of those prerequisites if you want to be able to play 1-3-1 generally, as Rift Herald is just going to get executed, and that is no extra money. Not the greatest one you've ever thrown down there, Cuz It's all right. We'll see whether he can get the Rift Scuttler. There we go. There's at least that.
I think Keen needs to leave fairly quick because there's a lot of members of JDG up here. Although it looks like with Cuz kind of spotting out exactly where JDG is, they'll buy just enough time for first tower to go across.
Successful Herald gets them a turret.
I like your optimism.
It's actually really cool to see because for KT, whoa, that's a Mascot lane economy snapshot. I was going to say, KT, what? They've kind of answered.
There's the 2 in the mid lane.
Yeah, nice. Yeah.
2 what? Just 2?
Shouldn't there just be
2 of them?
Just 2. 2 of what then?
2 of them.
2 of golds.
Yeah.
Yes, 2 of golds.
Yeah.
2 of golds.
It's like
in
the 3
lane
of hearts.
tonight.
It's like if you're playing the cards or something like that. Yeah, it's all fine. But
and I do want to throw out a little bit of a warning here for KT fans that might be somewhat enthused by the current situation in the game. We don't count chickens, especially not against JDG. How often do they fall behind early, Dagda? Like,
yeah.
How often do they not pull the trigger until they can get these 5v5?
I will say, though, Knight might be in trouble here as BDD's there. But I want to highlight, like, I think KT have really prepped for JDG as...
Ooh,
yeah, good.
Escape.
Wait,
Misses the
Missing's
dash
still here.
cannon, that's going to work out. Missing is here, though. And we'll see whether BDD can get out of that. He holds forward, dodges, gets out after the charm, and BDD's still alive. He's an actual ninja. It's happened.
What a play from BDD, styling on JDG in that bottom side, and buying enough time now. Cuz to get down to the bot lane to protect him, you've got push in mid. You're losing your top side camps here as Kanavi, as you can see with the Jax stealing away blue. KT are kind of running the game here.
Still got the cannon.
Yeah.
Kind of don't. Even Jonas Strong would be happy about that one. As Keen in the enemy jungle, I can see your face right now, Chronicler. He is not ready for this game to be a little bit KT favored. He's not ready. Can't handle it. He doesn't know how to analyze this whole situation. I'm going to have to commentate him because he's incapable of commentating.
I don't have as much
right now.
experience as you, okay? I'm not, this is not a familiar feeling for me. I do want to highlight that the investment of JDG towards the bot side actually ended up getting them the turret, ended up getting the flash. Or actually, turret is still standing. Sorry,
yeah.
That's on BDD. But outside of that, as you were saying, the immediate counterpunch from KT on the other end of the map gains them a small lead, but more importantly, gains them control of the tempo on top side, lets them take over the enemy jungle and set up for second Herald. Maybe this one will actually hit something.
It also buys them time to scale. Like, Jax wants to try and get towards 2 items. Thumbs up, he's in a great spot. Aiming having this Lulu in his pocket to try and help him, he's going to be in a great spot when he gets to 3 items. Like, KT have done a really good job of reading the way JDG played the map. So usually you see 369. If they're going to go, JDG are going for a play on bot lane, he'll cover the mid push. All right, cool. Keen walloping away in that top tower, gets the top tower. Like, KT have done their homework against JDG and are punishing them for what JDG traditionally do.
And it's also the way that KT dispatched of Gen G for the entirety of summer.
Yeah.
It's exactly the same type of style as the fog being toggled. Are they going to try and make a play?
Yeah, in goes Cuz. 369's pretty tanky, but Permafrost has stacked up. They get the teleport out, and KT say, no, not biting off more than that, and they will take the summoner spell.
Still a big win, particularly because the 103 aiming.
This is a bit of a problem. Aiming's going to flash, but they have their eyes set on Lehens, and Ruler will be able to take him down comfortably. It should be this turret falling as well, and like this teleport's going to work out. Cuz moving his way forward as well. Keen, Counter-Strike has been primed, and the Glacial Prison is going to land on a missing, but he's going to be able to battle dance his way away. He doesn't even have to here. The KT now bearing down on this outer turret mid.
Oh, they're going to try and get something out of this play because the teleport investment not really paying off just yet.
They do manage to get the turret here, but JDG, they form the Phalanx again. They should be able to defensively posture. They lose their turret, but they manage to take the other. Oh, they're very close to manage to take the other. They'll need to breathe on it a little bit later.
I mean, this is a good moment for KT, though. You get your reset. You're looking at Dragon in 30 seconds' time. You've just injected a bunch of gold into 2 of your carries, so I think they're in a great spot. Also, 369 committed his TP to bot lane, so no TPs at all for JDG on the upcoming play, and KT have the tempo advantage.
They have a ward, so he walked, I think Knight walked over the ward in jungle. Gotta assume that BDD had an idea that he might be waiting there. We will see, though. I think Ocean, particularly for a 1-3-1 comp, can be really big, allowing him to stay in side lane for much longer. 369, that's not an easy target. Looks like KT don't want to go for it, but we might have another fight on our hands here. Yeah. JDG, they don't have control right now, but I think they're going to be looking to contest nonetheless. Maybe Kanavi can steal again.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe they don't need control. Maybe they just need the horse to just wander away in there. As KT, 4 members here already set up. You can see BDD lurking in the sidelines. 369 goes in, aiming, trying to escape from the Crocodile. He'll get away, but lands. He may not be so lucky. Knight in trouble as well, though, as he flashes away. BDD trying to get into the Moonlight Vigil, flies forward, and Amy's going to lock down the first kill. Rule is dead as well as BDD. Perfect execution! And KT will tear JDG apart. Is this really happening?
And
It's only game one, but still, they're managing to win team fights.
And KT are able to absorb the initial blow of JDG. 369 goes in on aiming, but it's the Lulu that I think is the big difference maker. That plus the immediate response from aiming on Nephelio specifically. If your engage doesn't work out and you're stuck trying to get to him, you will not win the fight.
And watch this. As the ult from Missing comes through, Amy, Cleanse, Gale Force immediately buys space. The Hen's down with the ultimate to keep him topped up and the speed up to back it on up. And Knight has now been caught because he's been separated from his front Ryan. Ruler's already gone over the wall and burned Cleanse, which means when Keen goes in, Ruler's burst. Aiming has an amazing Moonlight Vigil to set things up. And the AoE from this Aphelios in the close quarter combat fight works out beautifully in favor of KT.
An absolute game of inches in that team fight, though, because if Missing is actually able to get the quickness over, especially aiming, but the rest of KT as well, that could just be a wipe straight up, and the game could just be done. That's soul point for JDG and all the trimmings. But not going to be the case here. Still, 5,000 gold is the lead here for KT. JDG still a few team fights left in them before this Nexus of theirs is going to potentially fall.
And one of the biggest pieces of criticism that is often levied towards BDD are his builds. Inventor of triple lifeline when you were still allowed to build. He's gone Death Gap second. He has one job, and that's to blow up whoever of Knight and Ruler is closest, right? The amount of roll damage that he's going to be able to output is
so he's wearing a hat,
insane.
a belt, and some shoes.
Yes.
He's a
Not
stylish
bad.
man right now.
Yeah, I'm really into that build. As Keen, he's finished off his cool green sword as well. And alongside the Divine Sunder, he's going to be doing a fair bit of damage as Missing. Moving forward, Ruler is going to be there, but of course, Cuz is pretty tanky as this bear.
I think the biggest thing this buys for you as KT is time on the map in side lanes. Like you can see at the moment, right? BDD with this stylish hat is now just pushing in completely on that top side. Keen also, I mean, he's got a sword on each hand, or at least a hammer in the other one. So he's going to be able to push in on bot.
I like this game.
It's really hard if you're a 369 to actually try and contest that. So at the moment, as long as KT are able to keep control over the 3v3 in mid, which they might actually catch JDG here, they should be okay.
Yeah, Missing able to get himself out with the grand exit. As Battle Dance as well, of course, you're pretty slippery as the Rakan. Kanavi throws a stab towards Cuz, and Cuz says, cool. Moves away, just clearing out vision. And of course, this is the homework that you have to do. When you're playing the 1-3-1, you need to be the team that has the vision around the Baron. Otherwise, very, very difficult to stop JDG from just taking that one. As Keen moving down towards this bottom side. And if this Jax wins in a side lane, that is part of your win condition complete. And so far, that is working out here for KT.
I think JDG are trying to essentially read where KT's next melee attack is. It looks like it might be on the top side, which is why JDG at the moment are just trying to see if they can clear out the vision in their own top side jungle and then shift it into river, separate the likes of BDD from the rest of his team. So he has to back away, opening up the opportunity for Knight to clear out these waves. And I think that's your biggest vulnerability. Like Orianna into the likes of an Akali. I mean, we saw for T1 and Gen G, right? Like, how good was Chovy at catching Faker out on the likes of this Orianna? If you allow this matchup to actually go head-to-head, BDD's going to smash Knight every single time.
Big thing as well going in is that as we get deeper into the game, KT right now obviously looking really good in items, but we did see against Weibo that they were not really able to find a very clean way to take full control of the game, right? They had one misplay on top side, and then that kind of slowed the game down. The one thing I'd be worried about for KT, if they are forced into a 5v5, is that Ruler, as we get deeper into the game, is going to become a bigger problem.
And that's why I think if you're looking at this, you need to try and get control over this midway.
Yeah.
The second you get pushed there, you can lean into top side, clear out the vision that's already been set up here and to back here, and then you're in a position where you can allow BDD to extend far. You can get control over the Baron. And at the moment, Keen is totally fine. I mean, he's incredibly slippery. You're not going to be able to catch him. So that's why I think you have to try and focus on controlling this 3v3 in the mid lane. And at the moment, they just haven't quite been able to keep Ruler from pushing out the waves.
Well, 369 losing out in this trade at the moment. The 0-3 Jax here from Keen, certainly feeling pretty scaled at this point in time. Extendo Beam not going to find Cuz here as JDG desperate to get themselves into this river to try and get some semblance of control. BDD lurking to the north, though. It's a bit scary here for JDG. They're just trying to gather themselves at this point in time.
And I do think that KT, like when they see, for example, someone on red buff with the ward, they need to try and pull the trigger. Keen did invest his ultimate, so should be waiting for that to come up as JDG are looking for an engager. And you see as well, JDG actually hold on pretty decently to the vision that they have, which means that KT can't use the fact that BDD and Keen both are hard winning inside.
Yeah, and I think the problem is as well as BDD is just hard pushing this wave a little bit too much. I think you need to sync up your waves so you can actually try and get that with mid and top and the same timer to invade on top side. We haven't got that. Now we've got a dragon, and now we've got an opportunity for JDG to maybe look for something, but Missing's tagged out.
Free items for aiming.
Keen also lurking here as 369 takes down the chickens. Still feeling like it's on a knife's edge. It's going to be second Drake for KT. Soul point opportunity, but of course JDG, not a lot of control of the river right now. I think giving it up is probably the right move. Live to fight another day. Or look to try and set up around this Baron, which could be an opportunity as well.
I think KT have played this incredibly well. It's like, hey, look, 369 isn't actually contesting bot wave. Right, let's just go and take Dragon. As long as we can keep the 4v4 or at least 3v3 in mid in our favor, they can't really push in to go for Baron. You can see it at the moment. Now that you know, okay, Dragon's gone, we can try and get some vision, but not having control over mid or top has made it impossible for JDG to contest Baron area.
BDD grabbing himself a stopwatch here, going to be very useful in the next team fight. Having a look at Knight, does have Ludens and Shadow Flame, a lot of damage availability. We were having a discussion about Orianna runes around the place yesterday. Did see some different options, but with the Shadow Flame, really like the Ludens choice here to make sure that these shockwaves pack as much punch as possible.
And Knight he's going to be looking for aiming, right? If he hits a shockwave, if they're able to actually lock down aiming, even with how strong Keen and BDD are, you got to imagine that at least one of 369, Knight or Ruler, will be able to survive the fight and go from there. Do note also the Knight's Vow on Cuz, which I assume has been put on aiming. Try and keep him alive throughout the initial burst that might come through from JDG.
Well, they're bearing down on this very, very injured turret. Can a turret get injured?
Never stood a chance.
Damaged? I'd say damaged is probably the word that we could go for.
Oh, BDD.
Lurking, just trying to find these angles where he can. Control ward goes down. BDD, I think, knows that there are a few too many bad guys over that wall. He is going to go away. JDG gets some control of their topside jungle. Maybe just for a moment, though, as Cuz looking to clear it out immediately. Vision coming through here as Missing's always looking for these angles. BDD might be the target. You can really feel it. JDG just trying to find someone that's caught out of position. Try and get that one pick to try and find an angle. KT have already started off the Baron, though. It's down to 50% health. Missing has no idea. Kanavi's going to move forward. The teleport's going to come in. Can Cuz manage to lock this down? He just walks in. Oh, but this time Cuz gets the smite. The Magnet Storm comes through as well, but KT are just standing their ground. Kanavi ripped to shreds. BDD grabs one. And 369 JDG are just running for the hills. BDD's flashing forward. Knight, 5-point strike after 5-point strike, and the Shuriken is going to land. BDD grabs a double, and KT get the Baron and the kills.
KT are smurfing on JDG in this game, slowing down the pace, keeping control of the map, and picking up the Baron in the face of Kanavi. They may actually look to end it here.
I feel nothing. This is nothing happening as they push on forward.
Yeah, Missing's gonna die. Ruler, the last man standing there, is 5 seconds left on Kanavi, but I don't know whether it's going to be enough. The teleports are coming in. KT gonna take down the first inhibitor of the game. And they're looking for Nexus turrets now. Kanavi thrown around like a ragdoll. Good double knockup, but the follow-up's not there from Missing, and Ruler is executed. That's going to be that. KT, off the back of an exemplary performance, will take game number 1 over JDG. We're only just getting started now, though.
And KT leads the series 1-0. The clear underdog coming in. It's just a single game, but it does mean that the series might not be going the way that some people expect. A KT, a team that thrives when the expectations are low, and coming in to today, they definitely are. Still should be. I want to stress that.
I will say, though, I mean, a win on red side, a win that came through off of being able to manage Kanavi with Cuz tracking him incredibly well, being able to find success in that top side and matching a lot of those plays, giving the kills across. Like, this is KT came to play and JDG were caught off guard.
Yeah, I'm still a little bit gobsmacked, but ladies and gentlemen, throughout Worlds, we're teaming up with Amazon Web Services for a new campaign called Take the Drake for Water's Sake. For every ocean drake taken, AWS will make a donation to water.org. Our goal is to help water.org bring clean water to more than 70,000 plus people. Currently, 34 ocean drakes have been slain since Worlds 2023 Swiss stage began, and it was an ocean soul today. Absolutely fantastic. And now it is time to head it over to the post-match to see what the KT fans are managing to do with themselves at this point in time. So I'm not sure.
They have calmed down a little bit, but I have to say, just mere moments ago, this platform was shaking a lot, wasn't it?
From nerves.
From nerves.
That was me shaking my leg.
I'm not saying anything. It's just a visceral reaction to what happened, but I mean, for the underdogs, what a great start, Laure.
Yeah, intriguing approach, both in draft and in game. I didn't expect them to be that explosive, and I really like the way they approach JDG, because for me, they play specifically into JDG's weaknesses, but also onto what made them strong this summer in the LCK, Emily.
Yeah, and as we pull up the draft, I think the big thing here was definitely Cuz's early game. Like, we didn't really mention it at the top of show, but I actually think Cuz has been the best performing jungler here thus far. And the way, like how instrumental he is to KT's early game on something like the Sedge. We saw him going top over and over again, and even when those like skirmishes and fights didn't necessarily work out the way that they wanted, it did set up Keen for success later on in the game, and combining that Sedge-Jax combo was really, really good for KT.
And that's not something that I expected, right? Because we've been talking about how they should set up aiming, especially in the bot lane. I love the Aphelios approach here. I had doubts as to Lehens would be able to match up into this kind of scenario against JDG's bot lane. But you know that when you're going to play this Jax Sejuani, you're going to have to pass top lane. I had some doubts at first because they set up one dive, don't go for it. JDG get the upper hand here, but they kept on coming again. And even though Cuz was the one getting the resources, they managed to fuel onto Keen in the end. And I think this is when things change, Emily, because they have to play in reaction when they should have the upper hand. And in the end, yeah, Keen doesn't end up having the kills, but he was not too left far behind.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think what JDG would have wanted from this top side, despite the fact that it was split map and JDG had the bot side while KT had top, was the fact that they were still able to get some things out of this trade. So the Renekton never felt like he was super far ahead. And when it got to mid and late game, no one could stand up to this Jax in side lanes. And also no one could stand up to BDD's Akali once he got going.
Yeah, exactly. They had side lane prio in both lanes. But this game, I just love the confidence coming out from KT because they scrapped with JDG at every single turn. They did not back away from a team that is considered the best in the world at this kind of game. They just went at him again and again and again.
Yeah, and I think the important thing for me is that it comes in these small skirmishes, right? And not the 5v5 fights. They didn't really contest JDG in massive 5v5s until they were set ahead from these skirmishes.
And I think what is important then is that when it did come to bigger fights, KT was still ready, even though everyone was going for aiming. They wanted to kind of stop the fight from KT before it even started, but that was not successful.
Exactly. It all came down to this third dragon fight here. JDG, we're losing out on some skirmishes, but they had grabbed the first two dragons, and to set this up, it was going to be all about aiming. You look at the summoners, he's missing his flash. He was over on this side. He does actually have the cleanse available, but we're going to roll this, and you can see where 369 is coming. 369 had his flash available. Missing also had his flash available. I'm sorry it doesn't actually show that, but it's all about the plan to actually burst down the AD carry here, and we're going to see how JDG try to execute on this, on how KT are going to be able to handle it. So 369 on the flank, he has it swept out. Flash stun right there immediately, and then watch as Missing is going to pile in. They're all going to be going for the backline here to try to take down Aiming. But look at the Gale Force, creates the space. The knock up from the Lulu as well. Aiming pulls back, and they can only really knock down Lehens. And you see on the other side, look at BDD, look at Keen, crushing Knight, who's trying to follow up on this play. He's trying to stay connected with his Recon to get back there so he can land a shockwave on this AD carry. They full send it on him, but they can't actually connect. And then once Aiming finds this moment to reset, JDG try to pull back into this area up here. But look at this ulti that's coming through from the Aphelios. Look at BDD that's flanking him from the other side. Keen coming up as well. Lehens has escaped. And JDG gets straight up out team fought by KT. They win the fight, they get the dragon, they stop the march to Seoul. And to me, this was the game defining moment. And this is the moment that I sat up in my chair and I'm like, they can take JDG in a series if they can keep playing like this.
Oof. And that's really what I like compared to the games that they played previously in the Swiss stage, where this was specific around objective setup that they were playing sloppy. They were like, okay, they got the early game, they got the mid game, but they can turn everything onto a sloppy fight. But here, they take care of the vision. They're really clean in the way they approach the fights and the flanks. And more than anything, they play to their comp strength, which is something they haven't been doing all the time.
They played very well throughout the entire game. Emily, we were looking at the post-game breakdown as we relay that JDG has selected the blue side going forward.
Yeah, and I think the big thing here, you can also see it, is that Jax for Keen, right? We saw it, you pointed it out in the fight, Azale. One of the big difference makers in that was not only that they were able to keep Aiming alive with the Lulu ult, but also the fact that Jax just jumped onto Knight, chunks him below half health, I believe, and that essentially separates the fight in a really bad way for JDG. So they were using that advantage they did get topside from the split map pressure to be able to win that 5v5.
Even though KT were the underdogs and we were keeping the fans from getting a certain E-word, maybe we are a little. It's KT that draw first blood in this best of 5 over JDG. We'll take a quick break. I'm also excited. And we'll be right back.
Stop.
A team against a king. Seeing against believing. A moment against a moment for the ages. Countless battles, one arena. The realm. The only thing capable of powering the game, the stage, the broadcast, and the worldwide spectacle we know and love. AKA the Cisco Network.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon.
That is a good plan. Glenn?
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney Bundle. It's your Verizon.
How do we keep holding on? Lights flicker from afar. I'd rather stay in the dark if I'm with you. I don't need the world. Keep me close, safe and sound. More than two is a crown when I'm with you. Time is passing, it knows no manners. I'm fine. finding comfort and hope.
Middle of the night, everything keeps passing by, just passes us by. But we're young and wild, we stay awake just to feel alive under city lights. Nothing can change our minds, yeah, people might ask us why, but don't be shy, can change our minds. Blinded by neon lights, so beautiful in the night, so be mine under city lights. Da 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 da. So be mine under city lights. Middle of the night, everything keeps passing by, just passes us by. But we're young and wild, we stay awake just to feel alive under city lights. Nothing can change our minds, yeah, people might ask us why, but don't be shy, can change our minds. Blinded by neon lights, so beautiful in the night, so be mine under city lights. Da 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 da. So be mine under city lights.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for game number 2. KT versus JDG. 1-0 for KT as it stands. But of course, this is a best of 5. Anything could happen as we move further on. And now it is time to jump into picks and bans. Gentlemen, the adaptations. What are we looking for here?
I actually was going to wonder, is JDG going to remain keep that Rumble ban in place? Because I do think that even given how good 369 is on more facilitative top laners, Rumble to me is such an insanely strong pick that you can easily first pick here on the blue side. Sejuani though is paying straight respect to cause. His Viego and Sejuani throughout the entirety of summer were the 2 champions where he looked so much better. And even on other champions, he was perfectly serviceable, but it was those 2 that really were the scourge of the LCK.
And I think even in the last game as well, he did such a good job. You could see how comfortable he was in the pick, setting up for a lot of these counter plays that Kanavi was going for, and even just trying to play through the double melee mids that he had, but our mid and top. But immediately Nico's going to slip through the draft, as that was the ban that Sejuani was dropped for, and it's going to be picked up for Knight in that mid lane.
A lot of teamfight power here. BDD now going to opt in for an Orianna of his own. Of course, extremely practiced on this particular champion, much like most mid laners in League of Legends. Although, could just be a run back of that Aphelios once again. We'll see what KT do decide on. First, aiming's priority, and then could just be that mid lane lock-in.
And this is KT, if they do go for the Orianna, opting in for a more teamfight-oriented style. Obviously, they were able to win teamfights, but it was after they were really good about securing leads throughout the map, having a couple of good 1-3-1 moves, right? Being able to trade very favorably when it comes to turrets. And this time around, might not be as easy. I really like the Vi. I think Vi Nico is really good at punishing Orianna. We have seen Oriannas really struggle when they are very far behind, set far behind in lane.
I'm curious if we now get the Rakan follow-up as well, just to add to that, hey, we're going in hard, and we're going to try and catch many of yous with this combo. The only downside to that is kind of what we saw in the last game, where more of these AD carry bans come through, and then you have this Aphelios that's just able to scale and pop off in the later points of the game.
And I'm wondering if Cuz wants to go back to Wukong. It was actually Kanavi that picked us, I think, into the Vi earlier on, and with the Orianna, could be a dangerous combo here on R3.
Or do they prioritize the Lulu, which has been left up and available, or the Lehens Renata angle? This could certainly feel a little bit like flavor of the tournament, especially at this end of it. Renata, something that Lehens has been fantastic on many, many times, mostly with Ruler, to be perfectly honest.
Also allows you to keep alive whichever target Vi's go for, right? So you're able to absorb the initial burst, and we've already seen how deadly this lane can be. KT really taking a lesson from what we saw yesterday by BLG as well.
And makes it very hard even for the Rakan to operate in the lane, so I love this. I think it's such a smart pickup, and we're starting to see it creep through more and more. We were talking about the LPL counter picks at the start of the day, but it's been Lehens that has definitely been in a great spot with the Lulu, now the Renata, bot lane Prio. You're going to have some good control over mid as well. I think this is where KT can try and see if they can find the same team fight prowess that they had in game 1 coming into game 2.
Well, Kai'Sa and Zeri both taken away. Ruler going to have to go to something different here as we move to his pick in this draft. Poppy taken away from Cuz certainly could provide a lot of value, as there goes the Rel that Kanavi piloted in the last game.
And Viego is open, but it doesn't really feel like a Viego draft. With the Orianna, we'll see what Cuz actually ends up picking up.
I thought they might just go back towards the Jax here, especially since 369 didn't look particularly comfortable in that last matchup. Get that for yourself. Maokai is also up and available, but I think, okay, well, yeah, it's just going to immediately go for the Viego. I kind of agree with what Chronicler was saying, though. This doesn't really feel like the angle to go for it. You don't really have a huge amount of setup on your fight at the moment. It's a lot more like, hey, we're going to absorb pressure, whereas Viego wants to try and have these split out skirmishes where he can actually start to get rolling, which I don't think is what KT are going for.
Well, the Jinx certainly fits into Ruler's wheelhouse. They are going to lock that one away. Alongside Rakan, a little bit more aggressively flavored than what we've seen in other Jinx lanes, often paired to the Tahm Kench this tournament. Aatrox to be locked in for 369, feeling very 369, especially this tournament, man. Oh my goodness, he's been so good. KT, what is going to be this R5 for Keen?
We haven't actually seen the Cassante really be contested, and I feel like the Aatrox coming up has been such a big part of that because it's such a good matchup into it.
Also, I mean, great matchup, Karsten or Renekton. This used to be a matchup where you'd look and go, hey, whoever gets that first blood or gets the advantage starts to snowball it, but the more and more we've seen this at Worlds, it just feels like you get the Gore Drinker, you get the Sterix, and Renekton can't do anything against this Aatrox regardless of kind of what state we're at. So I think 369 picking up this Aatrox kind of shows what we've been starting to see more and more in quarterfinals, is that this Aatrox just starts to take over games.
Very interesting situation, because KT, a very different draft to what we saw in game number 1. You're going to have to go toe-to-toe with these team fights. But also, they have, once again, a very similar bridging mechanism from the early game into the mid and late with that Renekton paired with the Viego.
And to me, the main difference is specifically BDD's role in this draft, because you actually do have, again, a strong top 2v2. I do think that JDG this time around is a lot scarier, and I think that Nico really changes how a lot of those early skirmishes will play out. But it is, again, you know, Renekton and Viego can set up for the stun for each other, get the early resets, and then a strong bot lane that should have priority, even though in the last game we saw it did kind of go back and forth depending on jungle attention. Very different look, though, for KT. It was their 1-3-1/1-4 in the first game. The way they played the map, that was able to get them the leads. This time around, though, looks a lot more like a straightforward teamfight composition.
I agree with everything the Chronicler is saying, though. I think...
Oh, thanks. Thanks, Dad.
I think looking at this, it is 100% the mid-jungle matchup. I think it's just a case of Kanavi having that control with the Nico, and then when you look at an Orianna Viego, it's not exactly screaming, we're going to take your fight, we're going to absolutely destroy it, and I think that's where a huge amount of that JDG focus is going to be.
And it's also going to have to really be a change when it comes to what BDD is going to be playing like. In this game, he's not on Assassin this time around, but he is on Summoner's Rift. Here we are for game number 2. JDG looking to fight back once again on the blue side here. They're looking for that golden road, looking for that Summoners Cup. And remember, you can log in to your Riot account on lolesports.com. You can watch Worlds live to earn exclusive Worlds emotes and icons.
So in a highlight, Ruler actually there in the fountain flexing the Samsung Galaxy icon.
I know. Shout-outs to his current coach, right? Like, homie was on Samsung White and Blue, helping those teams when they won Worlds back in Korea a long time ago, 2014.
It's also one of my favorite parts. It's like seeing these little moments. We had it yesterday as well. Viegao flexing Chovy's own emote at him as Chovy was getting run
flashing
over.
Top Esports as well. It's
I love those little moments. Shout outs to former teams or former rivals. Peanut, I think, also showcased the LGD one.
Yep, he loves the LGD one. He uses that all the time. Not quite as much as his Penguin one.
It's funny because you think he'd want to forget that time.
Well, I mean, yeah. Let's just move on from that because I think forgetting sounds like a good idea. As KT is going to try and get this lane in order towards the bottom side. Bit of a treat, to be honest. The Renata piloted by Lehens here. But Lehens has had some ups and downs, most definitely, throughout this season and especially throughout this this tournament as well, and especially the playoffs back in the LCK.
Yeah, it was Lehens dying like multiple times level 1 in that series that I think gave a lot of the early momentum over towards T1. Ended up being the downfall of KT, even with how close that series was. Keen actually able to get some early pressure going. And I do agree with you. I think this is still a very volatile top lane where whoever gets an early lead should be able to run with it. The main thing that I think is really interesting, though, and I think that LPL teams have been able to do this the best within the tournament, is the way that if you look at this, you're like, there is no real front line. But Aatrox has basically been utilized as a straight-up frontline, right? We've seen the teleport plays from 369 specifically.
369 himself.
The moment that Sterix is done, really being able to be aware of how much damage you can take with the Gore Drinker, with the Sterix, and still providing space for, in this case, Ruler as well as Knight.
And it was Ruler back in, you know, some of the 200 years meta that we did see with Aphelios, really making the Jinx look like a great counter into it as well. His Jinx has been a treat for many, many years. We're looking forward to seeing how he's going to be able to utilize it, something that other players here at Worlds have already shown some success on.
And I think it's going to make team fights a little bit more difficult for KT, because a huge amount of what they wanted to do was, hey, we want to try and kite back, absorb the pressure with Lehens, with BDD, so you're running into the Orianna ball, and then we can pounce, right? But when you look at, okay, well, we've got Nico, can kind of just throw out a couple of things. You've now got this long range on the Jinx as well. It's going to make it a little bit more difficult for you to find those moments.
They don't know. He's managed to sneak in. Cuz now looking for that opportunity. Knight, can he actually find it? Shape Splitter comes through to confuse them, but they will not be confused this time. First blood goes to Cuz, and KT are on the board.
And it's Cuz's pathing there is able to clear full towards top, and then just sneak by. A second later, he gets spotted, and Knight doesn't go down.
And Cuz has had an exceptional Worlds. Like, every single time, it's been a focus on smart pathing from him. The picks that he gets in the early stages. The fact he's able to get just barely past Kanavi after clearing out his jungle. It's great opportunities from Cuz that are being exploited here, and KT get first on the board.
Knight did have his teleport, so he makes it back to lane. BDD also fresh off a reset, and it was Cuz that picked up the kill. Sometimes you'll say that a jungler getting killed, not a great thing. When it's Viego, I think you're pretty psyched about it. The ability to get resets in these fights, the fact that Bailout can also help try and turn those tides even easier. Looking forward to seeing what Cuz can make of this slight advantage.
It's also just trying to get into that mid lane before JDG do, right? Because you can see here, Cuz he's cleared out his entire jungle and wraps back around to this bottom side to sneak in just ahead of the vision. Man. It's so well played. And here you can see BDD struggling against Knight. Knight using the range read really well, getting those tangle barbs, but with the flash here from Cuz, they're able to secure that kill and strike first in a lane that JDG want to be playing around, and getting that early success for BDD means he can get the No Magic Mantle on reset.
Yeah, because particularly in the early game, Nico is so oppressive to play into with the constant poke from Yaku with Airy, and it's there where you really want to try and maintain as big of a lead on the Orianna, because BDD, he just wants to get through lane, right? The moment you get out of laning phase, even though I don't think there's an amazing ball delivery system on his team, Renekton will do in a pinch. But as soon as you are able to get through that laning phase, particularly against the Vi and Nico, you're going to be feeling pretty decent. We'll see though, because I do think that at 6 there'll be another opportunity for Kanavi and Knight as this Drake being started up.
they're fighting super hard for bot lane prio. I think Cuz wants to try and commit to this. Kanavi has to hop out of the pick because you can see with the Infernum on bot side, they can't really go for Dragon. So Cuz now going to find Knight, but just able to back away.
Yeah. Blooming Burst will connect, but doesn't get the snare. And KT, the Dragon, very angry, has actually given a lot of attention to a lot of different players as they've traipsed up this river. He's going to go back to the pit now and is going to calm down. Ruler moving forward, looking for a bit of that splash damage. Should be able to find it there, aiming just playing respectfully here on this bottom side, as once again, Kanavi going to start up this Drake, is missing. Just handshook all over the place.
Oh, this time around, though, I don't think KT can contest. Knight actually getting the prio. Early Drake might be going over. KT, they are still moving up, though.
Level 5 for Lehens doesn't have that hostile takeover, as now they're looking for the fight. Grand Entrance is going to connect. There's the Pop Blossom onto Cuz. They know exactly who they want. Bailout not going to connect. Flash. And aiming has to flash to get out. Lehens going to do the same thing. The Zap is going to be blocked by the Renata, but that is still just a pickup for JDG, and they get the Dragon.
You called it, Atlas. They knew their target the second they went in there. They turn on Cuz because he'd already burnt that flash. They pick off the Viego, and they're trying desperately to kill Missing on the way out, but with Shockwave going wide, there's no one to follow up.
Yeah, really good. I think it was the, I don't know who flashed out of the Shockwave, but that might have denied the kill. And here, if Cuz is level 6 and he has his ultimate, this play doesn't work, but JDG identify that's not the case. And as we look here, yeah, Kanavi flashing out, Missing not being hit. And even if Kanavi gets hit, I don't think they have the damage. BDD, this is very early on, as you were saying. No Magic Mantle, great to get early Merc Treads. Not great if you want to try and burst down a target. And KT gets a little bit overeager.
Well, Keen is also pretty eager here towards this top side. World Ender in trade for the Dominus. And both top laners are going to back away.
Keen's been controlling this matchup, though. I mean, look at the CS lead. He's been doing a great job of shoving in waves, trying to see if he can get a couple of chips on this plate damage. And with both ultimates being burnt there, the next question becomes, okay, well, can 369 trade back effectively so you can look towards things like the Rift Herald? BDD already in position, trying to get vision down, trying to spot out exactly where Kanavi is on the map.
And with all this action towards the mid and bottom side of the map, it's actually been Keen that's really been reaping the rewards. He's up almost like 600 gold there towards the top side in the isolated 1v1. The Aatrox definitely going to struggle a little bit early. But I do got to say, I'm pleasantly surprised by Keen. I think that he was one of the weakest parts of KT thus far, as Kanavi meets yet again.
Yeah, lurking in the mist is Cuz, is Kanavi. But that opportunity, of course, never in too much trouble. Actually, just going to say thanks for the leash.
Look at the bot lane.
And yeah, we do have Ruler moving up. Knight already here in this river. And Missing also there as well. So it looks like this Rift Herald should just go over to JDG. Not a lot here that KT can do about it. And Ruler already packing his bags, moving back down towards this bottom side to try and deny some of these plates, or at least pick up some of this CS.
Missing, because of the fight at Dragon and they picked up the wave, had the level 6 advantage. So Lehens just picked it up off this wave that they pushed in, but JDG knew that with the push advantage and the level advantage on the support, they would have been able to contest. So KT back away, Ruler catches the wave, and we'll have to see now if this Rift Child is going to make its way to the bottom side, because I think you kind of need to accelerate this Jinx into a position where she can get 2-3 items, start to take over in that bot side and pick up more and more of these plates and get ahead.
So also, we haven't talked about it yet, but Aiming did end up starting, of course, the Shockwave.
In this mid lane. Knight taking a lot of damage. Cuz also lurking around the side, but it looks like Knight will just be able to walk his way out. No flash needed. No harm, no foul.
But the fact that Aiming does have the call, whereas Ruler doesn't, does mean that even with the CS lead, I think the gold will be pretty even between the two. It was really nicely done by JDD because of how quickly Ruler and Missing actually rotate towards bot, plus the fact that there was a cannon available. It means Ruler doesn't actually end up missing anything. KT don't even get a plate for giving up the Herald, and JDG win on both sides. Although Keen, still very happy.
Big old Crocodile here towards his top side. Grabs his second plate. It is very, very nice. So, some good news, but things still extraordinarily even as this game chugs on. And when I'm looking at this and an even game state, I'm thinking that the team with Jinx is feeling pretty good about just moving further forward. Range so good in these team fights later on, and they have so much peel available with Pop Blossoms, Cease and Desist, things like that. As Cuz on a ward here towards this bottom side. JDG just wasting a lot of his time here. Kanavi moving in as well.
Knight's on the way.
Yeah, there is the handshake, but it doesn't actually stop it. Teleports to come in. Lehens is trying to bail himself out, but it does not work. And now Knight's looking for the opportunity. Cease and Desist onto BDD, and he gets picked up by the Pop Blossom. Has to flash. Moonlight Vigil is going to miss! and Aiming cannot find it. BDD is now running for the hills. He needs a dissonance if he wants to get out of this one. Dodges the zap, and that should be enough.
It's a disaster for KT. In game one, they managed to turn around the bot lane play, but JDG were ready this time. Knight has first move. They collapse onto bot, and that's a bunch of gold that's gone into the hands of the LPL #1 seed.
And really big there is that, oh, BDD.
Whoa. The snare is not going to land. BDD's going to have to continue his work. Double shockwave does come in. Dissonance damage is decent as well, but he still has to get out.
Yeah, BDD, even though he's able to get out of there, as the traps will keep Ruler safe. Teleporting into the middle of that if you're a Kali, great. Yeah. Definitely gonna work out. But you see here, as Orianna, it just doesn't have the same early impact as 369. Feeling confident here, is not doing too hot when it comes to the items, but maybe hoping Keen overinvest, still gonna catch the wave. These early skirmishes, though, going the way of JDG is a really big difference from the previous games. Kanavi standing here, watching KT start this up, trying to equalize the Dragon score.
Should mean with the man advantage that KT have. Oh, never mind. Missing is still just diving into the back of this pit. Ballbreaker is being charged. There it is. Oh, the secure does come through from Lehens. Missing, not going to quite find the engage he was looking for, though. Cuz going very, very low. It's a Hex Soul. This is going to be a big one, but the fight is still going. Keen turns up. Missing's trying to get out with the grand entrance. Keen, can he find an angle? The answer is no! And Missing just traipses his way out of that one.
And the entire time, 369 is pushing the top side. He's going to be able to get some of the plates that are on this top end tower and even up that matchup. Dragon goes the way of KT, but they just couldn't quite get the kill on Missing.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the investment, really if worth the investment, right? You spend the teleport, spend the flash on Renekton, which we know is a really big cooldown as BDD. Kanavi trying to get on top of him, but not going to catch him, the speed up enough to get him out. But it will still be a win for JDG, right? They still zone away the Orianna. We'll be able to get the plates over the night and pick up some jungle camps. Good counter swing from JDG.
And now the question is, how do they want to try and use the fact that you have this teleport for 369? But we're going to get back into this bot lane fight, because immediately with Knight having that roam from mid, Missing feels confident to go in, gets the charm onto 2, sets it up into Amy to blow that initial cleanse. And then this TP, as Chronicle was saying, I mean, way too far forward for BDD. Knight's just able to walk in between everyone, and with Amy not having any opportunity to try and escape away, and the just missing on that Moonlight Vigil, sets up beautifully then for JDG to turn that fight.
I'm wondering if that's a blessing in disguise, though, because if that hits and Cuz like baits in BDD to go in, I think Ruler could have ended up picking up a bunch of kills. Still gonna not feel great for KT, though. JDG, this time around, they're surviving the early onslaught of KT. And with the early game that even, you gotta imagine, as you were saying, I think KT still have a lot of scaling elements with the Orianna and the Aphelios, but the range advantage of Jinx can be so hard to play into.
I mean, but game one, we would have said JDG had the better team fight composition, but KT outplayed it in the moment. Now, it looks like JDG a little bit more angry than the last game, I will say, and been doing a great job of turning around a lot of these early skirmishes. But KT have proven today that there are no pushovers, and JDG will have to throw everything at them to try and find this. Now with Flash coming back up for Knight, and also having that control on top side, you can see how much more active JDG want to be in pushing KT back, starting to get control of these towers and plates, and looking at this Rift Trail in 20 seconds.
Well, Lehens looking for a little bit of that logistics program. Keen taking a bit of damage here. Full combo from 369 is going to be good onto the Renekton, but just wants to get to this lane to pick up these minions where he can. Feels like 369 just feeling better and better in this matchup. Doesn't quite have his mythic as Lehens taking a lot of damage here as Knight does catch him out. Might have been a little bit of a switcheroo maneuver there, as Keen once again going to be chained up as he's just wandering through the lane, getting these Calder Meeks off, and Good Ward is here for JDG, giving them all of the information that they could need.
That's like the 4th time. I really think that the biggest difference between this game and the last is how well JDG is able to keep track of Cuz. On this Viego, they have been able to, I feel like right from the get-go, lane wards consistently. As we take a look at lane economy snaps, as a result, Kanavi being able to build up a huge lead.
And it's a very different one here from Mastercard in comparison to game number 1.
Yeah, and I think it speaks volumes of what Chronicle was just saying. The fact that, well, Cuz can't really be that front line, but can do damage if he finds Kanavi.
Yeah, Kanavi not taking that much just yet, but Lehens is in Cuz's back pocket. 369 has caught out Keen. He's trying to get to the team fight to help out the rest of KT. The Rift Arrow getting involved as well. Missing, just going to get over that wall, should be A-okay. Maybe it's not Shellfish on the menu outside of the little one, just outside the front door of Shirley. Of course, the name for the second Rift Herald.
Something we haven't discussed really yet is the fact that we are looking at a Hextech Rift, both for like champions like Aatrox and Nico, and the Renekton can be a really big boon as KT are looking to contest.
Yeah, it's a 5-man unit here from KT. Lehen's looking for the avenue, doesn't get it with the handshake as they're giving up on Shane. Finds 4 into the back line and now missing. He's going to layer that CC, aiming lands some damage, but it's not going to save this massacre from JDG. BDD's going to flash, but 369 is still looking for more, and JDG win another team fight.
Knight says, BDD, you had your moment in the last game. Might have a bit of a moment now as Kanavi.
Yeah, Kanavi going to go back in.
No way!
No way! Of course he's flashing in. That used to be the ruler position. This time he's taking names.
And it's JDG taking down KT. They get the Rift Herald. They get the fight. They get the mid lane tower. JDG have come alive in game 2.
And it's Knight that sets up the play, but it's Ruler that's the one getting all the rewards. A 4-man knock-up. And from that point on, missing with the follow-up, ensuring the health bars are already so low. Lens has to bail out himself. That's when you know a fight is a bust.
And this is the thing, JDG had already cleared out all the vision behind them. They'd moved in to KT's red buff to contest it, so there's no vision to spot out Knight as he came in. He even teleported to the minion wave, not the mid-wave terror to finish that one off, so he can get that swing in. And then just the end, I mean, KT, they tried to get something back, but they just couldn't do it.
And you can see JDG, they are not ready to fully celebrate just yet. They're not standing up, they're not moving further forward.
It was a solid half squat though.
It certainly was.
Exactly the right level of celebration.
I think so, especially for a best of 5, especially when the stakes are this high. Trying to pave that golden road. They're gonna have to win 3 of them out of the 5 potential. As Cuz gonna give up this streak. The first Hextech gonna go over to JDG here. Kanavi getting some free time with it.
And something we haven't already discussed yet, but I do think we're starting to see some of the issues with the KT composition is that there is no hard engage. Like, actually reliably picking someone up becomes really hard, and with compositions like this that are really good at absorbing an initial blow, but have a really tough time outside of picking people to start fights, JDG has really been able, I think, to navigate around. There's been so many occasions already where you see, like, Keen on his little crocodile legs running after someone's like, I'm gonna start the fight, guys, I'm doing my best, but as long as JDG respects the very limited engage range, it's hard for KT to force fights on their own terms.
Especially now that this is JDG's comfort zone. Mid lane towers down, right, we know how to play this out, lads. Push in mid, set up your vision on whatever side of the map you want to start taking these towers. We got Knight on bot side, fantastic, let's play towards him. Now we rinse and repeat, reset, push mid, go top side for that last tower. You'll see 369 going to collect this top wave and probably immediately reset himself to then go to that bot side. 369 and JDG are so good at playing out these states of the map that it's going to be tough for KT to find those moments to answer back.
Feels like going through the motions here for JDG. That last team fight certainly could be a big turning point, that big moment where now the gears just lock into place. KT, they're pretty good at ruining gears. You know, this is a team epitomized by a roller coaster. So we'll see what they're going to be able to do to it. As Kanavi not going to find the ball breaker, but Keen going to have to slice his way out. Grand Entrance not going to find the target, missing. Still, he can lurk around, he can zone them away, and they're still going to grab the turret.
Yeah, it's a flash invested, but they do get a turret because of the fact that the rest of KT needs to respect, so I think you'll take that.
Unlocking Hex
nonetheless. I like it. Yeah, good point.
Got to make sure you get that value.
Also, just the value that this Jinx has at the moment is absolutely absurd. 2 items now completed. She'll be quickly working up towards that rapid fire cannon. Ruler is poised to take over this game, and nice, trying to see if he can take over against BDD.
Yeah, another shockwave to come through here from BDD as Pop Blossom comes down. BDD might just be okay with it. Super Mega Death Rocket will be avoided, and now the Clockwork wind up. Can he find the attack? There it is, and 369, he wants to get this kill over to Ruler. He's running as fast as his little legs can carry him, but it's Kanavi that is going to end up taking him down. Still a 1-for-1, and he wins the solo kill there against Knight.
And the summoner spell advantage. JDG had to TP 369 in, so they lost control on this top side, and immediately KT respond. Shoving mid, getting control of this jungle. Kuz will be spotted here though, but I think he's going to be all right.
Yeah, missing, just trying to do what he can to frustrate Kuz here. Doesn't have enough damage. Does Kuz? or doesn't have enough of an ability to lock down a Rakan. It's not very many champions do.
It says a lot about the state of the game as well, that even with JDG having to invest multiple people towards taking down BDD after he is able to win that 1v1, and KT still doesn't get anything on the other end of the map. They still haven't taken a single turret this game, right? Because JDG have been able to keep them away from those turrets very consistently, as we do see BDD, the one who set it at play, very aware of his own damage. And Knight just doesn't have the burst to take down, especially with the sidestep.
Oh, and Keen tries. Okay, wasn't actually able to get the W off.
Yeah.
Just not ruthless enough. Still may not have been too much of an
I don't
issue.
think it would have mattered. I think BDD dies anyway. Actually might end up not feeling too bad about it, but maybe they could have punished 369 if they do get the cancel.
Yeah, would have had to wait and see. Now though, Knight, well, it's not Knight, but at least hovering around for a little bit here. KT will spot out that at least at the moment JDG are on their bot side and trying to push him out.
Yeah, Cuz looking for that opportunity. Got a couple of cooldowns here from missing, but he is absolutely fine. KT not really looking like they have the same level of poise, level of control that they had in the last game.
I really want to highlight Missing, because to me, he's the one that is the most like, KT, what are you going to do? How are you going to let me down, huh? Like, the amount of disrespect and his continuous presence, moving forward, trying to bait out cooldowns, and maintaining the vision line for JDG is so big, because it doesn't really give KT the opportunity to try and get Keen in a flanking position, try and get Cuz onto the enemy backline. That's a ruler spot, but he has the support to back him up.
Certainly does.
He has everyone, and he has a Dragon in 30 seconds, so as long as he doesn't go down, he's okay. But as you say, I don't think unless you want to go in with the Moonlight Vigil or a Flash Auto from this Aphelios, you're going to be able to lock him down particularly much.
See whether KT can actually get themselves into a position to even set up for a 5v5. Of course, it is soul point availability, and it's a pretty good soul at that. For JDG, could really set them up to move towards that snowball. And Kanavi looking to get over this wall.
Yeah, looking at the item breakpoints, King just finished a Starix. I was about to comment on that because that was a really big gap. Starix is an immense power spike. It's mostly Kanavi that's super far ahead. Aiming did actually hit his 2-item power spike, so gonna feel okay. BD doesn't quite have his death cap yet. Would have loved that for this fight. And we'll see. As Knight just now finishes his Shadow Flame as well.
Keep your eyes on 369 though. He's got push in mid and could look for a really big flank on KT here.
Look at the vision.
Yeah. Aiming's got decent guns. Does move to a Calibrum for some extra range. And now KT, they're in a choke point. The charm's too massive from the quickness. As BDD is not going to get bailed out of this one. 369 locks down the first kill. And they are just running them over. Keen is trying to be a blender, but he's just getting blended. Cuz gets out of there, but that is 4 for JDG, and they look unstoppable.
It is a three-pronged approach from JDG. 369 from one side, Knight teleporting from the other, and KT try to contest this Dragon. It's going to cost them everyone but Cuz, and a Baron as well.
They don't even care about the Dragon. They know that JDG can immediately turn over towards this Baron. It's such a massive fight from JDG. It's the second time now where KT, they try to get that position, but with having control of the map for JDG, the TP's coming in. I mean, watch this, 369 coming in over the wall. You get the TP to that bot side as well. The lack of control of the wards means KT are the lanes means that KT are way overextended, and Knight is happy to sit in your escape route and cut you off every single time.
And it's the fact that BDD is immediately taken down, right? He's ticking, but not able to actually output any damage, not able to hit a big shockwave. And because of the triple angle that was found there by JDG, there's literally nowhere to go for KT. If you try to go up, you run into 369, Missing is forcing you to respond, and then Knight's coming from the other end. And the Rebel Baron power play for JDG, generally, they only need one of these.
And this is what we expected to see from JDG coming into the series today. Having control over the lanes, playing around this 6-1-6 Kanavi on the Vi, setting up for these big team fights and playing the map out well. And now with the control that they have, this is where JDG shine. Push multiple waves, slowly but surely pick yourself apart. And KT are trying their damnedest to get resources onto Amian as he's going to clear out this top wave tower. But it means that you're going to lose almost everything here on the bottom half of the map.
Yeah, they are just going to be able to take down this inner turret. Inner in the mid lane also falling as Aiming versus 369. Don't like your chances, Aiming, and he's just going to be put in the ground.
Doesn't even flash. He's like, nope.
Yeah, no, I think he knew it. As these inhibitor turrets are going to follow suit. Keen looking for some sort of opportunity to keep himself alive, but he's just getting torn apart. Kanavi, once again, just queuing forward. He is not afraid of anything. Shockwave going to be avoided. Pop Blossom onto 3. And I think this one's done and dusted. An instant triple kill here for Ruler, and he will still keep himself alive. These inhibitors go down. They've got powered up minions. And I think in 26 minutes, JDG will fight back, and they'll fight back hard. It's a best of 3, boys.
What a performance from JDG in game number 2. Playing off of lane stage well, playing the map well, finding the success in the team fights. And KT, anytime they even sideways looked at JDG, we're getting slapped across the face.
And it's a couple of early skirmishes that they're able to set to their hand, right? I'm looking at that bot lane fight. KT really opting into that, even with the Orianna not really being as strong. And JDG, this is what we were saying coming into the series, like, you can't afford a mistake. KT made a couple of early mistakes, and from that point on, it felt like they didn't get to play the game because JDG kept such a tight grip on the game.
It was incredible work, and now it is time for us to throw it over to the post-match to break down the JDG victory.
And breaking it down, we will, after KT started off phenomenally in game 1. It was JDG that struck back, and I had to even up the KT ante on the desk just because they were not able to get ahead in that last game. So we brought our LCK expert, Ji-sun, with us as well to talk about this game. But I do want to start with the draft and kind of how, Emily and Laura, you were talking about how you actually kind of saw, because of the draft and maybe the limitations of KT's comp, in terms of how the game could go awry for them.
I mean, that's the thing. When you have a composition like this, I feel like if you fall behind, it's going to be really hard to come back because of the champions you play and the agency that Cuz was leaving and the space that Cuz was leaving for the rest of his teammates later on and how he was setting them up. And when you're going to play a champion like Viego and play around this kind of composition, if you fall behind early, it's going to be really hard to come back.
Yeah, and then the other thing I do want to call out with this is that Knight was such a massive factor in this game, right? Like, one thing that we unfortunately didn't have time to talk about after the first game was how well BDD performed, right? They picked the Nico, presuming that they're going to go with Ori just because she is such a strong pick. And once again, I think the big difference maker in this draft, which we also saw in the game 1 draft, was the Rakan. Because another thing that they did rightfully call it on broadcast is that KT's comp, especially when they fall behind, you have no engage.
No, it was really hard for them. We saw that, Ji-sun, when you were talking to me during the game. You did say, despite losing this game, you saw some hopeful signs in terms of the choices that KT was willing to make in draft.
I want to talk about BDD especially because game number 1, he had a phenomenal performance. And then game 2, well, yeah, it's just too bad that we lost game 2. I mean, KT lost game 2, but still, you know, we saw a huge performance in Orianna. He even got a solo kill in the side lane. I think it's a really telling story because right now, what we saw in Swiss stage, especially up against D plus Kia, we thought KT roster, they're not comfortable with the meta pick. So they're going back to top rise for Keen and also Azir for BDD. They're reluctant to take the meta picks, so they're just going for their comfort picks. But today, I think BDD, with 2 different styles of gameplay on the mid lane, Akali and then Orianna, he was able to showcase a great performance. So I think this is a really good sign for KT, regardless of the results.
And we had the chance to talk to BDD in the LCK, actually, when they qualified for playoffs, right before we went to the finals weekend, where he was saying, this is my best year so far, but I still have so much that I want to showcase at Worlds. And for me, that's exactly what he's been doing so far. But JDG woke up.
Yes, and I think this is where it becomes difficult because you're going up against a mid laner like Knight, who had a fantastic performance. As we get into the replays, let's talk about what transpired in the bot lane. We talked about the Rakan already and how instrumental it was going to be, Emily.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing from this game is this missing Rakan, right? Like, this is where it really started going in JDG's favor, despite the fact that both TPs come in. Knight gets this ult off right here. And this is where, like, you see JDG's comp, how well it makes space for Ruler to just be firing on the back line, which is the player that you absolutely have to keep alive for longest. And yeah, I mean, I think the big thing for me, as we're going to see in a next fight as well, is how Missing is able to set up with these recon engages for massive pop blossoms, for massive plays from the rest of JDG.
And it is interesting because in a best of 5, you have to have a deep pool. And to relay to your point, Ji-sun, specifically, that it was a good point for KT that they are willing to not only go for comfort, but what is good within the meta. How deep do you think their pools are overall with what you've seen when we go into maybe a Game 3, a Game 4, a Game 5?
I want to say they are in a pretty good spot because all 5 players, they have a long experience here in League of Legends Esports, which means they have such a deep champion pool because this is not the first time they have been performing on a big stage like this. They all been to playoffs, they all been to like finals, so I'm pretty sure they have something under their sleeves.
And this is something we've been talking about at the beginning of the day, right? The fact that JDG, when they came into the series yesterday, it took them a long time to adapt to what the LPL had been cooking in these scrims that week. And it feels like KT, they're bringing the champions that they should be bringing, especially on the support lane. We've been talking about the fact that Lehans might have an issue adapting onto what Missing could be throwing at him. And so far, I feel like he's bringing the confidence. Let's see if he can translate this to my plays.
I'm trying to kind of translate what I'm hearing because I feel we came into this day with knowing that JDG are huge favorites, right? And we're looking to find all the touching points for KT because we want to see 5 games and we want to see KT at their best. But we have to be honest as well, Emily, that JDG, once they took control in this game, their comp was completely on point, their engages were on point, and this is more of the JDG that we expected to see. Do you expect this is just what we're going to see for the rest of the day?
I mean, I think that this is what we were expecting from JDG. I also think, like, in terms of the way these compositions work in this game, once JDG got ahead, I can't stress enough how difficult it would be for KT just with what they have, because if you have a comp like KT's, you're essentially relying on JDG to come into you around objectives, right? And so if you are behind, you probably don't have that setup or vision to be able to do that, so.
Speaking of those engages, every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Knight finds the 4-man Pop Blossom at the Rift Herald to secure JDG the ace. He's 11 wins and 2 losses before this, so 12 wins and 2 losses on Nico. I remember Game 5 of the LPL Finals where he found that flank. He's just too good on Nico.
Yeah, and the big thing is he is coming around the flank, right? And so he comes in, massive 4-man Pop Blossom. This was really where the game broke open for JDG. They're obviously not able to do anything, and Ruler is just able to clean up from the backline, right? And off of this, I believe it's also, it looks like they're going to get out, and then Ruler flashes forward and gets another kill off of that. So obviously here is Knight versus BDD, who we did point out had a massive Game 1 as well. So I am really looking forward to seeing how the series evolves with these mid laners, because I think they've both put up really strong performances for their teams.
And again, when you look at Knight's story international, he was looking to prove himself at MSI. He got this with the title that he got. BDD, for me, he's looking at the same thing because he's known for both his best moments and worst moments. And with this team and the performance he put on Game 1 and in the Swiss stage, for me, this is about redemption story for BDD and proving himself again at Worlds.
For so many players on the Rift today, it is. Thank you so much for your contributions. Don't get too excited. I think it's a little tempered now because JDG has put their best foot forward in Game 2. Let's see what happens in the next one.
Can he actually find it? Shape Splitter comes through to confuse them, but they will not be confused this time. First blood goes to Kaz. KT are on the board. And he gets picked up by the Pop Blossom, has to flash. Moonlight Vigil is going to miss! Yeah, Kanavi going to go back in. No way! No way! Of course, he's flashing in! That used to be the ruler position. This time he's taken names, and they are just running them over. Keen is trying to be a blender, but he's just getting blended. Cuz gets out of there, but that is 4 for JDG, and they look unstoppable.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon.
That is a good plan. Glenn.
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney Bundle. It's your Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Never knew it was a habit. All the sins that killing my ghost. Will I ever go find it? Get away that nobody told. Tell me why you went around with me to set me free. Do I need to wait a little more for the right time? Do I need to kill somebody for my life? Make love with me, ecstasy. Say go and dance for me, bounce for me. Make love with me, ecstasy. Stay with me, need to run away.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for game number 3. It is just a best of 3. We're 1-1. We're all tied up. We'll see who's going to be able to reign supreme in this one. Blue side for KT for the very first time this series, and we'll see whether it makes a difference. Gentlemen, what do we think?
I mean, they won on red, so, I mean, we'll have to see now if they can try and swing it back to the other direction.
But I've got a counter. They also lost on red.
Oh, okay, so this is new territory for all of us.
There we go.
Exactly. We'll have to try and figure it out. But I also want to see how we figure out this draft. Because, I mean, Nico actually banned away by JDG. I thought we were kind of discussing before we came into this that we thought that would be very high priority for KT, but especially with the way BDD has been piloting that champion to annoy everyone to trigger themselves and guess what was happening for champions, for minions. But Renata taken away as well. I think at the moment it's going to be high priority on Xayah, yeah.
Yeah, they have to, right? Like, I think KT doesn't really have an option here, because if you give over the Xayah to Ruler, it's not happening.
The problem now is, don't you just get jinxed and then you still have the same problem as last game? Perhaps we're going to try and see what comes around this draft afterwards. Is the Orianna going to be the consideration here for Knight once again now that Nico has been taken away?
It definitely feels like there's some sort of a response here. I mean, you don't leave the Xayah up unless you're very much aware that the Xayah is going to be taken here. So I think the big question mark is, do we see something like the Caitlyn or the Jinx? And basically you want to get range into that bot side for Ruler. And he hasn't played anything like the Ziggs prior to Worlds, at least in summer. So I'm curious to see if he's maybe picked that up in his champion.
Yeah, I've been waiting for Ruler to pick up a I appreciate your optimism, but after a bunch of years, I think
there were a few metas
there
there where he was supposed to be playing like Vladimir and Ziggs. No, it wasn't a rule.
This is a classic though. BDD on his favorite bird could be a good pickup here. We'll see if it actually ends up getting locked in, because I do really believe that one of the biggest advantages that KT had was how well BDD was able to play proactively. And I think on Azir, even though it is one of his hallmark picks, it is a lot harder to do that consistently.
We do now have to make sure that we keep the idea of BDD's Azir in the back of our minds, even when KT are about 5,000 gold behind. So it does make for a lot of stress here on the caster desk. Some engage options. This is definitely comfort for Lehens. Like you're saying, Chronicler, this is how he gets his work done. It's on the Nautilus. And so, a couple of kiteback champions and some engage options as well.
It also makes it very difficult to go for something like a Jinx into this bot lane now, because you haven't got a safety of a Tahm Kench, you've already selected the Rakan, and you don't really have an opportunity to try and like get away from what's going to be a very potent team fight for KT. So at the moment, I love what KT have done. They're starting to pigeonhole JDG a little bit into finding out like, okay, well, what does Ruler have in his back pocket, especially if you want to take things like the Zerion that away. And now with the Aatrox picked up for 369, I imagine it'll be top lane bans going towards Keen.
What I want, though, is jungle bans. Ban all of the junglers, because we have Cuz and Kanavi. These are the two of the largest champion pools that we have as far as jungle is concerned. Of course, Cuz maybe more on the eclectic side, not necessarily the large side, but Kanavi can play actually every champion ever.
All I'm saying is he's played things like Shaco jungle before. He's played a huge amount of stuff. And like there was a combo coming into Worlds, which was this like Shaco Orianna combo. So I'm kind of holding my breath to see maybe at some stage we get it. But
Twitch Shaco? Twitch Shaco 4-5 on red?
So
that's it. That's the dream.
I want to bring up a story of something that actually happened in 2021, which is when
you ruin our dreams.
I'm allowed to. Atlas has ruined a lot of my jokes. Finally get the opportunity to pay back. But back then, it was Pioshik that brought out the Hecarim and Udyr meta, and he gave credit to Kanavi. He's like, yeah, that was the guy that showed me the way how to play these champions. So this is a player that has such a deep history of doing exactly that. The Zeri to me is interesting, because I do actually think that even knowing how good Ruler is at a champion, with the Nautilus, you're always going to have at least a way to threaten that Zeri in the back line. And it is the Sivir instead, so it's going to be a short range here for JDG.
And that was going to be the question, was what do you default to? I mean, having the spell shield is going to help with one of the engages coming across from the Nautilus, but now you got to Vi, which is also going to cause you some serious pain. So I think it is going to be a bit of a tough fight here for Ruler to stay safe as the game starts to go on. But especially, I think if you don't have the, well, actually I was going to say if the Vi is going to come through, and maybe Kanavi needs to go for something like the Wukong on the other side.
Well, Rel being considered here as that final pickup, and that'll be locked in here for Cuz. So not really going very deep into the champion pools, especially if Maokai is going to be the answer here on JDG's side. A little bit more fun if it is the Lee Sin, but we'll stop talking about hovers, and by we, I mean me. Jacks into Aatrox, something that has been very volatile there towards the top side of the map. But let's see, Kanavi probably just flexing, basically saying that I can play almost anything here, but the timer is going to run out. He's going to have to decide. And it is going to be the Wukong in the end. There is so much AoE teamfight here from JDG.
And that's why I much prefer the Wukong. I think the Vi, you don't really have a target you want to go towards. Zir ultimate, Zai ultimate makes it very difficult for you to find that fight. But if you're able to get in a Wukong onto this backline, any access at all for a split second, Orianna ult across the backline, then you get the follow-up ult, you get the AoE coming through from the Sivir. It actually makes these fights incredibly potent from JDG's side, and KT will have to make sure they're getting to the objective first, setting up vision, not allowing JDG to circumvent them in, like we saw in that last game.
The one advantage that KT have over the last time is that I do think that they have comeback mechanics, unlike in the previous game. Previous game, I think the composition, Viego was a little bit divided about, but the rest, if you are able to win the early skirmishes, I think that composition can function. This time around, the Weevil hands on his Nautilus, which is by far his most successful champion, as we have seen domestically. And is it enough lockdown to consistently get to the backline? Because I think JDG's comp, not only can you play forward if you do find a flank, but like with Sivir ultimate as well as Wukong, the amount of engage from KT that you can absorb only to then counter engage is a really, really scary thing. And it's we've seen JDG execute comps like this countless times.
Yeah, exceptionally well. And they can just, if you're ever grouped up, clumped up, caught in a choke point, like KT was many times in the last game, it could just be lights out in an instant. The ricochets, the cyclones, shockwave over the top, and then an Aatrox running amok. I mean, there's not a whole lot you can do about that.
I think the one angle for KT is that there are a lot of item-reliant carries on JDG. And if you can get an early lead again and not allow Ruler to get to his items, could be an angle.
Certainly could, but here we are onto the Rift for the third game of this best-of-5 series. KT, one of the last two hopes for the LCK, now up against the tournament favorites in JDG. And remember, guys, you can connect your League of Legends account with Prime Gaming to grab the exclusive Brom W emote. One of the best emotes ever created ever.
It is a banger.
It is.
I'm excited to try and get that when I get back. Because I cannot even attempt to connect to my account back home.
Just to remind you guys, BDD is the Azir guy. He's extraordinarily good at this champion. He has played so many games. Him and Faker, two of the players that are over 100 games on this champion, and in fact, BDD is over 130. He currently has a 61.3% win rate on this Azir, and we often just call him the Azir guy over and over again. In the LCK, it's often banned, but this time we are going to be able to see it. You saw it in this tournament against D+, and KT, they were losing that game, and then they didn't.
One of the big reasons why JDG was able, I think, to get the early game leads that they did was of how well they tracked Cuz. So we already saw the Invade able to set up vision and keep track of where this rel is going. Because I do think that as good as Kanavi's teamfighting has been, Cuz's early game has, to me, been one of the most impressive parts of really any jungler. It's just about if he doesn't get it off, how much can he do in the mid to late?
I also think these more tank-oriented junglers just allow Cuz to face check, which in a lot of situations last game, KT really struggled with, because it's Viego, it's you got a Renata on the bot lane for Lens. It's not these tanky champions that you can kind of do a huge amount with. So I like that now we're kind of get to see Cuz go back towards that style and maybe go back to bot lane, because he's, again, going for this 3-camp start into a potential play in the bottom end of the map.
For an opportunity, BDD with a big shove in this mid lane. Kanavi waiting in the wings, an opportunity perhaps, but we'll see. Having a look at the state of all of these lanes, in fact, a little bit better than what KT have been dealing with other times so far this series. As you can see, aiming in the hands, just trying to stand their ground. BDD shoving quite nicely, keen with control topside.
I actually like this from Cuz. You can see he did all 3 camps bot, but did it on a ward. So you think, oh, we saw him move back towards bot side, which is why you see the ward placed by the JDG bot lane in River. They're trying to psych them out, and even you can see Wukong immediately move over towards his blue because he wants to make sure that's going to be secure. So for the moment, Cuz is kind of playing on the heartstrings of JDG, trying to get them to think he's not in positions that he is.
Also see Keen going for something we've seen a lot of Jaxes do, which is very early in the, especially with lethal tempo, like your first couple of levels are so insanely lethal, so 369 has to respect, gonna get you a free back your ass Keen. Probably don't even have to invest your teleport.
And this is one of the ones that I actually maybe didn't pick up Fort Wade there, because GB has been a big proponent of this and has been screaming about it from the rafters, is if you go for the 4th wave and you actually go for the farming behind the tower, you can pick up Sheen on this first reset, TP back to lane, and you end up incredibly strong. But Keen actually not going to be going for that, just happy enough to pick up a longsword and walk his way back to lane for the moment.
Hook going to be spell shielded there. The answering knockup is good there from Missing. Health trade going to be one out here by JDG as Cuz collects himself a Rift Scotland Knight. Not a lot of mana. He's going to be going back home here as aiming down to 300 in the bottom lane. JDG kind of taking over down here. Looking pretty good with this Sivir Rakan.
Navi looking for the invade on this top side. We'll spread out that the chickens have respawned. That will also now give information to KT that Wukong is on this bottom half of the map, but I don't think they really want to go for too much. Knight doesn't have control over mid. It's more about, hey, can we get safety here for our bottom lane to finally crash this wave and maybe pick up a turret place?
Bit of an opportunity perhaps as aiming, I believe, ghosted to lane just to make sure that he could get back after this reset, hopefully get the cannon.
And aiming, there's a reason why I was actually expecting him to continue banning the Xayah. It's because it's not traditionally one of his best champions, right? It's been the Zeri, the Kai'Sa. This player's really excels in BDD. Might be in trouble here, but will respect, not going to get taken out. But the fact that he already is being put this far behind in the pure 2v2 with Kanavi not even doing so much as looking towards that bot lane, it's a really big early win for JDG.
Goes though, trying to see if you can spot out Kanavi here again. A huge amount of this again is the information game to make sure you can actually follow. Knight's in a position here to come across though, so Cuz does need to be careful.
Warrior Trickster now on cooldown. Cuz doesn't have his aftershock though, as he's just trying to fight this one out for the chickens. How's the smite fingers, boys? See how they do lock this one down. Meanwhile, Missing is going to get hooked. Gets taken down extraordinarily low. Gets a bit of a heal though, as the Gleaming Quill did connect. And KT, they'll have to just accept a decent trade here on this bottom side. Unless Lehens can find a hook. Here in the mid lane, Kanavi and Knight just trying to get Knight a good back timer, trying to get this lane in a better position.
Yeah, trying to see if they can spot out PDD before he hits that level 6. For everyone at home, see the purple bar just underneath the faces of each of the champions. That's what is the XP bar. So you can see Knight there just ticking over to level 6. So keep your eyes on it as Kanavi and Cuz find each other again.
Yeah, Kanavi down a bit of a shot here across the bow. Cuz finds the Shattering Strike. It's just a 1v1. Neither of these bottom lanes too interested. Wave getting stacked up here by JDG. They have some control. That means Cuz has to back away. And into the river goes Knight as well. Always seems to be hovering, ready to help out here towards this bottom side. This is that play that you were talking about, Dacta. They're going to go for this first dragon. Don't think KT can do too much about it, although Cuz is moving in towards this bottom lane, looking for a possible gank angle. They do get the spell shield out of Ruler. That's now on cooldown, and now they're looking to chase out Cuz. In the meantime, they are just taking the dragon.
And this is where the early lane pressure from Ruler and Missing really pays off, right? The fact that they have a higher health bar, that they have Prio on the wave. Cuz tries to go for something there with both summoners being available for Ruler as well as Missing. There's just no shot you're ever going to get them as Ruler flashing his jet. That's like he's flashed multiple different ones as well. And maybe Lehens caught an eye of that one. Of course, was on Gen G for all of last year. SpeedyD eats a shockwave, but not going to be too bothered. And the Halo Blades, I think, really allows the Azir to play pretty consistently aggressive in that mid lane.
And you can see the results. I mean, a 10 CS lead for BDD in that mid lane. He's been doing a great job of punishing Knight in these early stages. And you can see once you get access to that Orianna ult, if there's no objectives up, you might as well toss it out. It does push BDD back. It does give you the opportunity to maybe crash this wave, but he doesn't know BDD's healed and doesn't know the Cuz is here.
Yeah, Knight, not a lot of mana available here, as we can see, but he's going to be able to get that last cog out and does manage to thin out the wave. BDD catches it, and Cuz slinks back into the Fog of War, grabs some more of his camps. As far as gold is concerned, there is nothing to talk about really at all, outside of the fact that one dragon was picked up by JDG.
And it's a pretty uneventful early game, and I think looking at the champions, you can argue that both really benefit from this, right? I think that the combination of specifically Azir and Xayah has been really tough to deal with in late game. Jax is self-explanatory, and then on the other end, you have Sivir and Orianna, so really will come down, I think, to how the mid game is set up here, because either of these two teams, if you do get control and you start getting ahead, hit those item breakpoints, it can be really hard to consistently fight fights on the other end.
The Hens has level 6 here, though. You can see Missing just ticking over. Ruler and Aiming both still don't have theirs available, as Ruler just now gets it. I think a lot of this for JDG is we want to try and slow push out this bot wave, so we can either look towards the Rift Herald or at least get some hurt onto Lehens. Orianna having that quicker reset in mid also gives her the tempo advantage there. So JDG just slowly but surely kind of working their way up towards this Rift Herald to secure that one again.
Yeah, Lehens actually going to get spotted here by Missing. He does grand entrance over to him. It looks like JDG will just claim this Rift Herald. No contest here from KT, realizing that they were beaten to the punch on this one. Kanavi will collect the iron. That is some money in waiting. Lehens, will he actually invest? No. Decides to hold onto it. Depth charge kept in the back pocket. It's missing. Once again, rotating over BDD, looking for an opportunity, level 8.
The low health bar Missing could set up for a potential play onto the bottom half of the map, though. Missing is trying to hope Knight keep control of midwave to prevent that happening, but with Missing now being taken low and having low mana, the Hen's going to be able to move bot, but with Kuz staying on this top end of the map, I don't really think you have an opportunity to really go for much.
Both supports just doing exactly the same thing, invading enemy jungle, setting up a ward, and then immediately recalling. And yeah, I wouldn't have minded KT actually trying to throw an ultimate out there, especially because Herald's gone and Dragon is in 2.5 minutes as they're going up. Kanavi is hiding in the shadows, though.
Yeah, Kuz looking for that opportunity. Well done, it comes down. There's the Magnus Storm. First blood goes to Keen, though. Empress Divide going to be used for the disengage, and they'll take a plate along with it.
Where'd he go? You blink and 369 is gone. Had his flash, wasn't expected to be burst out that heavily. Even Kanavi invested his flash to try and get there, was too late to the party.
And I think that they knew that Kuz was on his way up, but I don't know if they knew about BDD as well. So I think with this play, they were ready to try and fight for the 2v2. But you see, the moment that BDD shows up, the 100-0 is just there. No drain tanking available, and Kanavi just doesn't get to join the play soon enough.
Great ultimate from BDD to disengage there as well, and that was exactly what I wanted to see from KT. JDG had already gotten control of Dragon, they gotten the Rift Herald, they kind of slowly but surely were starting to pick up speed, but disrupting that top side now, getting that kill for the Jax, and using the lane pressure that BDD should be able to get is exactly how KT can try and get this tempo back in their favor.
Not going to be too much of an issue as far as the global objectives are concerned, though. Of course, JDG will be able to get back out onto the map, contest for this next Dragon. Going to be the Mountain here. Will take either team a very long time to take down. Of course, the huge health pool of that particular Dragon. They should still be able to contest Vision.
And the biggest win, I think, there for KT is that they are both getting the teleport from Knight, and Kanavi will not have flash. So that does mean that if they try to contest for this upcoming Drake, which I do think both teams are going to be looking towards, it is something that maybe they get to utilize. Knight, obviously, in mid should still be able to join, but maybe a little bit later, maybe BDD can get an extra back in.
I don't think JDG can contest KT here. I mean, even the fact Radiant Virtue now complete on Kuz, thanks to that assist that he'd had, he's going to be in a great spot. You're going to get a reset coming through first here from BDD. I don't think he'll have his mythic, but just being in a position to follow up, and also Ruler not being able to capitalize on the fact he had this strong early game to get a mythic for himself. It just feels like KT are too powerful at the moment, but maybe JDG aren't feeling the same way, because Missing is very much poking his head in.
Missing is not afraid of anything at all. He hasn't been all tournament, just happy to walk over and gather as much information as he would like.
Sometimes I wish he would be.
Yeah, it is a little bit a bit heart attack worthy, perhaps. As he moves down towards Ruler once again. Lahens still on the chase. Got a bit of a fight here towards his top side as well, as we can see. 369 landing a few of these abilities, but I believe he's already put his World Ender on cooldown. Keen trading ultimates.
Oh, Kanavi does have to find Sunderer done. And KT doesn't look like they're starting a Dragon right now. So should be an opportunity here for JDG to contest. With the Mythic Spike also being available, there's also still a Herald that can be put down. So JDG have the option. Do we go for the 4v4, or do we send the Herald and get some plates?
I think it's going to be the Herald angle. I thought maybe we get BDD try and fully push mid, reset, TP back in with his Mythic, because I'm pretty sure now he should have enough gold for it. But with Mythic just being plonked down in mid, JDG want to look for the fight.
Yeah, reset comes through on the Dragon. Now it's JDG that is set up. Kuz moving on over, spotted on the ward, Missing always knows what's going on here as BDD is trying to deal with this giant piece of shellfish, and it looks like it is going to be 2 Drakes going over to JDG in trade for no money picked up from that Rift Herald. So 2 plates, I guess.
Cloud?
And it's going to be Earth, Wind, and Fire, boys. This is, we can group tonight, guaranteed. As, okay, Kuz is just going to get caught out. The Magnus Storm is going to be used, but more of just a celebration of the circles. And JDG, they'll grab a red buff as well.
I mean, great pick off. You get the Dragon. I was about to say, as long as KT are playing this safe, they should be able to slow down the pace of the game, give his ear time to scale, look at like aiming, Keen, getting to positions where they're super happy, but Kanavi playing off of the wave pressure that he had, immediately going, and now Keen, what's happening here?
Yeah, I don't know how we got to this point, but it's not exactly great news. 369 really feeling good about how this one's working. Okay. Yeah, Keen doesn't have a lot of options, and now Counter-Strike is on cooldown as well. In comes BDD, though. Keen, can he actually get the kill? There it is for 369. Emperor's Divide is is going to pick that one up, but BDD had to invest his flash, and it's a 1-for-1 in the end.
That was pixels away from missing from 369. Just barely catches him, the Darkened Blade, and now the TP up to top side just to try and keep that CS in favor of JDG.
Yeah, like that. Able to get the blade on mid. BDD will not be able to pick up the wave and then simultaneously guard the top side plates. As, oh, we've seen Lance in this position before. Can they actually win the 2v2 though? I'm not so sure. Yeah, Lance is like, no, gets cancelled.
He's going to get interrupted as well, as now Ruler gets all of that extra movement speed. Boomerang Blade landing as well. Every bit of damage secured by the Sivir. Getting a little bit scary, even with just one item. Of course, the scaling of Sivir is just ridiculous, but not necessarily something that spikes on one.
But it means now Lehens is going to be late on the reset. He wants to try and get up towards this Rift Herald. Missing, poking his head in around again, but he knows he's got the advantage when it comes towards moving up towards his top end. Ruler has already disappeared into mid lane to catch that wave, so just a nice opportunity, but we won't get any more information into what happened here. Unfortunately, we're just going to get to see Keen go down.
And here the problem is Keen doesn't actually have any mana available, right? 369 does a really good job of not getting hit by the initial counter-strike, and then hits him with the flash. If you invest that flash and BDD still kills you and Keen gets out, could have been a disaster. Instead, you trade 1-for-1, and you're really happy on the play because of the response that came through. As Teleport coming through, aiming.
He's gone real aggressive, does manage to get the Blade Caller onto 369. Bit of a, yeah, just going to do a bit of damage, but I do really like it from aiming.
It's a counterpunch because on the top side of the map, JDG are picking up the Herald.
That's the problem though. They're probably going to pick up top tower if they really want to. You can see Knight is already pushing there, and they could potentially go for the mid lane actually. Top lane's a bit too healthy, but I think you'd be able to trade this pretty effectively. So in the grand scheme of things, I'd rather get this mid lane tower here for JDG than worry about boss.
Well, the lane economy snapshot provided by MasterCard is pretty good for Kanavi. On the other side of things, KT doing all right. Rift Herald going to come down though and try and even that score, and maybe even a kill onto the Jax also, but they decided not to commit for it because of course, not going to bite off more than they necessarily need to. No plates game with that turret though, but that is, yeah, not very far away from dead.
It still forces a response though from everyone on KT, and now they're really behind the curve, right? JDG continuously pushing in these side waves and getting a lot of damage down there. Looks like Knight will be able to pick it up. And BDD doesn't hit
the Emperor's Divide. To be able to get out of there. Knight only needed the dissonance movement speed for that one as well. Holds onto the flash. Kind of huge here. BDD still without his.
Yeah, I think BDD just tried to get the flash there. Even by yourself, I don't know if you actually have enough damage unless anyone else shows up to take down. Still going to be a win for Knight. Gets the turret, gets to keep his summoners, and gets to go back with an extra bag of gold.
And as well now with a minute until this next dragon, you're going to be in a great position here for JDG. Not having that Emperor's Divide makes it hard to make a play up towards BDD, so you're keeping your eyes on Cuz to see what he can potentially do and finding the pick before this next one starts, because when I look at the items that have been picked up for JDG, they are in such a good spot to try and contend with KT when it comes to this next objective, especially when the resets start to come through for the final little bit for Ruler.
And we just need to see who's going to be able to find the team fight on their terms. JDG, a team incredibly adept at getting that. The wombo combo from this composition, fantastic. I find it a little bit of a worry, though, when there is the Azir from BDD on the other side of things, because he can always find these angles. We might see an opportunity here, but the Shattering Strike is going to say no. KT will try and get away. They will be successful.
Yeah, you're starting to see as well. KT's trying to set up side lanes. Already Keen pushing in. But if they don't actually catch anyone on JDG, JDG is just going to be able to bounce the waves back. Both teams fighting for this dragon. And I think for KT, this is a must-get. Can't allow JDG to get soul point this early on.
Control of the map, absolutely massive. Keen taking a big chunk there, about a third of his health bar from an attack dissonance combo. These commands from the Orianna. KT looking to close in. It's a familiar area. Opposite sides of the rift, though, for both of these teams. KT still looking to try and get out of here. The Q doesn't land. The Infernal Chains don't work either. Emperor's Divide comes in, but the quickness is too good. BDD trying to escape, but he won't get up. It's Ruler that manages to take him down, and now Cuz is on the run. Kanavi is looking for him. It's a double for the Sivir, and they are not done yet. In they go once again. The Crashdown tries to get Cuz out, but is Keen going to survive? He is. Still, KT are done with this fight.
Colossal win there for JDG. They're able to take down BDD and Lehens as the people on KT a little bit too far forward. They see the moment of weakness, a lot of investment, but 2 kills, a mid lane turret, and soul point to boot.
And it's an absolute disaster for KT. The positioning there on River just wasn't what they wanted at all. They set up too many angles of attack for JDG, and they just realized it that little bit too late, and that's when the panic starts to set in. And I want to have a look when we get into this replay as to how it actually sets off, because you can see where 369 is coming from. He has an incredible position, but I think the panic goes from KT is what comes back to bite them.
I'm also wondering what happened to aiming in that fight, right? Because he wasn't able to actually do any damage. BDD obviously bought a little bit of time, but wasn't nearly enough. And, you know, this is not taking into account that this is JDG. Ruler.
Yeah, Hook is going to connect there. Ruler going to be taken down underneath his outer turret mid lane. There it is, the Ruler position. It worked out the last game. He's going to get punished for it this time.
Yeah, we've seen this a million times, Atlas. You know, sometimes it's nice to see that something stayed the same as Ruler. And that's actually really big, because that means that there is no flash on the Sivir as we go back to the previous fight.
I want to watch here, though, because you've got the flank here, you've got the flank coming through, but watch these panic ults that come through from BDD and Kuz. So as the ult comes through from BDD, the Magnetic Storm keeps Kanavi on BDD. It means he doesn't get the separation. BDD's pushed out, and BDD is going down again.
Well, Hens is going to get taken out in this one. Aiming trying to offer some damage back, but they are some tanky members of JDG. Now Kuz, 1 versus 3, but does have BDD waiting in the wings. The Magnet Storm comes through. BDD trying to get the autos across, is now Aiming is going to join the fight. BDD still at full health, swoops in, picks up missing, but he's going to dash out of there immediately. Rule is trying to pop up, but he can't actually get to this fight because Kanavi's already dead. Keen looking for an opportunity. Infernal Chains, leap strike to the ward, and Keen gets out.
And it starts off with a great play from Missing and Kanavi, but then KT is able to turn it around. It will be a 1-for-1 trade, I think, but the kills going over to Aiming is a big win for them.
I mean, the fact you get those kills, but also massively whiffed Shockwave by Knight, does absolutely nothing in that fight, and it means that Kanavi ends up having to go forward, try to get into position where he can follow through, and KT, they needed something to try and slow down this momentum, and that might have just been it.
I think Kanavi was ready to run away with this game, sitting at 1-0-3. And it all started with the Hens getting caught.
Very reminiscent of the play they set up towards bot side, right? It's this Rakan Wukong combo that actually is big. And then here, it feels initially like KT overplay their hand with Kuz getting focused, but this is Aftershock Rel, so Kuz, very tanky, is able to absorb the initial damage.
And I like Missing trying to get onto BDD here to keep him out of the fight, but great positioning, sets it back up. Now watch the Shockwave, flashed away by BDD, so it connects onto absolutely nobody. And then, look at BDD, blinking health bar in the back line. 369 and Ruler late to the fight, because Ruler got picked off in the early stage underneath that mid tower. So KT punishing JDG really well for that overextension.
Yeah, on the hunt was used there by Ruler to try and get into the fight, but just wasn't there for it. Nice opportunity, capitalized on there by KT, but it's going to need more than that to get them over the line.
The big thing here is that KT needs to win the next Drake fight. They're a 1k gold down, but if they can get a Drake fight or maybe get a Baron, could be an angle. Missing though.
Okay, Kuz was spotted, I believe, on that trinket. He's the one that thinks that they don't have the information. His grand entrance going to connect, and I don't think too much more is going to come of this. They do manage to clear out vision that Missing has collected. He's just hoarding information. Missing just has he's a database, man.
Yeah, nothing is missing on that database.
No, he's named completely wrong.
I will say, though, it's like, this is exactly how JDG want to play it. If Eddie did a great job of highlighting it coming into today, is like, hey, we want to look for a pick before these objectives fights start off. We don't want you to actually fight us on an even footing. We want to make sure you're behind coming in with no
I think they're
info.
going.
Yeah, they're on the Baron. Ruler's going to move back to the mid lane now. 369 has the earlier track towards this Baron pit. Knight moving in. Yeah, gonna have to back away from this. JDG scoped it out. I do like an opportunistic play. I also like backing away when you feel scared.
I think it's just trying to draw JDG out of the turtle that they had on this bottom side of the map. If you can get them to invest these wards, as you can see on that top end of the map, it makes it a little bit easier then for KT to get a position on that bottom side. At the moment, though, still heavy vision in that bottom side of the map for JDG that they'll look to try and use. Push for Ruler in this mid lane as well. Going to make it very difficult for KT to try and contest when JDG are looking to take this vision back.
And what's really big is that with JDG having the vision control,
Wait,
Aiming only has one ultimate, right? Like he can try and get away from either 369 or Kanavi, but if he's not able to position himself immaculately, which has been a really big issue for this player, which is why his Zeri and his Kai'Sa are some of his strongest picks, won't be able to have a big impact in the team fights, and a lot of the gold is on in. BDD though and Knight both sitting on exactly the same items. Sorkpan boots, Shadow Flame and Ludens. They're basically dealing true damage to any non-tank that they hit.
Right now, we're about to go full ARAM, though. You're going to see both teams trying to commit. And KT, yeah, they're just going to go for the Baron area again, try and put pressure onto JDG. Because if you think KT, if they find a moment like that where BDD gets over the wall, punishes JDG for the lack of information, that's where they can come back. Keen sneaking up through bot side. He hasn't been spotted.
Yeah, he's actually looking for a little bit of engage. I thought he might just start the Dragon by himself and try and take that one down. But instead, KT just regrouping like you were talking about. Bit of the K-Ram situation here. And I guess 70% of the players on the Rift right now do kind of fit the bill. We have seen this many times, Chronicler. Let's settle in, shall we?
The thing, though, is that JDG is the one who actually hold all the cards, because they don't have to go for this Dragon. This is just an individual Cloud Drake for KT. So if KT over-invests, JDG just goes to Baron, takes that. There is enough vision, though, when we see Cuz and Lahan's looking as Keen is in a flank.
Yeah, huge flank position. There's the Magnus Storm. We'll see whether Jackson can get in here, because Missing has found everyone. Two-man Empress Divide comes in aiming, is starting to free hit, but it's a double kill for Ruler. The Sivir is ripping them to shreds, and Keen was too late to this one. BDD did manage to grab one there, but they'll still grab the triple kill, and they'll grab the soul. BDD looks for Missing, but of course, Missing's just fine.
It is a miscommunication on KT as Cuz goes in so deep. Keen isn't there. So KT is forced to commit to this play, but there is no one to actually put enough threat on Ruler. He just gets to stand there and gun them down.
And you're in the blender at that stage. As soon as you try to move through these choke points, Orianna ult, Sivir, ricochets bouncing through everyone. You called it here. As you get to go in from Lahan's, Missing isn't able to do anything. Ruler gets out of position so you don't catch him. And Missing is causing so many issues on the back line alongside Kanavi that they can't actually get into a position to threaten onto JDG with where they are. They know moving through that choke point is just going to be the demise of you. So they back off, but TP in towards this scrap.
Oh, they're going to try and go for an aggressive play towards the Baron here. KT, I think they're feeling mighty threatened, but everyone on JDG is ready. There's no way this is going to be working out.
No, it's certainly not, as Hook is going to get Lahan's in, but he doesn't really want to. This ward will get turned off for now, as BDD dealing with all of these ricochets flying in. KT be able to clear out the way.
KT are investing everything into this, though. Keen TP, BDD TP. They desperately wanted to make sure that they were going to be on the map to contest this, but it does give an opportunity now for 369 to say, hey, we're going to play it slow, maybe play it for Keen, actually.
Yeah, it does get slowed down by the dissonance there. Shockwave is going to pick up Keen. Counter-Strike comes in, but it's not going to be enough. In the meantime, another fight is going to break out. It's 3 versus 4, and JDG are doing all right. Kanavi goes golden for now. Knight takes down BDD, and it's on aiming. If KT are going to make this one work, it has to be him, but he's dead already. And there's the shutdown to come through. Cuz the last man standing, and JDG, I think they've just gone to match point.
They find their one opportunity for the pick, and immediately they turn for the rest. JDG are hungry. They want to keep pushing forward.
There is a reason why you don't try and match JDG with teamfight to teamfight comp. It's because of plays like that. They invest 2 people to the top side of the map, get a free kill on Keen, and then somehow win the fight on the other end as well.
And it wasn't like they were massively ahead. They are now, and they're going to take down a Nexus as well as JDG. They are 1 step away from the semifinals.
An insane performance from JDG there again. Cool, calm, collected. The LPL #1 seed know once they get a chokehold on the game, they're not going to let it go.
Just an extraordinary performance, and you could see it from that first one team fight from JDG. The whole game, it felt like KT were fighting so far uphill. The early game, extraordinarily even. From that first moment on, when they all got themselves together, JDG were just too strong. And as they move to match point, we are going to head to break. So let's check out some of the behind-the-scenes footage of yesterday's quarterfinal, thanks to the Oppo Cam.
Get out the way 다음 생을 노리 늦게 감리적인 듯해 견제로선 여길 냅다 씹어먹어 부패 내장까지 깔끔하게 마치 순대 씹어 먹어야지 팩맨 딱 몰라 스펙대 올해는 나는 아냐 수용 랩맨 내 말은 또 듣게 안 들어 맵맨 버리던 냄새 세스코 불러야겠네 너희 따는 것이 오마시네 나 캣맨 Hop in the booth 여긴 없어 네 자리 She make it clap look at me daddy 내 말이 뚜떠지려도 몰라 니 가랑이 겹바닥에 붙어 뜯을 것 같게 저래 사람이 built-in chopper best-selling mob 하고 다리가 나랑 비비려 해 감히 사이코 형 죽일까 차라리 오케이 선배가 선방칠게 우리 CB는 힘들게 비렉 시간라도 바로 가는 여유롭게 What's what? Whistle it, 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 whistle it. Whistle it, 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 yeah. Gotta check my squad 일동대기 시간은 bitch I'm ready 통신은 애들 사이에서 난 예리 야다 붙여 deep working my studio 한 지출은 지린 the funniest just gotta beat Millie 고트대 샤프는 bad behavior 나쁜 습관이지 돈을 쓰는 거또 한 푼도 너한테 난 쓸 일이 여선의 솜씨가 달라도 우리 같은 DNA 평정심을 유지하고 느낌이 혓바닥이 뜨뜨뜨뜨게 잘해 사람 나니 건반 나한테 말을 가득하지 man lalling like 난 push more side of stupid ass right what 정신 차려 너야들 나선다 계속 내가 바라보지 마치 지붕 위에 chicken 난 지겹게 생각할수록 느껴지는 this is 두 번 세 번 더해져 mission fucking another level Go check my EP cycle with no P 손대에 두껍지 날아올라 no P fly hard take off 나와 아직 적지 놈들 다 번지 시켜볼 줄 없이 봐봐 헤이로 with the tat tat put the to down 소리 카프로 따라 하다 캣캣 목공강을 버린 수두로 백백하지 마치 폐업 제고 떠리 그래 너지 누구 두리번 거리기는 병 부조적 비백과 비대 세우니 10대 초순력 초순 원태 듣지 기체 한 길을 돌파 중 easy easy 버려 나 own Whistle it, 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 whistle it. Whistle it, 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 yeah.
Kanavi is hiding in the shadows, though.
Yeah, Cuz looking for that opportunity. Well done, it comes down. There's the Magnus Storm. Yeah, King doesn't have a lot of options, and now Counter-Strike is on cooldown as well. In comes BDD, though. King, can he actually get the kill? There it is for 369. Emperor's Divide is going to pick that one up.
Into account that this is JDG Ruler.
Yeah, Hook is going to connect there. Ruler going to be taken down underneath. As okay, Cuz is just going to get caught out. The Magnus Storm is going to be used. And there's the shutdown to come through. Cuz the last man standing. And JDG, I think they've just gone to match point.
Nice.
Although they are in KT's house, it is JDG that moves on to match point to put yet another brick in that golden road. We set it up at the beginning of the day, and we also set up how difficult it is as a favorite to come out on top time and time again. And they were in fact put behind in the first game of this series. But then you see why we consider them such favorites in this tournament overall, Azael, and there are some players that are playing out of their minds, and I want to start with Missing in that regard.
Yeah, absolutely. Missing and Kanavi, and we can kind of just jump into this Telestrator breakdown that I actually have for you guys, because we wanted to talk about the importance of Missing and Kanavi, their role in this game. So, you just have to really track how Missing and how Kanavi are really going to pressure the backline here. And when we talk about creating space, this is what I'm going to be talking about. It's about target selection, it's about timing. So as they're flashing forward and actually going in, Lehens flashes in, watch Missing here. Missing is going to pop his ult to use that for peel and then immediately flash forward and going to find an angle to go in right on the backline. So there it is, flashing forward, charms up aiming, and then he's going to continue that forward onto a charm, onto BDD. So now what does this do? It creates this situation in the backline where all of a sudden, what's happened to Cuz? Cuz has now been isolated. The carries are getting pushed back. That's creating space for 369, for Knight, for Ruler. Keen hasn't even really had time to arrive yet because they're so explosive with this engage. And then Kanavi follows through, pushes in towards the backline as well to pressure them back. Yes, he dies, but it is that sacrifice, it is that creation of space that allows them to succeed in this. And that is why I thought when Wukong got locked in, it was such an important pick.
Yeah, it was super important. I mean, this is a pick that Kanavi is known for. Like, if you want to win a game against JDG, you do not let him pick this Wukong. He's 21-6 on it this year, set with a 77.8% win rate. And you're looking at how much damage he's actually doing in this game. I also do want to call out, obviously, Missing's Rakan. It's gone through all of these games. KT is going to have to find an answer for it going forward.
I mean, that's the thing. We came into today thinking they're gonna have to find new champions in the support role because Enchanters came back, but it's not even about this because JDG knows exactly what they want to do, and this is the deadly team that we know. Orianna, Wukong, Rakan. How do you access the backline when you have Xayah and the champions that KT picked here? Because I'm like, they don't have the right blinds to fight JDG's composition here, and JDG, they're always going to punish the slightest mistakes, and this is what I was expecting from them.
It's an uphill battle for KT for sure. Let's talk about some matchups in specific, maybe starting in the mid lane. And Emily, about your point that you were talking to me about in the break, Knight and 369, and the fact that it was hard for them to leave top esports and take this step into this JDG.
Yeah, I mean, I know for Knight especially, that's why you see him and 369 flashing those TES flares as after the game-winning team fight when they're pushing down mid. But it's him versus BDD, and one thing I do want to point out in this previous game, BDD was still performing really well, but there were no like ways that he could get the poke down into onto Ruler, right? Like outside of Ruler, you know, getting caught up a little bit, like there was no way with this composition, especially with all of the dive that they have with the Rakan and with the Wukong, there was no way for BDD to actually get in and do as much damage before he died.
And that's why I love the answer, right? And I love the play from Kanavi and Missing because they're the ones going for it. They're the ones creating that space. BDD got ultimate comfort. Like, this is his most played champion. This is BDD's famous Azir, and they were able to punish him. But I also want to talk about the top lane because I do think the top lane didn't go, you know, necessarily to how people were expecting it to be. 369, I think, came in. A lot of people were expecting him to really kind of handle business, but Keen, I think, has been playing very, very well throughout. And I think he's one of the big factors that is actually keeping KT so competitive in this series. But it did feel like finally for the first time that 369 was able to actually, you know, get something going in the laning phase in this third game, was able to start finally having a little bit more dominance because Cuz wasn't playing as heavily towards topside in this one.
And that's what it was supposed to be, all right. Like when you look at this top lane, and especially the way top lane has been played so far, you want to contain the pressure that the other top laner is going to throw at you. When you look at the first game, Kid seemed to have the upper end on 369, but they passed like the new gear, it feels like, in this JDG lineup, and now I don't see Keen honestly coming on top of 369, especially given the way he's been playing for the past 2 games.
And the big thing to me is that forward percentage, right? Because this is what we talked about with 369. Like, what is he best at? He's best at absorbing pressure from his opponent and being able to show up in team fights later.
It is, and we said it already, JDG, they look absolutely poised to take this series. I don't want to count KT out just yet, but it's just the class that oozes from this team once they get into a comfortable position, and once, I think, Azael, also they force themselves into a comfortable position.
Absolutely, and I think that's the most impressive thing about it. You know, we heard Vedius talking about at the start of the day how decisive this team is, and that's one of the things that I think really sets them in a class of their own, is that they find one mistake, one window, they take the team fight, they pounce, and it feels like the game is just over. It never feels like you get that next chance to come back.
KT have to find the opening or they are out of the World Championship, and it would be JDG that moves on. Let's find out what happens in Game 4.
Thank you so much, Shocks. And I don't know. I have a feeling that we might be in a situation where JDG are ready to run away with it. KT, can they bring us to a Game 5? It will not be something that we often expect from this team. Once they start down the slippery slope, it's difficult for them to turn around. But one thing giving a little hope was their expressions sitting at their PCs as they came out of the coach's booth. looking a little bit in higher spirits. Maybe they got a plan moving into this game 4.
And I think you need to against the behemoth that is JDG. I mean, Emily was touching on the desk. This is a team that was built to succeed. You've got 369, who has changed his entire play pattern from being a massive carry on top esports to taking a step back to allowing people like Knight and Ruler to take over. You have Kanavi, who's doing so well with being able to play off the advantages that he can pick up from those lanes as well.
Whoa!
There, wow. Wukong immediately gone. I mean, that's kind of the perfect champion for Kanavi because he likes to play carries that can team fight. So I'm not surprised to see KT kind of giving that respect across.
It does mean that you either have to give over Rakan again to Missing, or you have to, first pick Xayah. Doesn't feel like there's a lot of good options here.
Certainly doesn't.
The opening, given how dominant JDG have been on the Rakan.
Also, the Orianna going across the Knight once more as well. I mean, he's been very solid in that mid lane. Yes, BDD will probably go back to the Azir, but as you say, the Rakan works very well with that Orianna. You can still go for a lot of these big team fight junglers as well. So I think for this one, JDG, there's the Orianna. More than likely, I'm actually going to leave, I'd say, Kanavi's champion pool to the second rotation. I'm more than likely going to see if they can pick up the Aatrox for 369 in the top lane. He's been very happy for that, unless they want to try and separate him from it here.
I really like this, though. KT just going to change the game plan completely. A little bit more single target pick, and the Lulu was fantastic from Lehens in game number 1. Go back to what worked, right?
And the biggest problem we've seen is that the bot priority hasn't been going for aiming Lehens. Game 1, it worked fantastically, because you know Kanavi wants to play through a solo laner. So if you can then just, in that isolated 2v2, get these little advantages, start to contest the dragons, it disrupts a lot of the JDG hype train. So this is a really good start for KT coming in on this blue side.
And it's actually a big pivot here from JDG. They've been completely okay saying, hey, Ruler, let's just pick something. Well, we'll figure out something for you eventually. Good luck, you know, they're gonna pinch your champion pool, and I think with the Sivir performance as well, showcased again that he plays plenty of AD carry champions at a very high level. But this time around, I do think the Xayah Rakan, or the Kai'Sa Rakan combo we've seen countless times. As long as you can get through the laning phase, the mid to late game is ludicrously strong.
The thing is, though, this hasn't been a good Kai'Sa time whenever Xayah is open. 22% win rate against the Xayah over the course of Worlds. It's been very, very difficult to get any sort of control over that. Even when the Xayah is able to have her ultimate, if you ever try to go in, she's got a bunch of self-peel. And then paired with alongside the Lulu, she's got even more safety and more opportunities to polymorph a Kai'Sa, who tosses herself in to try and find those fights. So I think BDD and the rest of the team are going to be very, very happy with how KT have opened up this draft, even if his Azir is going to be taken away.
And the Vi and Ahri combination going to be there because the Azir respect was paid here by JDG. Final ban to come through from KT. They are waiting for the very last second, and it will be Rel taken off the board. But Jax is now up, and 369 could grab that if he would like.
This could be a sick Sylas angle for BDD, though.
Oh, true.
Like, when you look at the opportunity to play Vi Sylas into an Orianna, you've got the quickness that's already there, the shockwave you can toss onto yourself as well, and the fact that everyone's going to be super short range, you're going to get a ton of value off in these fights. So I'm curious if BDD is just willing to pull that one out, especially now with another Lee Sin locked in here as well.
It's a big one for Kanavi.
I saw a wry smile on Kanavi's face, like someone's telling him to lock Maokai. And instead, actually gets to have some fun. Lee.
Yeah, no, they probably say that in like Chinese, and then in Korean, Kanavi's like, Ruler, just lock Lee, it's fine.
I will say as well for Kanavi, like, in 2021, I considered him one of the best Lee Sins, if not the best Lee Sin in the world. His plays were absolutely insane. He tore apart teams like IG single-handedly on this pick. Now, hasn't got quite back to that same level of hype that we saw in 2021, but I'm very excited to see what he can do. Difficult matchup when you're up against things like the Jax and also the Xayah.
Oh, and BDD, he's brought it out. His Syndra was legendary 2 years ago on the world stage. This was one of the champions that he utilized when he went all the way against EDG. And man, he's always been so good at this champion. Very, very fun. See him back on it once again.
It's also him playing it against Knight, which I think is really cool. Knight's scatters. I still have nightmares of the scatters that Knight was able to find at MSI. Some of the team fight setup was incredible.
Brings it back.
And it is the actually, yeah, AP Gragas is one of the best matchups into the Jax, right? You're able to, as soon as you pick up a little bit of items, consistently outtrade him and counter what the Jax will try to do.
It's also just the fact that it's 369 Gragas. Like, he's so incredibly good in this pick, and it's such a pick that's kind of become synonymous with them, especially after there was a 2020 documentary that was released on Top Esports where Carson was ripping him apart, being like, you can't play this champion, you can't play Nar, what the hell are you doing? And now he's completely transformed himself from the man that he once was into such a big Gragas connoisseur. It's going to be a doozy in that top lane to try and beat Keen.
Gragas also, you're playing into two immobile carries on the enemy team. Both Syndra and Xayah don't really have a good way of dealing with the Cask, and the amount of teamfight setup that's available for JDG is a very scary thing to face.
I think it's also the fact you can try and get some of the ultimates like the Xayah ultimate out early with a Cask, right?
Yeah.
Which then opens up for Kanavi to try and make some fun things happen, I will say, on this pick, or even try and set up for people like the Kai'Sa to have several different angles of attack. It feels like this could be the linchpin that JDG needed, I already said Top Esports, JDG needed to find the success here.
At the same time, I do think that this draft feels more similar to game number 1 for KT. It's very pick-oriented, try and play aggressively for isolating individual champions. That's what got them the winning game number 1. See if it's enough here, or if JDG gets another step closer to that golden road.
Yeah, paving another brick, as it were. But we are ready, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to jump onto Summoner's Rift for what could be the final time today, unless KT can queue up the Silver Scrapes. Like you were talking about, going back to a similar draft to game number 1. More of a 4-1, not a 1-3-1. Doesn't have the Akali, and in a side lane, Syndra is a bit of a sitting duck. But this composition can snowball extraordinarily hard, and their pick potential is immense.
And I also think it gives you the control you need here as KT. Very strong mid-jungle 2v2. You burn an early summoner from Knight, that's a lane you can continuously revisit. You control mid, you control bot by default as well, where Aiming and Lehens can continuously push in. As long as you can track, which is what KT are trying to do, you're going to be in a good spot. Missing will spot that ward has gone in on the bottom side alongside Ruler, so at least for the moment they'll know that they've been warded out.
Well, 369 does have the belly bop. Keen is going to leap on top of him. There's some grasp stacks. Nailing it. Another leaf string? Okay, interesting. But is going to interrupt the auto attack with the body slam. Nicely done.
Yeah, even with the early cooldown reduction, right, if you hit your E, still going to be the Jax at level 1 that needs to be respected as early fighting here.
Yeah, Lehens immediately has to use the exhaust. He's been ignited as well, as Ruler could be in trouble. Morto's coming down, and Missing is going to be just coaxed out of the river for now.
That's
They're getting zoned.
That's the bot lane priority exactly that you want here for KT, though. Keeping Missing at bay, you can see Aiming is going to cut off Ruler from hitting this wave as well. So KT immediately trying to get control on this bottom side, and with Kuz already starting to move down here, this could be where they're just trying to put their base. Say, look, we've invested too much in Keen on the top side. He will be fine to scale. We need to get Aiming and Lehens in a position where they can carry this game.
Much better matchup this time around, it feels like, for Aiming as well, especially considering the fact that he has the Lulu. Lehens is on a bully, and he's very good at that style of play. Counter-Strike going to be used nicely here for Keen on this top side. And BDD trying to put pressure on tonight. Feels like BDD has had a lot of priority when he has the matchup to do it. See whether that's going to continue here in this lane.
And we'll see. A really big wave is being stacked up. We're also seeing Kanavi actually pivot here towards the bot side. I'm wondering if KT actually wants to try and go for this, or maybe catch Kanavi in the rotation. Cuz is making his way over.
He could blast cone in there, but doesn't actually know exactly where Kanavi is.
Oh, he's going to wait it out. He's going to try and catch him off guard. Or he might try to go for Knight.
I think it's Knight in the mid lane he's looking for. Lehens is starting to move up. Either way, it's going to be a mismatch, either mid or in this jungle setup.
Well, Cuz, completely unseen, he can blast cone over, but instead the Vault Breaker is going to be charged. Finds it there onto Kanavi. And now it's a Smite War. Ward is in the brush there for KT, is Missing, moves on up. I believe it was Cuz that secured it. Gonna be able to take that one away from Kanavi. Already a leg up, but they're looking for more. Vault Breaker connects once again. The flash forward from Lehens, but Kanavi's able to get over the wall with his own. And now the Grand Entrance comes forward. They know that Lehens is vulnerable. Ruler is looking for it. Kanavi finds it. First blood goes to Ruler, and BDD finds a scatter onto 3. Kanavi goes down, and now Ruler is running. Cuz is going to push him away, and Knight not going to be able to get in on this one. KT answer back.
And it's mayhem here early on. Both AD carries are able to pick up a kill. And a lot of summoners down here as KT, the early invade, will end up... Oh, Keen, careful there.
The thing is, though, Knight actually invested his TP to get into that. They saw the invade was a potential here. Knight reset, TP'd back into lane, but couldn't actually battle BDD for control over the wave before BDD to come across. 369 will push Keen away, but it means that actually if you look at BDD, he's going to be able to shove this wave in, get a much better opportunity in this mid lane thanks to that TP ward, and that'll open up KT to try and make some more plays off the back of this.
And you see the confidence here for KT, right? Going in hard on Kanavi. This from Lahens, though, a little bit over eager. I think if the rotation is already there, as BDD is in trouble.
Yeah, meanwhile, in live, you can see BDD struggling here. The dissonance connects. There's the slow, and the punch the ground from Kanavi. Locks down the kill on the Syndra. Without flash, kind of a sitting duck there in that mid lane. Nicely capitalized on by Kanavi.
Cuz needed to sit there with BDD to make sure he could crash that wave, then get the TP back in. I mean, if you had this sort of purchase up against a literal mana crystal for Knight, you would have been in such a good spot for BDD. But now Knight gets control over the wave, he's able to reset, and this is just those little mistakes from KT now that JDG are punishing.
Also seeing the fact that 369 is winning this matchup early is kind of insane, because you're not really supposed to have this big of a lead early on, right? And it speaks to the mastery of the champion. It's after you get lost chapter that the matchup becomes really...
Oh, he baited it! He baited it!
Kanavi moving over. He was spotted pretty early, but Keen gonna need to flash that one. Sonic Wave was gonna connect, and he had to invest it.
And you can see there for 369, the whole way you play this matchup is body slam the counter strike. By using the body strike early, he just invites Keen to go for it. And as you say, it ends up being in a position now where the wave's in a terrible spot. Kanavi has good control, and now Cuz trying to respond to that play on the top side by getting Dragon on the bottom end.
Should be able to grab this, of course. Kanavi looking for a bit of a play here in the mid lane once again. He's on the prowl. Nice scatter though, gonna connect there from BDD. He's gonna be able to space himself away from Knight and Kanavi. His flash halfway done, as KT will be able to secure this first round.
The one upside is that with Kanavi showing a mid-wave, Keen actually gets to fix his wave state. We'll see if 369 is able to hold him off, as the first rake will go over to KT. It's a win that they needed, because thus far, feels like JDG have been getting the better end of the trades on the map.
Look at Keen's health bar though. He ended up taking a really bad trade, and you still have ult there for 369. This wave still not in the best of spots, so Keen tries to fix it, but actually comes back to bite him there in that top end.
Do you think it's pushing into him now? So with the heal he'll be able to pick up from the fruit in the river, should be able to at least withstand the pressure. But yeah, again, 369 piloting this matchup so well. As Kanavi looking for a lane gank here.
This man's on the prowl. Knockup is going to connect there onto Lahens, who still doesn't have flash. Kanavi comes in with the safeguard. Might be enough space here for KT. JDG getting some much needed control of this bottom side. They'd been falling a little bit behind.
Something we also haven't talked about is that Lahens actually went for exhaust, right? So with these aggressive plays from Kanavi, really have to take into account the amount of damage reduction.
Oh no, is he going to get cancelled again? Yeah.
That's
Didn't know the ward was there, because the Q went into the brush and it looked like he was just farming.
Yeah, really nice job there from KT to actually stop the back. It interrupts Kanavi, who's now going to reset. Cuz going up towards this top side, wants to steal away the red. Won't quite hit 6 off this camp, but at least then can try and play for 369 in that top lane and even out the flash on the top end.
Another engaged, come forward here is aiming, getting very aggressive. Blade Caller, nice little snare onto Ruler and missing. They're going to be able to shove this wave in, go for that reset that we were looking for. Cuz's punishment is collecting the Bramble back, and we'll be able to secure that one for himself. 20 seconds on the Rift Herald.
Kanavi also won't know, because he's going for his Raptors first, so it means that Cuz's position, at least right now, not going to get given away just yet. I do think, though, with the fact that, yeah, Gragas is there, is this healthy, plus has flash, actually looking for a gank opportunity without 6 feels basically impossible. And this counter matchup by 369, I think going to become a bigger and bigger problem for KT as this Jax. This matchup isn't going to get better.
The thing is though, now not having ult on 369, I think you missed out on the window to try and fight for Rift Herald. You could already see the reset come through from missing. You don't have access to the ult. Kanavi doesn't have 6 either.
Yeah, Kanavi going to look for this Rift Herald. Lahens in position. Aiming's already up here as well. Looks like the Lee Sin's going to have to exit the situation. BDD keeping Knight at bay, missing, moving forward. JDG a little bit split. We'll see whether they can actually fight for this one, because you can see 369 does have the inside track. That is going to be the secure on the Rift Herald. And now 369 has to flash. Counter-strike. Not going to be there. Keen didn't have his flash available to catch up to that Gragas. He's just too nimble. KT, they do get the prize.
And missing the red there for Kanavi meant he didn't hit 6. Scuttle Crab ticked Kills over to 6. And now he's got Rift Herald. He's got reinforcements, and 369 might be in trouble.
Yeah, a little bit of a lane swap here is okay. BDD gonna have to flash once again. They're keeping that one on cooldown. He needed to use it. See Knight actually getting some control back in the lane.
Oh, Cuz trying to look for a punish on Knight here. But Knight positioning so safely. Yeah, not really an opportunity here. And yeah, if Kanavi is 6, I don't even know if BDD, even with the flash, will be okay there. As
okay. Yeah, Keen's here towards his bottom side, and he gets the red. Okay, Kanavi just thought that he was going to have to try and smite and hope, and it wasn't quite enough. So Keen is now a Jax with a red, and that feels pretty good, I think.
Especially since Kanavi was like, well, BDD, our cousin's coming across. I don't know if I can stick around for long enough to actually take this. So Keen just pokes his head in, says, all right, yeah, you're not going to get this, manages to steal it away. Question mark for me, though, is, all right, what's the story with this Rift Herald? Like, cuz are you going to actually try and move in towards mid, maybe look for a play with BDD, or, which I think is the correct call in this situation, just get as much gold as possible onto Aiming. If Aiming's able to control the pace of these fights, he's going to be in such a good spot to be your carry. And he kind of has to be when you look towards like the burst damage that BDD has won't be enough to bring you across the finish line when it comes to these engagements.
I'd also be looking as to what extent KT are able to build bigger leads, because we've seen in the last 2 games that going even just isn't enough against JDG with how well they team fight. You need to get more, and right now I think a second dragon would be a really big win. It's up in 40 seconds, but JD or 369 Red are already able to set up some decent trades here on Keen. They're going to try and look for a possible punish just before the Drake.
Well, Cask is not quite going to work out. Kanavi is waiting for this one. I think it might have just been a straight-up bait there from 369.
Oh, yeah.
Keen not going to go for it. Now, Cuz and Knight. Oh, they do manage to land the scatter, but BDD is just going to get a Rift Herald from Cuz and not much more.
Knight a little bit too close to the towers, so they don't want to overcommit towards that, especially with Dragon in just a couple of seconds. So they will just back away. We'll get the tower plates in the mid lane going across and the control over River. You can see 369 has to back away because he's, well, actually, at least back further out of the lane, so he's not getting caught up by KT as they move down.
Do note that the only ultimate that isn't available right now is 369, his ultimate. We'll see if they actually want to try and go for this. There's also basic, I think there's no mythics done across the board. That is a big spike a lot of champions will be looking for, and I think KT are just going to give this one up.
Yeah.
I'm not able to find anything on the cross map either. Might get a teleport out of 369, but that is going to be all.
I was kind of surprised to see KT the way they skirted around the outside of the Dragon Pit. Like, they got Rift Herald mid, they had the push on Knight, they could have moved into River and really established themselves there, but they almost felt scared to approach River despite the fact that 369 didn't have ult. And now KT kind of setting up once more, 1-for-1 on Dragons, and trying to see if they can find a push onto this bottom side.
Hence just being as frustrating as possible with repeated glitter lances, aiming. Farming out nicely though, has about a 20 CS advantage, making this Xayah matchup into the Kai'Sa still look pretty Xayah favored as Cuz looks for the Vault Breaker, doesn't connect it onto Kanavi, who will now make his way out via the chickens. Lens, not going to be able to do too much to missing here.
Nissan's been doing a great job of trying to match the jungle pressure though, as maybe he needs it.
Yeah, that is his own chicken thrown back at him. I believe, did Cuz just manage to get that somehow?
I
even
think
though it was coming down with the force of will? Interesting. Anyway, Kanavi is just being tracked all over the place. Cuz looking for even more information. Fully gathered by JDG at the same time, is now aiming the one caught on his own. Killer Instinct comes in. There is the Featherstorm, and they may have moved a little bit far forward as BDD is going to show up. Can he find the scatter is the question. As the knock-up comes in, there is the scatter we were talking about. Ruler with just a ghost, and he'll be just fine.
Gonna be a big win there. You're able to get a teleport out just in exchange for your ghost. For JDG, see BDD should, with the Giga Cones, be able to make his way back to his own lane very quickly. So punish isn't going to be too bad. As Everfrost now done for 369. Who thought the Gragas was annoying to play into before Keen. It's going to get a whole lot worse. Although teleporting in the middle of the lane, let's kind of help him out.
Yeah, and kind of like mismatching the body slam with the Everfrost as well, but immediately
it's fine.
369 answers back. And this at least should give a little bit more control to 369 again in these side waves. He's doing a good job of pushing. You kind of want to get to a position as Keen where you can just ignore the damage from 369 and take towers, but since we've kind of seen that swap over to the AP Gragas build versus what used to be the tank, you just don't really get a chance to fully ignore 369 before he's cleared out the waves entirely.
Yeah, teleport does come through. He's going to avoid the lane completely. Heads towards that bottom side. Ruler was pushing that one in. Teleport used bottom means that KT fighting around here could be a little bit dangerous. There's the flash forward from Cuz, though. They're looking for their target. Polymorph comes in, the exhaust lands onto 369. Aiming is looking for that kill. Takes so long to kill him. They're 1-for-1 so far, but there's the flash forward. They lock that one down. The unleashed power onto Kanavi gets his flash. And he looks to escape. KT looking all right in the 2-for-1.
It's a whiff from 369. He tries to flash bodies on flash onto Aiming, but only connects with Lehens. And Aiming then is free firing the entire time, even missing, going 2 different directions with Knight. It's an absolute disaster.
Cuz.
Yeah, Vault Breaker is going to get him out of there. If that was BDD though, he would have been dead.
Yeah, 100%. Cuz is able to make his way out. And I actually think it was Lehens that set up play initially, because he goes in aggressively on Knight as Knight is trying to walk past towards the top end where they have more control, and it forces, or it gets the crown on cooldown. So then the immediate response from Cuz is with the polymorph, there's no ability to flash in. And as you point out, 369, the exhaust, I think, really big, allows Lehens to live for so long. He even gets the knock up onto Knight, and it then allows KT to trade favorably in this fight.
Not being able to actually get onto Aiming, as you say, is like, it's just so difficult. He's got so much damage. Now missing, has to back away. They're trying to move into position here to take over mid.
And Herald actually being picked up because of that earlier play by KT, who are looking to take control in this mid game.
Yeah, and thanks to MasterCard, the lane economy snapshot looking pretty good here for KT. Maybe we will have to find Silver Scrapes, but 369 has something to say about it. They take the Featherstorm from Aiming. But thankfully, he was able to press the button.
That's now Aiming without ulti for the next Dragon, though. And I think that's the timing that JDG were trying to look for. It will be a very small opportunity. You still have flash there for Aiming as well. But if you can get missing with a flash of his own onto position, onto Aiming, as the Dragon spawns, that's what JDG will have to try and play for here.
And it's Chemtech Soul, and 3 apiece for both of these teams on the board. I do think that these crazy powered up plants are actually going to be really interesting in this game. I think that like the Mega Scryer as well, pretty cool. Don't tell Valdez, but I'm actually kind of approving the Chemtech Soul this time around.
I love the chaos.
Yeah.
It's just weird.
I mean, before we got into this, you were talking about like, oh, I want a Chemtech Rift so I can have BDD on Nico.
Yeah, but we wanted the Nico. Yeah.
But I was going to say, you can do that for Missing, where Missing ends up just blasting himself into position with an ult. So now, Missing, you can see how sneaky he's trying to be right here. He wants to be the one to make that play onto KT. They have no idea Missing's here.
Oh. BDD is so far up, he still doesn't have his flash available.
He's got to be dead.
Oh no, Missing is going to show himself. BDD tries to scatter to get him out of the way, and he's not going to avoid this one. He's just going to get taken down. Didn't have a stopwatch, and even if he did, he would have just been dead. And now it is going to be a Drake for JDG, you have to assume.
And Missing never committed the ultimate, so he's still in a position where he can threaten that with the flash. KT have to back the hell away. And I'm keeping my eyes on what Keen wants to do, because he's looking up towards this Orianna, who's a little bit vulnerable, especially after KT take this mid lane tower.
So 1 Chemtech Drake in trade for this outer turret in mid lane. If KT can move towards the top side, then maybe they're going to be able to even out that trade. But with BDD falling down, does skew it in favor of JDG.
Oh, nice. You're being so disrespectful.
Well, no, because they have TP and Knight still has Crown. So, the TP!
Okay, in they come. Keen looks for it. It's 369 that they go for first. Scatter the Week does come through, and there's a cease and desist. Gameplay button comes in, and that is 2 for free for KT.
It's a 2v5! Well, JDG were like, we can take this, and that is coming back to bite them. KT pounce immediately, and they'll move to mid to defend the tower.
Keen, I'm like, where are you going? He's going to get tagged.
You're going to connect. That Killer Instinct comes in. Ruler wants it. Keen is not going to die just yet.
Ooh. Oh, Missing might be caught out. It's only Cuz though, so should be fine. Eat some fruit.
Yeah, are we ever? Like,
never dies,
Missing,
man.
He just doesn't die.
We're giving it to the chaos of the Rift. I love this. Let's go.
That's my Chemtech Rift.
They do manage to take the outer turret in the mid lane. Definitely good news. A lot of things really opening up around this map right now.
Oh, aiming.
Kanavi. Oh dear. Another Featherstorm put straight on cooldown. There's the kick, goes through Lehens. It's nicely done there. As Keen dives in, Kanavi might be out of position. He should have a safeguard relatively soon.
BDD.
And now the Scatter the Week not going to work out here. There's a flash from Cuz, and he picks it up. The Mega Cone to disperse the players. And now Cuz could be on the wrong side of this. Missing, lurking. Lehens finds him. And a grand entrance comes in. I mean, we're not going to be engaging on this one. Just buttons being pressed all over the place, gentlemen.
I think JDG needs to cool it on the button pressing, though. You TP to the top side, you completely mess it up. Then you try to make this play here, completely mess it up. Calm down with the button pressing, even the right clicks as well. Give yourself some time to get back into position.
Easy on the keyboards, gentlemen.
Particularly because this is exactly what KT wants, right? This is, I think, a composition that excels if they can pick off targets one by one. Use the CC chain that they have available between Polymorph, Vi, Syndra, and Jax to take out individual targets, because when the dive on topside happened, I was a little worried. Crown still had to be procced, 369 was coming in, but the CC chain is so powerful that it doesn't really allow JDG to fight or to play the game unless you are ready and have a counterplay available when someone is attempting to get picked off.
Also so good at keeping people alive on KT with like aiming, being able to get out. You got like the opportunity for Keen to leap back out. Exhaust, the heals, the Lehens as well, having the wall growth. It's so difficult to just kill someone if KT are going for these dives. So at the moment, JDG again missing on a mission to get in behind Cuz, but Cuz, what can he do here?
Wait, who's flanking who?
Yeah, I don't know. I think everyone's flanking everyone.
I'm losing track.
Lehens is flanking missing while Kanavi is flanking Lehens, and Ruler is killing a ward. Cuz is still here. Of course, finds a Vault Breaker onto missing, not the target. Cease and desist actually going to be invested here. He's dead. There's the leap strike. Keen's going to lock it down. I thought I'd never see the day. The missing's overextended because he just seems to survive. Not that time.
The flanks were a puzzle and we just couldn't see the whole picture. But eventually KT bring those pieces together, and they brought them together in front of the Baron as well. And I don't think they can immediately turn over towards this, but this is going to give them a ton of control to set up vision and start to push JDG back.
And they do need to clear out control, because if you look at the minimap, look at how much vision there is still available here for JDG. So even if KT was like, okay, missing's dead, we want to try and go for something, there was plenty of opportunity to try and punish for the JDG, so KT not going to take the risk. But this is feeling like a type of messy game where KT continuously gets to keep the pressure on their opponents.
And they get the opportunity to set up for big kills on towards Cuz, 204. He's going to be able to put the herd onto Ruder, focus him down. And when you look at the opportunities for JDG to try and play it back, you have to burn so many different things before you can really get access to people like aiming. When you've got the wall growth, exhaust, flash, the ultimate for the Xayah as well, it's so hard to just kill aiming.
Oh, the W from missing, he knew.
Yeah.
Well done.
Nicely done. And KT is going to get this mid lane in order. I want to go back to that chaos that we had before. That was crazy.
Give it 30 seconds. We got next dragon
there we go.
And it's going to go insane.
All right, here we go. We might have something here, but no. Cuz not going to find the knockback with his Vault Breaker. Just going to get over that wall with his next one. Take down these control wards. These Mega Scryer's Blooms working out nicely is missing once again. Going to be discovered. Cease and desist comes in, and KT are bearing down on them. There's the Vault Breaker, and Cuz just does it himself.
And missing goes from not dying in what feels like the entire series to twice in a row. There is still a lot of cooldowns available for JDG though, so I don't know if KT wants to try and go for Nash.
One stun, they got them!
There it is, the Unleashed power to fly through as well. Knight down to 50%. They should be able to get themselves out of here. Okay, that wasn't even the Unleashed power. My goodness, it's just so much damage.
And that's the thing, BDD is getting to a position with the Shadow Flame where he hurts like hell if you give him that opportunity. Still, looks like JDG, they're gonna like, right, second dragon for KT, it's a Chem dragon, we don't care, let's try and get this play on the top side. But immediately you're seeing the response coming through from KT. Xayah starting to lean in towards this top side, Lehens covering for Kanavi coming over the wall. BDD, killing nice!
There it is! Oh, the gameplay button, it's not gonna be quite enough. Didn't quite calculate it. And Knight, now he just teleported back, so he's gonna have to go back home again unless he can get some of his health from these big old honey fruits.
But it does mean that the attempt from JDG to overload the top half of the map doesn't actually end up working. If Knight is alive and gets to guide the wave in, they might look for more, but now they have to wait for the next wave. We'll see if Keen is able to actually pick himself up. He gets the inner, that's so much gold.
KT is looking like game number one again, controlling the map, dictating the pace of these fights, and again, Aiming and Lehens having control over the bot side means that Ruder just isn't that big of a threat. And now Cuz, He wants more chaos.
Yeah, there it is once again. The cease and desist comes through. The flash comes out from Kanavi. Doesn't want to get himself in trouble. Teleport to come forward from Keen. He really wants to join this. And they might be thinking that it's Baron time, but in goes the quickness from Missing. Great knockup, but there is so much damage on KT. He's not going to be doing that one again anytime soon. And JDG, oh, they're going to get stunned. There's a flash over from Keen. Looking for even more with his counter-strike, and 369 will be pounded.
And it looks,
KT get another.
It looks like JDG are getting taken for a ride on the roller coaster. And they're not liking it.
There was no way that this series cannot end in 5 games. After all the doubts, after everything, KT want to push us there. And Baron is in their sights.
Knight
and Ruler are all that's left.
Well, Ruler wants to try the shockwave! The shockwave is massive on the BDD. Lahens goes down as well. And now the Killer Instinct comes forward. Aiming is looking for it, but Ruler says, not today, buddy. And they're even able to catch out Keen, who's looking for Kanavi. It was so good until it was just so bad for KT.
I got excited. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do it.
And the roller coaster comes crashing down as Knight and Ruler say no. You will not take the Baron. And JDG turn it around.
And that is a shockwave for the tier list, gentlemen. Let's have a look at it again.
I mean, this was gorgeous. Ruler just playing outside of vision, moves in stealthed to catch BDD, set up the shockwave for Knight, and this is not the first time we've seen Knight find these moments in games like this, hiding these orbs, these walls on Orianna to set up these massive plays, and KT are left routed as they finish off Keen.
And if Keen was there, they might have been able to actually take him down, but it's the fact that towards topside, Keen was trying to stand guard, and Ruler, just the absolute lack of fear just to E in there as Kaisa gets JDG to Rebel Baron power play.
And it's so reminiscent of the first time you got to see Knight pick up a title for himself. Summer 2020, he was on the Syndra where he hid just outside of vision to find this big moment to strike. It was at a dragon. This time once more hiding just over the wall with another orb of a different description to set up a play that might have just taken this game out of the hands of KT.
And look at the win probability powered by AWS. You can see it took a real nosedive after that for KT. They do have, like, of course, they still have decent amount of gold here. Slight advantage, but it really feels like momentum has shifted. And the Rebel Baron power play is still continuing to tick northward. This could be up to 3,000 as this inner turret is going to be taken down. There was a lot of standing gold on this map, and you can see Cousin BDD are in the top lane.
Yeah,
they're going to be able to take
this
inner turret, but the inhib should just be taken down here by JDG. A 4-man strong, still looking to press forward, and 369 might be able to stop the backs. Exactly right, JDG, they do just take the inhibitor, and they're not looking for too much more. But still, that is not an inhib in trade, that is just an inner turret here.
Cousin BDD are trying to see if they can find 369 as he steps away, though. He's playing this so safe, hasn't seen them reset, so going to just back it on up. JDG clearing out the spot side jungle as they go. Do they find Cousin BDD?
I think they spot them on that with that control.
Wait, who finds who again?
Are we flanking who and stuff again? Dagda, I'm confused. I'm not sure quite what's going on here.
I don't think they can get to Ruler. No, with the speed up. But maybe it allows KT to take some control here. But it looks like instead, JDG just gonna get everyone out of there. Extraction successful. And the gold and dragons will be dead even as we go towards this next Drake fight.
The items aren't so even though. Look at Ruler. 3 items now complete on towards this Kaisa because he benefited off of those kills. Knight's gonna be able to finish his Void Staff. Well, actually, probably not quite, just before the 30-second mark on this. But KT, do they find a roaming Gragas?
Well, he's looking for the back. It's empowered, but there it is, the Everfrost to try and keep him alive. But I have a feeling that even with his Zhonya's, he is still going to die. That is, yeah, that's...
JDG are on the way.
Yeah, they are. They're looking to try and help him out, but that's not going to work out. 4-3-6-9. Can they catch them out of position, or can they just take down some turrets? They don't have a wave, so it looks like the answer is no for now.
And it will mean that they're able to make their way over towards the Dragon Pit first here. This is just for Soul Point. KT have a lack of control. We'll see if they want to try and go for this nonetheless.
Look how little was used though. It's only the ult from BDD.
Yeah,
and he wants
teleport flank. I don't know about this one. It could be dangerous immediately. He is going to go into stasis, but the shockwave was put down. The Void Secret Rule finds it. Kanavi finishes it off. The Featherstorm is going to be used. Aiming is the last hope here for KT. And the cease and desist goes down onto Ruler. KT is still trying to find it though. Keen gets one back onto the jungler, but into the back line was Cuz, and he is going to be taken down right there. And as it sits, it's 2 for 2.
In the 4 versus 5 though, JDG are able to get the 2 for 2. They're able to get the dragon, and it's these magnificent plays. The individual performers from JDG are stepping up massive in game 4.
And I guess it was a 2 for 1 because 369 was already there.
Yeah, exactly. And the big thing there, I think the call from KT to try and fight, 100% correct. You might not get another opportunity where you are fighting a 5 versus 4, but the problem was that TP flank from BDD, even with stopwatch available, you can't do that against JDG. They are not going to mess up the timing. That shockwave from Knight, pixel perfect, so BDD doesn't get to flash it, and he's down before the fight begins.
And again, Ruler playing on a knife's edge here. This man does not have cleanse, but he's willing to put himself in harm's way to get the kill onto the Syndra with Kanavi, then reposition behind the Jax that's revving up that counter-strike to take him down. He's been so clutch with his positioning on this Kai'Sa. It's insane.
Well, they just briefly got notice of missing. He's by himself all the time, so they may not have expected that he had a couple of friends here in position. 4 members of JDG just roaming the KT jungle right now. Tides have turned so incredibly quickly in favor of the LPL first seed here. They are bearing down on KT now.
And it's so remarkable how oppressive JDG feel, because the goal is even, Cuz.
There's the knock-up. Do manage to get him over the wall there to relative safety. We've got fights happening all over the place. As Knight is fighting Keen, he manages to get the shockwave. He goes golden. Can he survive? Are the rest of JDG going to get here? There's the quickness used by missing, and now it's Keen that could be in trouble, but he does have the counter-strike. There's the Unleashed Baron. It's 369 that pays for Knight's sins. And missing might be getting the same treatment.
Oh, he's going deep!
That is so incredibly deep. The Cuz is the one that pays the price. At 1 for 1, it's fine.
They got mega coned, and then meanwhile the bot lane wave is pushed in hard, and if Cuz stays alive there, KT might have gone a Baron, but instead it's just going to be a 1 for 1 trade.
But they have to give up control over the Baron. That's the Nexus turret going down. Baron is in 8 seconds. JDG are back on the map, and 369 is TP. They need to deal with this wave while keeping pressure on the Baron area.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well, KT is sacrificing Nexus turrets just to try and go for this fight. It was almost extraordinary, but the fact that Cuz went so extraordinarily far, you kind of wish that you had an abort button on that particular R button there. You do not. Cuz was committed, and now JDG, they're going to start off. The Baron is going down extraordinarily quickly. Ruler has so many items. Keen has teleported in. Can they find a team fight, though, is the question. The Baron is out of it. And Keen, he goes golden, but it's going to be so hard to survive this. Counter-strike or no, Shockwave is a bit of a hula hoop, but Ruler is still going to say goodnight to Keen. There's the shutdown onto him. They take a blue buff, and now JDG just looking to press ever further forward with their Baron buff now in hand, with a big gold lead starting to build. This is really feeling like the 3-1 angle for JDG.
The waves aren't really in position for JDG right now, though. None of them are pushed in, so at least for the moment, KT will be able to hold strong, get the resets in. They need to buy time for Keen to come back up, but this is going to be a tough one, especially with only a single Nexus turret remaining. JDG want to try and close it out here with this Baron buff.
We'll see, though. There is still 2 minutes remaining here for JDG. Bot lane inhibitor is now back up for KT, and that should be the first angle of attack for JDG. No turret standing there. Their Rebel Baron power plays have been impeccable, as missing just mega coning all over the place.
It is a dangerous tool in his hands, absolutely, for everyone.
Oh, Ruler!
He just looks for the hands, aiming, gonna get the wild growth, missing goes forward, and he's the one that might be taken down here as Aiming's moving forward. Ruler gets exhausted, but he's still gonna convince Aiming to exit the fight, and now Cuz is too far in. He tries to queue away, and somehow it just works out for the JDG 80 carry. They'll take the inner turret, and I don't think they're done there.
How the hell are JDG still up and swinging? Now Kanavi wants to go, still has the kick. Tower will fall.
30 seconds on Cuz. KT are going to try and hold on, but I don't know if they can.
Mid lane inhib is going to go down. They do have 1 siege minion available. They're going to have to wait for some waves, though, as they're getting to work on this bottom lane inhibitor.
Keen, Counter-Strike now on cooldown just for a little bit, but we're pretty late into this game.
15 seconds on Cuz.
Yeah, BDD, can he actually execute someone? Scatter goes wide, in goes Keen. Looks for the opportunity onto Missing, but he's so slippery, and now the Nexus is exposed. JDG a few auto attacks away from the semi-finals as the kick comes in. Aiming tries to stand his ground, but the Nexus is being fired.
It's so low!
Oh,
look at that! They end it! What?
The cannon minion got one last shot off and they end the game! That's how it's done, gentlemen. JDG will be heading to the semi-finals, and KT Rolster will have to start again next year.
Cool, calm and collected as always for JDG.
Yeah, no worries.
Not even close. And to be fair, you know, the ending might have been close, but the way that JDG was able to play out these team fights and regain control after KT tried to introduce so much chaos is remarkable.
What a moment. That is another brick paved. The Golden Road still on the table, and Hirai just completely gutted after this one. Him and Rapid Star certainly trying incredibly hard with KT this year. But JDG, I just don't think that they can be stopped. They are so incredibly good, such a well-oiled machine. It's just the hope that was gained as KT, a well-deserved bow. They deserve to be here. This was much closer than I think a lot of people expected. JDG just too good.
I think KT showed, though, that JDG can bleed. I mean, game one, they played absolutely impeccably. This game in game 4 was down to the wire. 1 or 2 plays that had gone the way of KT, and we would have been going to that game 5. That Baron could have been that game 5 moment for KT. And as you say, deserved bow. This has been an incredible performance from KT Rolster here today.
And Shockwave is going to be in my nightmares for a long time.
Again, the fact that Ruler is just like, no, that's fine. I'll E in, because that can be also where you lose the game. KT, if they are somehow able, if they have a ward before, if they take down Ruler, that could be the end of it. But instead, it is the turning point, really, because it felt like after that topside skirmish where KT was able to look. Oh, that tells the story.
Yeah.
And that was all Ruler and Knight together in that 2v4.
Yeah. And I think it says, as you say, wonders about JDG. I mean, another brick paved in the way to that Golden Road. JDG have looked absolutely incredible when it comes to team fights. Even if they're set behind early, even when it looks like you don't really have an opportunity to come back in a game, JDG will find a way to take that chance with Missing, find that road in, 369 attempting to get onto the back line. And as you say, when you've got two of the best in the world at their respective positions in Knight and Ruler, who can make that magic happen at any moment, it's so hard to to find any leeway against JDG.
Yeah, they were just exceptional here today, and also like just fun, man. Like these games were so incredibly fun. I can say it now. They were exciting, guys. They were exciting. I was excited the whole time. I was just trying to hold it in, and it was just amazing to see Missing's positioning, always looking for these attacks onto KT, and they aggressively went out and took this quarterfinal match. They were making all of the plays. They were taking all of the risks. That man there on your screen as well was doing his best. Cuz trying to take these aggressive angles. You can see there's a lot of emotion here for both BDD and Keen. These two players were instrumental throughout so much of the KT summer season especially.
And it's also for Keen. This was supposed to be his moment, coming back internationally after a couple of really underwhelming years on Africa such Guangdong, and not really able to showcase what he was capable of after, of course, his debut internationally was not what he wanted. As we take another look at the final moments of this game, and the final auto.
And I mean, it probably doesn't say that much about, like, it doesn't may not change the outcome of the series,
absolutely not.
even in a little bit, but what a KT way to lose. Like, that is, like, it's just quick.
The one cannon. The one cannon.
Oh my god, BDD, yeah, because he even got...
Yeah, he got the other one.
Yeah. That's heartbreaking.
It is.
But, I mean, again, I think JDG, they've been absolutely fantastic. It's inevitable that they are the team to beat. And I'm looking forward now to seeing who's going to join them tomorrow. Because D1 or LNG are looking at that going, lads, we have our work cut out for us.
Ooh. way.
They absolutely are. However, I mean, Scout versus Faker, that is going to be a treat no matter what the outcome is going to be. We've seen LNG versus JDG throughout this year. My goodness, if we got that in a semi-final, I don't think anyone's going to be complaining. I think it's win-win. Gentlemen,
I had a
says
lot
Max
of fun.
trying to hide what he really wants.
Yeah.
But now it is time to throw it over to Law with an interview.
이번 경기 승리를 가져간 징동의 나이트 미싱 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
Congratulations to JDG for taking down their opponent and make it to the semifinals. How are you feeling right now?
今天赢下了比赛，顺利晋级到了4强。那晋级到4强之后，感觉如何呢？奈特选手？
就感觉非常开心吧。到这边打，也很多人为我们加油，就很开心。
Feeling so great, and a lot of people are supporting us.
네, 미싱 선수도 소감 부탁드리겠습니다.
And Missing, what about you?
感觉很久没打比赛了，就是挺开心的吧。
It's been quite a while since we played games, so it feels very amazing right now.
모두 기분이 너무너무 좋으실 것 같습니다. 네, 그리고 나이트 선수 올해 다전제에서 단 한 번도 패배한 적이 없는데요. 오늘 승리로 다전제 매치 전승을 이어가게 됐습니다. 다전제에서 징동이 가지는 최대 강점이 뭐라고 생각하는지 궁금합니다.
那这个问题也是想问到 Light 选手，其实
And this question is over tonight.
的比赛上面其实1局未输的，那今天也是稳稳的
JDG hasn't lost a single one best of 5 at World and secured and managed to continue your records. What do you think is the biggest strength of JDG at this World? I think 5 members, 5 players on our team are the strongest players.
선수분들을 향한 믿음이 또 있는 것 같습니다. 네, 그리고 미싱 선수 1세트 패배 이후에 빠르게 뱀픽을 수정하는 모습이 굉장히 인상적이었는데요. 어떤 점을 중점적으로 준비하셨는지도 궁금합니다.
那其实这个问题想问到 Missing 选
And
手，我们在
Missing,
第一局
so
失利
after
之后
game
也是看
1,
得出来做了迅速的调整。
we noticed that you made a lot of adjustments after that loss. So could you tell us a little bit on that?
当时就处理一下他们打野英雄吧。
Yeah, we just focus on dealing with their jungler champions.
네, 또 그런 전략이 있었군요. 네, 그리고 나이트 선수께 질문 이어가겠습니다. 이제 LPL 세 팀이 4강에 올라선 가운데 내일 LNG와 T1의 경기가 기다리고 있습니다.
So LPL has 3 teams that already make it to the semifinals, and tomorrow will be the matchup between LNG and T1.
明天就是 T1 对阵 LNG 了，你是如何预测明天的比赛？
What is your expectation for tomorrow's game? These 2 teams are very close, but personally, I really hope that LNG could pick up this win. And I hope that 4 of our LPL teams could make it to the semifinals.
네, 내일 또 어떤 경기 결과가 펼쳐질지 저희도 기대해 보겠습니다. 네, 그리고 미싱 선수 오늘 POS로 선정된 만큼 라칸으로 엄청난 존재감을 보여주셨는데요. 4강에선 어떤 모습을 보여주고 싶은지 각오 들어보겠습니다.
And Missing, you're the player of the series, especially your Rakan was spectacular. So what's your resolution in playing the semifinals? I hope that no matter who we are facing off against, hopefully I can perform at my best form in the upcoming matches. Last but not least, Knight.
세상에 알리고 싶다라고 포부를 밝힌 선수인데요. 네, 앞으로의 각오 들어보겠습니다.
So before, you once said that you wanted to be the strongest mid laner in the LPL. What's your resolution afterwards? I'm getting closer and closer to this goal, and finally, probably meet this expectation, meet my goal this year. And this will be the end of this interview. Thank you, and congratulations again.
amazing. What a victory for JDG. We were just saying, all jokes aside, or actually jokes that with Azael's current suit, he could rock some of the JDG
The JDG
trainers.
shoes?
Yes.
Hey, I'm just saying, if they want to give me some free shoes, I'll try them on.
Okay, we'll see if you can rock them as well as them. And it was already said, it was already said in the interview there, but the Oppo player of the series is missing. And I know he had, you know, a couple of oopsies, a few only in that last game, but you have to push the limit sometimes to push the limit.
He was incredible, I think, throughout. Yeah, he got picked a couple times, but I mean, it was them committing a lot. It wasn't like he walked in and died for free. They're committing Vi ulti, they're committing Syndra ulti. And throughout, he was so reliable on the engages, always getting the backline, always putting the pressure on, positioning and attacking the backline from the right angles. To me, this was just a Rakan masterclass.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing is like it's a series play, and across his Rakan was such a difference maker. It always allowed them to have really, really strong engage in a lot of these fights, and JDG excel when they are able to do this, right? When someone like missing on the Rakan, initiating the fight, and then the rest of them are able to pile in, Ruler firing from the backline, like it's just the way that they set up these team comps as well, and the way that Missing was able to facilitate and start these fights was amazing.
I mean, even just the little things. We obviously saw that team fight earlier, but watching that again, he's sidestepping the feather pull in the midst of the fight while engaging, while doing all these little things. So to me, the presence of mind to be able to track everything at once is just like,
It's crazy, and I think a lot of the players really came online at the same time, specifically Ruler and Knight, to save this game, really, and to break Emily's heart, unfortunately, for KT.
But to me, it was all about the vision. It's all about the vision here. They actually have that pink ward. They know that Knight's there, but by the time he wards over, it's too late, and they didn't have any angle to actually retreat.
And I know, like, I've been playing the KT fan on this broadcast. JDG are not only a phenomenal team who's going for Golden Road, but we talked about how the team sets up, right? How they want these 5v5s, how they set up around objectives. This is just a straight-up outplay by two of their best players, potentially the best player in the world in Ruler. Like, this is why you have these players. It's not only that JDG are a phenomenal team, but it's that they can pull out these random, insane outplays against their opponents to keep them in the game. Because I actually did think we were going to a game 5.
Yeah, I thought so too. And you had a good point, Chuck. You were talking about it. I mean, I think Ruler played a good series. He played solid all series long. But in this final game, like, he went sicko mode. You got to see why everyone talks about him all the time, right? He just went insane in the final moments of the game and kind of almost single-handedly, it felt like, took over those fights where he's just really playing his champion to the absolute limit. He's going for the highest possible DPS builds. He's positioning perfectly. He's playing perfectly. And then you're just like, well, what are you supposed to do?
What are you supposed to do? Just
what
die,
are you supposed to do?
apparently. But Ruler is standing by. Aw, Ruler is standing by with Lore in the Verizon post-game interview. Thank you so much, Alex. We're back here in the interview area with Ruler, who will go once again in semifinals. 축하드립니다. Thank you so much for joining me today, and congrats on taking down KT Rolster. They won the first game, and then you steamrolled throughout the rest of the series. But how close were the game for you, and does it match the expectations you had coming into this series against them?
오늘 비록 상대팀이 1세트를 가져왔지만 나머지 세트에서 휘몰아치면서 오늘 승리 가져오셨습니다. 오늘 경기 어떤 식으로 잘 된 것 같으신지, 그리고 예상한 대로 잘 나왔나요?
일단 첫 번째 판 때 느낀 게 그냥 저희가 라인전 불리한 픽해도 그냥 무난하게 주도권을 계속 잡을 수 있겠다 싶어서 그렇게 했는데 잘 먹힌 것 같다고 생각이 듭니다.
Well, what we figured after playing game number 1 was we can just opt into a weaker matchup in the laning phase and we can just play out the game well. So I think it worked really well.
It came out to specific champions in field, and especially on the bot lane, Missing's Rakan was completely deadly. And the synergy was on point between the two of you. Can you tell me about the draft decision makings? Because it felt like before today, a lot of enchanters were coming back, but you guys defaulted to this.
오늘 시리즈에 정말 주요한 픽을 하나 꼽자면 미싱 선수의 라칸이었던 것 같은데요. 그리고 두 선수 바텀 듀오의 정말 시너지도 엄청 났습니다. 오늘 경기 전까지는 사실은 이제 바텀 서포터 픽에서 특히나 이제 좀 유틸형 서폿이 또 많이 나오고 있었는데 오늘 경기 뱀픽은 어떤 식으로 접근하셨나요?
일단 워낙 미싱이 라칸이 잘하다 보니까 좀 저희가 고집해서 뽑은 경향도 좀 있었고, 하지만 오늘 경기 해보면서 조금은 티어를 조정해야 되지 않나 싶은 생각이 많이 들었습니다.
Well, because Missing is so good at recon, we were a little bit, we were just like insisting to stick to that pick. But after today's series, I think we have to make a little adjustment with our tier list.
It'd be interesting coming into the next series, but something we've talked about a lot today was the consistency that defends your entire career, Roller. From the moment you won Worlds until today, how much stronger do you feel, especially within this JDG collective?
오늘 또 많은 분들이 주목했던 부분이 룰러 선수가 정말 고점의 기량을 정말 장기간 유지하고 있다는 점이 대단하다는 건데요. 월드 우승했을 때와 지금까지를 비교해 봤을 때 얼마나 더 강해졌다고 생각하시는지, 특히나 지금 징동과 함께 하시잖아요. 얼마나 더 좀 더 성장했다고 보시나요?
일단 확실히 롤드컵을 우승했을 때 저보다 그냥 생각부터가 많이 다르고 그냥 엄청난 차이가 많이 난다고 생각합니다.
I see so many changes and difference. Like basically, the way I think has changed so much. So I would say I've changed and stepped up so much.
I think that doesn't seem to change is the love that you carry for your former teammates from Genji, flashing the emotes throughout the series. And you eliminate Lehans today, your former support with which you went to semifinals last year. What does it mean to you to knock out an LCK team, but also your former support?
그래도 변하지 않는 게 있다면 룰러 선수의 젠지 사랑이라고 할 수 있는데요. 오늘도 젠지 그 감정 표현도 보여주셨고, 또 오늘 어떻게 보면 마음이 아팠던 게 함께했던 이제 서포터 선수인 리엔즈 선수를 탈락시켰잖아요. 젠지도 이제 월즈에서 탈락되었고, 이제 이런 식으로 LCK에서 다른 지역으로 이적한 뒤에 LCK 팀을 탈락시킨다든지 전 동료를 탈락시킬 때는 또 어떤 감정이 드시나요?
솔직히 좀 감정은 되게 좋지 않고, 안 그래도 이제 한국 팀 플러스 이제 좀 같이 했었던 팀이다 선수다 보니까 좀 많이 좀 되게 생각보다 마음이 많이 더 아팠고 뭔가 좀 그렇네요, 기분이.
Well, this never feels okay, It always really rough for me. I was playing up against an LCK team and my former teammates, so it was heartbreaking to me, so it was really difficult.
A lot of respect, of course, but at the end of the line, you advanced to semifinals, one step away from being maybe the first team in the world who carries the golden road. Do you think you can make it, and how strong is JDG right now at Worlds?
이제 4강 진출하신 만큼 정말 캘린더 그랜드 슬램까지 얼마 남지 않았습니다. 정말 가능한 그런 업적이라고 생각하시는지, 그리고 JDG와 함께하는 만큼 얼마나 자신 있으신지 궁금합니다.
일단 JDG랑 함께하는 만큼 좀 자신감은 넘치는 상태지만 저는 진짜 너무 힘들다고 생각해서 불가능하다라고 생각하면서 좀 달릴 예정입니다.
Because I'm with JDG, I'm very confident, but at the same time, it is a very difficult and almost like an impossible thing to achieve. So what I have in mind is that it's impossible. That's the mindset I'm having.
Any words that you would have to share for the international fans watching
마지막으로
this interview
국제
right now?
팬분들께 한마디?
Thank you, fans. I love you.
Ruler, thank you so much. 인터뷰 감사합니다.
감사합니다. Thank you.
Making the
감사합니다.
effort of speaking in English, Jisun, amazing as always. Thank you so much. Shox, over to you.
Thank you. He was talking to you, Azale.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I was gonna say. I thought
You
we had a
felt that,
connection. I could
right?
see, that the eye contact. It was a special
Oh my
moment.
God,
It was a
it
special
was.
moment.
It
yeah.
was. Oh, great to hear from Ruler. Yeah, of course, talking about the Golden Road, and it's just so interesting to me. In 2017, he was with the LCK with Samsung, winning his first world title then in Beijing, right? He then went on famously to the LPL. He's building even more of a name for himself, and now he, as a Korean player, could win it again, but then here in Korea, kind of killing the hopes of all the Korean fans who still love him, right?
Yeah, and I mean, you heard him talk about, he was like, yeah, actually, this was really tough, right?
Yeah.
Because it was just a year ago, I was in the LCK, and not only in the LCK, but my bot lane partner was Lehen, someone I was facing directly in the 2v2 today. And as you saw that tweet from Ashley Kong come up, where it said, on this day previously, is when he did it. So it's a big day for him, both with this win, but also just historically.
I mean, I'm sure it is kind of a little bit conflicting, right? He even played and won in Asia Games for Korea this year. Then he comes back to Korea, in front of friends, family, as a Korean, playing for an LPL team and beating your home league. It has to feel a little bit conflicting.
Yeah.
But he is just such a good player, and I think T1, the hope is still alive for LCK.
Only hope for
they
the
are
LCK.
the last team remaining outside of the LPL from any region. Everyone else has already gone. The LPL have just been dominating. So it's all up to T1 to see if they can keep it from being an all LPL semifinals.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, they are the last LCK hope standing. In a way, I think it's so poetic and so beautiful that it is Faker and that it is T1, but
That's why he's the GOAT!
But I'm also realistic in that this is going to be difficult. I mean, I did not expect the LPL to not only send all 4 to bracket stage. Yes, that could happen, of course. But now to be so strong that they might have all 4 in the semifinals.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the big thing is LNG are no slouch, right?
Nope.
Like, this is a team that hotly contested
Second best
JDG.
team, I think,
Yeah,
in LPL.
and they look really, really strong going forward. Obviously, the thing I'm looking forward to the most is the 1v1 versus Scout and Faker, right? Just because, for people that don't know, Scout used to be Faker's like backup. He was a trainee behind Faker on T1.
Understudy.
I mean, it's incredible. And LPL has never had 4 teams in the knockout stage, ever.
Mm-hmm.
And no region has ever had all 4 in the top 4. It's never been done before. So I think it would be that massive statement from the LPL that the time of the LCK is over.
Whoa.
Wow.
Strong statement to say. Hey, remember to lock your pick'ems for tomorrow. T1 versus LNG. But T1, they lost to the fairy tale story in DRX last year. Can they take on the mantle? Can they be the DRX that the LCK needs them to be this year? I don't know. It's going to be so difficult, but hey, crazier things have happened at Worlds, so you have to keep believing, especially if you're an LCK fan. It's 2-0 in favor of the LPL so far, but tomorrow it's none other than 3-time world champion T1 trying to defend the honor of the LCK versus LNG Esports. In just a few minutes, the final round of the TFT Runeterra Reforged Championship will be played as well. We'll raid over there too, so stick around and watch that. So, you know, you can cool down a little from this.
And he can win those.
Those they can
Cheering
win!
LCS
So,
fans.
we'll be back tomorrow, same place, same time. See you then.
Dominus comes out, there's the crash down, and Cuz is gonna turn, he flashes forward, can they get it? No, they can't. First blood picked up by JDG, immediately answered though by KT, and now flashes away, BDD trying to get into the Moonlight Vigil, flies forward, and Amy's gonna lock down the first kill. Rule is dead as well as BDD, perfect execution, and KT will tear JDG apart. Is this really happening? Can he actually find it? Shapesplitter comes through to confuse them, but they will not be confused this time. First blood goes to Cuz. KT are on the board. And he gets picked up by the Pop Blossom, has to flash. Moonlight Vigil is going to miss! Yeah, Kanavi gonna go back in.
No way!
No way! Of course he's flashing in! That used to be the ruler position. This time he's taking names. Yeah, Cuz looking for that opportunity. Well done, it comes down. There's the Magnus Storm as okay. Cuz is just gonna get caught out. The Magnus Storm is gonna be used.
Into account that this is JDG Ruler.
Yeah, Hook is going to connect there. Ruler gonna be taken down underneath. Counter-Strike is on cooldown as well. In comes BDD though. Can he actually get the kill? There it is for 369. Emperor's Divide is going to pick that one up. Cuz the last man standing. And JDG, I think they've just gone to match point.
Nice.
Ruler is looking for it. Kanavi finds it. First blood goes to Ruler. And BDD finds a scatter onto 3. Okay, in they come. Keen looks for it. It's 369 that they go for. First scatter of the week does come through. And there's a cease and desist. Gameplay button comes in.
Kanavi's on his way.
Ruler are all that's left. Well, Ruler wants to try to Shockwave! Shockwave is massive on the BDD. Lehens goes down as well. Aiming tries to stand his ground, but the Nexus is being fired. It's a roll! Oh, the What? The kind of minion got one last shot off at the end. That's how it's done, gentlemen. JDG will be heading to the semifinals, and KT Rolster will have to start again next year.
What's your play, God? What's your play, God? They gotta crumble one by one. Then we go right into the sun like it's the day my kingdom come. Baby, unstoppable, phenomenal, awakening, the animal, unshakable, optimal, it's happening, Feel it. Feel it. Feel it. Feel it. Feel it. All this power.